As students poured into the classroom, nearly everyone, except Bakugo, checked in on me, asking if I was all right or wishing me well. Their concern was both touching and slightly irritating. I knew they meant well, but I wasn't particularly fond of the attention. After all, I had done some intense things recently. Bakugo, as expected, stood off to the side, glaring at me like I had personally wronged him. The way he seethed, you'd think I had killed his beloved pet. Meanwhile, Izuku engaged me in conversation, though there was a noticeable wariness in his demeanor. Knowing his personality, he probably believed I should have incapacitated the villains in Beast Forest instead of killing them, thinking redemption was still possible for them. Honestly, I couldn't care less about his opinion. To me, he was just a naive kid. And with me having eliminated his so-called destined enemy, there was no looming apocalypse on the horizon. Soon, the teachers arrived to begin our training. Ectoplasm, Cementos, and Midnight led the session. I was a bit surprised to notice that Midnight had modified her hero costume. It was slightly more conservative now. While I had never asked her to change it, the alteration made me happy. Many students were taken aback by Midnight's new look. I glanced over at Momo and noted her surprised expression. It seemed Nemuri hadn't even informed her of the change. Midnight took charge, stepping to the front of the room. As you all know, the Provisional Hero License exam is coming up in 10 days. During this time, we will train you to develop your own super moves. Despite having been briefed about this beforehand, the students were visibly excited by the prospect. First, I need to warn you all, Midnight continued. This year's exam will be significantly harder than previous years. Typically, around 50% of students pass. This time, only 10% are expected to make the cut. I scanned the room, noting how the earlier excitement drained from my classmates' faces, replaced by nervousness. The difficulty increase is due to recent villain attacks, Midnight explained. I'm sure you've seen the news. She then delivered an unexpected announcement. Everyone here will undergo training, except for Itsuki Ryo. He already holds a provisional hero license. Immediately, heads turned in my direction. Why the hell does he get special treatment? Bakugo erupted, his voice filled with frustration. He just beat one villain. If he can do it, I can too. Midnight shot him an annoyed glare. Don't take it up with me, kid. The Hero Association and Public Safety Commission made this decision. Bakugo gritted his teeth but wisely chose to drop the matter. Midnight resumed her explanation. Now, back to the topic at hand. Ectoplasm will explain the importance of having a super move. Ectoplasm stepped forward. Super moves are crucial for passing the Provisional Hero License exam. They provide an advantage in battle, allowing heroes to control momentum and fight more effectively. However, super moves don't always have to be offensive. Their primary function is to give the user a reliable edge in combat. Following his explanation, Cementos used his quirk to create individual training spaces for each student, allowing them to refine their abilities and develop their super moves. Ectoplasm then summoned 19 clones, one for each student, to assist in their training. Meanwhile, the main body, Midnight, and Cementos observed and guided their progress. Izuku, unlike in the past, didn't get smacked by Ectoplasm's clone since he had already begun exercising. Without damaged hands holding him back, he immediately started training with the same regiment All Might had once put him through. This likely meant he wouldn't develop his shoot style this time around, but frankly, I didn't care. All Might arrived later and praised Bakugo's progress after he swiftly defeated an Ectoplasm clone. Bakugo, never satisfied, immediately demanded another opponent, which Ectoplasm happily provided. Other students trained diligently as well. Ochako worked on floating herself longer to mitigate her nausea, Rikido consumed sweets to enhance his quirk, and both kept stealing glances at Bakugo, clearly impressed by his rapid improvement. All Might walked around, offering advice to students as needed. I, however, merely stood by the railing, silently observing their efforts. At the end of the day, Nemuri came to pick me and Momo up. "Honey, did you like my new costume?" she asked, still wearing it. "Yes, it's much better than your last one," I replied, seated in the front while Momo got in the back. With that, we drove toward the Yayorozu compound, engaging in casual conversation. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. I attended the training sessions regularly but stopped wearing my hero costume after the second day since it wasn't needed. My role was merely to observe as my classmates refined their super moves. Momo's new super move, Dual Task, allowed her to create 2 objects simultaneously at an accelerated rate. Bakugo developed AP Shot, Fumikage honed Abysmal Black Body, and Izuku modified his one-for-all full cowl shoot style to utilize his hands instead of his legs. Other students also showcased their progress. Mina's Acid Veil provided both offense and defense. Jiro's distortion sent shockwaves through the ground strong enough to shatter it. Denki's sharpshooting allowed him to fire precise lightning bolts from his fingers. Toru's light reflection generated a blinding flash. Tsuyu's camouflage rendered her invisible. With training complete, the provisional hero license exam was upon us. Since I wasn't taking part, I couldn't witness it firsthand, but I was eager to hear about the outcome when Momo returned. "Good luck, Momo," I told her, placing a kiss on her forehead before she left for the exam venue. "Don't be nervous. Give it your best shot," I added, watching her nod confidently before driving off. The rest of my day was uneventful. With nothing to do, I trained, honing my gravity manipulation. I was improving but still far from the level of pain. No matter how long it took, I was determined to master it. Additionally, I practiced fighting with my eyes closed, relying on my ability to sense metal around me. This would make battles against someone like Mirio significantly easier. Momo returned home with a beaming smile, proudly showing off her provisional hero license. She recounted the exam. Unlike the usual ball target test, the first round was a battle royale. The second round involved rescuing civilians, but this time, Gang Orca, Endeavor, and Best Jeanist also attacked the camps. In the end, only 9 students from Class 1A passed: Izuku, Ochako, Momo, Mizo, Ida, Fumikage, Jiro, Mina, and Ijiro. The future had already changed. What would come next? I turned my thoughts toward upcoming events. The hero work studies were next. Partnering with Rumi would be ideal. And I had to save Eri as soon as I pinpointed her location. I was also determined to ensure Mirio didn't lose his quirk this time. If I acted quickly, there was a low chance of that happening. But who knew what else might change? One thing was certain: I would be ready for whatever came next. The summer break had finally ended. As I woke up, I found myself being hugged from both sides, Momo clinging to my left arm like a teddy bear and Namuri embracing my right arm in a similar manner. I smiled, placing a gentle kiss on both of their foreheads before carefully getting out of bed. Last night had been special. We had celebrated Momo earning her provisional hero license. Since the exam, we hadn't been able to meet with Namuri due to our busy schedules. Currently, we were at Namuri's apartment. A week had passed since the provisional hero license exam, and we had already moved into the dorms. There was still a contest for the best room, though I didn't bother participating. Bakugo, of course, took my indifference as an insult, shouting that I was looking down on him. The others ignored him, seeing my lack of interest as an opportunity to claim the best room. My reason for staying out of the competition was simple: I spent most of my time in Momo's room anyway. The girls' dorm security was laughably ineffective against me. Momo had filled her room with all sorts of furniture from her home, making it feel a bit cramped. The only downside was that we couldn't bring Namuri over. After discussing it with Aizawa, who was already aware of my relationship with Namuri, he allowed me to leave the dorms occasionally, as long as Momo and I were present for the opening ceremony. After taking a quick shower, I woke Momo and Namuri up, even though I wanted them to rest more. They both needed to be at school as well. "Good morning," Momo greeted, rubbing her eyes before giving me a soft kiss. "Morning, honey. Maybe we should skip school and have another round," Namuri teased, planting a playful kiss on my lips. "No. We already went all out last night, and we have things to do," I told Namuri firmly before heading downstairs to the kitchen. By the time they joined me, I had already set the table and prepared an English breakfast. Once we finished eating, Momo and Namuri helped me clean up. We weren't in a rush since Namuri would be driving us to school. After dressing in my uniform, I rushed to the parking lot where Momo and Namuri were already waiting in the car. Using my quirk, I opened the door, and Namuri drove us to school. When we arrived, we headed straight to the second term opening ceremony. Most of Class 1A was already present, except for Bakugo and Izuku. It was obvious they had fought after curfew, just like in the original timeline, and had gotten detention. After the uneventful ceremony, we returned to our class. I was particularly looking forward to meeting Mirio. Aizawa entered, his usual bored expression in place. "Good morning, class. This term, we will be conducting hero work studies. Those of you who have obtained the provisional hero license will be assigned to hero offices throughout the year." The students who had earned their licenses murmured excitedly among themselves. But if we were going to get scouted anyway, why did we work so hard in the UA Sports Festival? Ochako asked, sounding frustrated. "Work studies are gained through your own abilities and the connections you made during your internships," Aizawa replied coolly. "Now, let me introduce the top students of UA, also known as the Big Three. They will provide valuable insight based on their real experience," Aizawa announced. Mirio Togata, Nijire Hado, and Tamaki Amajiki entered the room. As expected, Nijire's curiosity got the best of her, and she immediately started scanning the classroom as if looking for something. Tamaki, on the other hand, was too anxious to make eye contact with anyone, staring at the ground in silence. Mirio broke the ice with a joke, but it flopped just like in the original timeline. Unfazed, he took a more direct approach. I challenge everyone here who got the provisional hero license to fight me together. It's better to show you what I mean rather than just telling you, Mirio declared confidently. The 9 licensed students looked slightly insulted, clearly interpreting his challenge as an underestimation of their abilities. If I hadn't known Mirio's true intentions, I might have reacted the same way. As you heard, if you accept, you'll be using Gym Gamma for the fight, Aizawa stated before leaving the classroom. Of course, we accepted the challenge, quickly changing into our gym uniforms and heading to Gym Gamma. Hold back. You don't need to crush their spirits, Tamaki advised as we arrived. His voice was quiet, but Ijiro and Fumikage heard him. You don't need to hold back anything. We don't want a handicap, Fumikage responded firmly. All 10 of us lined up on one side of the gym while Mirio stood alone on the other. Nijire was supposed to be the referee, but knowing her, she might get distracted during the fight. Start. Nijire's voice rang out, signaling the beginning of the match. Ijiro stepped forward, eager to attack first, but Izuku activated full cowl and dashed ahead instead. I stood back, watching as Aizawa, All Might, and Nizu observed the fight from the stands. I deliberately held back. I didn't want to reveal that I already knew Mirio's quirk without ever seeing it before. Instead, I'd use the excuse of analyzing his fighting style. The 9 students surrounded Mirio, but they all froze as his clothes fell to the ground. Ochako, Jiro, and Mina turned bright red. Momo, however, remained unfazed. After all, I had drilled into her the importance of not being flustered by such situations during combat. Oh sorry, Mirio apologized sheepishly, bending down to retrieve his pants. Izuku saw the opening and launched a kick at Mirio's head, only for his leg to phase right through. As the others attempted to attack, all their strikes passed harmlessly through Mirio. I need to take out the long-range fighters first, he muttered, dodging Fumicage's dark shadow and sinking into the ground. He emerged behind Fumikage, landing a solid gut punch that knocked him out instantly. Next, he targeted Momo. She managed to dodge the first attack thanks to our training, surprising him slightly, but he immediately countered with his blinder touch eyeball crush technique, forcing her to flinch before delivering a knockout blow. Sorry, love. I'll make it up to you later, I thought to myself. Mirio systematically took out Mina, Ijiro, Ida, Jiro, Mizo, and Ochako with precise strikes. Soon, only Izuku and I remained. Somehow, everyone had forgotten about me. Did I really become that invisible? For a moment, I almost felt like a certain blue-haired, frail protagonist obsessed with friendship. Mirio phased through the ground and attacked Izuku, ultimately knocking him out as well. Power! Mirio shouted, striking a victory pose. Good fight. That was impressive. Even I might have some trouble facing you in pure hand-to-hand combat, I finally spoke, drawing everyone's attention. Mirio looked genuinely surprised to see me still standing. Itsuki Ryo. Why didn't you step in to help them? Well, I knew you wouldn't seriously injure anyone, and I didn't know anything about your quirk, I replied. Mirio's expression shifted to excitement. I saw your fight on the news, and I've wanted to face you ever since. What did you manage to figure out about my quirk? I smirked. I know that when you phase, you lose all your senses except for falling, and you can't breathe either. The entire gym fell silent, jaws dropping to the floor. Yeah, future knowledge is a cheat code.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
Like how you lose all of your senses except for falling when you are phasing and you are not able to breathe too, I finished saying. This made everyone awake in the gym gamma drop their jaws on the floor. Hell yeah, future knowledge is cheat. You are pretty good in hand-to-hand combat. Your physical strength is stronger than me, but I am faster than you, I said, and immediately rushed towards Mirio, who came out of his stupor and seeped into the ground. I immediately stopped myself. I could already feel sneaking behind me from under the ground. Mirio came out of the ground from behind me and punched towards me. I dodged the attack easily. As I have said, I am much faster than him. He tried again, but I kept dodging. He immediately used his blinder touch eyeball crush, but I closed my eyes as soon as he started the attack. Seeing me already close my eyes, Mirio must have been happy. Mirio stopped his blinder touch eyeball crush and directly attacked me. He punched towards my stomach, but his eyes grew wide when my hand came right in front of his fist, but his fist passed through my body because he didn't want to get caught. I got another of his weakness. His weakness was like Obito's. When he is intangible, then his whole body becomes intangible. Surprised, right? I mockingly asked Mirio. Mirio didn't give me reply and backed away from me, but the expression on his face gave me all the answers. Mirio looked at me cautiously. The teachers were also the same along with Nijira and Tamaki. They must have never seen Mirio back away before. You are really strong. I can see how you were able to do all of those things. Now get ready. I am gonna hold nothing back now, Mirio said and again dissipated into the ground. I closed my eyes beforehand and waited for him to come out. Mirio didn't disappoint me and tried to grab both of my ankles. I jumped up but he tried again, but this time also the attack failed. He didn't try that attack and directly attacked me by coming out of the ground and kicked towards me chin. I dodged by moving my head aside and kicked towards his chest. His body became intangible and my leg passed right through his body. Mirio immediately turned his body around and sent a punch towards my chest, but I didn't move away this time and tried to grab his hand, but his hand became intangible, again making him pass right through my body. This is getting fucking boring. This has been going on for a few seconds already. I jumped away from him to make some distance between him and me. Do you know something interesting about human blood? My question froze Mirio, who was about to rush at me again. All Might and Tamaki seemed confused by the sudden question, but Aizawa, Nizu, and Nejire were already pale. Seems like they have understood what I wanted to say. Watching that Mirio still looked confused, I decided to tell him. You know human blood have iron, and I don't think I need to say anything anymore. I finished, and by this time both All Might and Tamaki also understood. Mirio's face was also priceless. But before Mirio could do anything, he rose up in the air. See, your own blood is your enemy. I didn't do anything, for now, but just imagine your blood expanding inside your veins and your organs. I wonder it must be painful, right? I spoke looking curious. By this time all the students on the floor were already up. The room was completely silent. Nobody said anything. I pushed slight pressure and before Mirio could even scream because of pain he passed out. I slowly laid his body on the floor. Tamaki and Nejire came running towards him. Seeing nobody and talk and still frozen, I walked towards Momo and helped her up. How do you feel? I asked Momo, who was caressing her stomach. He hit really hard, much harder than you. I am gonna have a bruise, Momo spoke while pouting. Sorry, if I wanted I could have stopped him, but I let him hurt you, I spoke her. It truly hurt me to let her get hit while I just stood at the side. Don't be like that. This was a spar. I got hit because I was weak. You can't always be around me to protect me, and if you can't see me getting hit during a spar, then I should leave my dreams and live inside a glass room, Momo snarked. Well, she is not wrong. If I can't let her get hit during a spar, then I should lock up her in her house. Fine, fine. I was just worried about you, I said. After some time, Aizawa dismissed the class, but not before asking me why didn't I knock him out before if I could do it so easily. I told him that it was too risky and I could have seriously hurt Mirio. When I saw that there was no other way, I used this power. Niza forbid me from using it again unless my life was in risk. I just nodded my head after listening to him. I don't want to antagonize them. It's not like they can know if I use this power on anyone. After the class was dismissed, I left along with Momo towards the dorm. At night, I received the call I have been waiting for. I was currently sneaked into Momo's room and Momo was explaining to me about gravity. Hello, how have you been, 5th ranked hero, I said as I accepted the call. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Don't even start with that. I have nothing on you. You raised up a storm with your insane fight with All for One. Everyone has been talking about you, Rumi retorted to my comment. I just wish that someone else took my place, I told Rumi to that. She just chuckled. Then we would have a dead student on our hands. I personally know how strong you are and there is no way there could be anyone who could have fought like that, Rumi said. So, you didn't tell how you have been, I asked her again. I am bored. After you stopped coming I have no one to fight against, Rumi said while releasing a sigh. She only thinks about fighting, I guess. Rio, as you have already heard about hero work studies. I won't beat around the bush, you are going to be working with me, partner. I have already arranged everything, Rumi spoke completely excited. Well, I guess, I should thank you now, partner. So when do we start? I also became excited. I knew Rumi won't let me down and make me to work with her. The day after tomorrow, drop by my house by 9. I will be waiting, Rumi said and cut the call. Are you gonna get Rumi too? Momo asked me. Her face was marred with a naughty smile. Now, that I think about it, she is an awesome woman and she is also older than me, so kudos there. I am not gonna lie like any other shameless MC and say that I don't want her and would chase her later now that Momo and Nemuri are completely fine with sharing. I would try. Let's see what happens, I told Momo. A few months ago saying this would have gained me a huge headache. But now, it is completely fine. I am the luckiest guy in the whole world and I appreciate it so much. Fine, she would be a nice addition in our next world, whatever it might be, Momo said and went back to study so that she can explain those stuff to me. The day passed like that. We decided not to indulge ourselves in pleasures of flesh. The next day was off for the students who had got their provisional hero license because they would have to look for any hero office if they would hire them. Not everyone was lucky like me that a hero himself or herself would arrange everything for them so that they can go and directly work with them. Momo woke up in the morning and went to meet with Ryoko. She was doing internship with her, so she was hoping that Ryoko would employ her in her hero office. I was lazing around her room because I had nothing better to do myself. Since I no longer had the Yayo Roso training ground, I didn't train while others could watch. Today I still practiced my gravity manipulation and electricity inside my own room, not wanting to ruin or fry any of Momo's furniture. The day was over. Momo and everyone else except Izuku was able to get employed by hero offices. He even gets something like this done without anyone's help. From what I remember, only because Mirio introduced Izuku he was employed. And All Might asked Mirio to introduce Izuku. Looks like the same thing is still going to happen. I woke up the next day completely excited, now that I was going to meet Rumi and become her partner today. While thinking all those stuff, I left towards Rumi's house. I finally reached Rumi's house and knocked on her door. Like always, her door was unlocked, but I still stood outside waiting for her to answer the door. I won't enter someone's house without their consent. Yes, this way I can wash away my some sins. I don't know if this stuff works like that, huh? Rumi finally opened the door, bringing me out before I could indulge myself more in religious views. Good morning. Now let's go fight once before we go on patrol. Rumi exclaimed, excited. Well, looks like she isn't gonna change. Still the battle maniac. You need to hold yourself back sometimes, I told her while smiling. I held myself back until now, Rumi said while nodding her head. I don't even want to know what the hell she is nodding her head for. Fine, wait for me in the usual place. I am going to change in my hero costume, I said. Ans she instantly became quite happy. She walked out of her house and walked towards the place we usually fought. I entered her house to get changed. After getting changed, I met her up in the forest. Rumi was already wearing her hero costume when she opened the door for me. So, are you ready? I asked Rumi. Come, bring it on. Rumi yelled and rushed towards me, and the iron sand stored in my hero costume rushed towards her. Before my iron sand could grab her, she jumped away towards a tree. Like usual, she wanted to use OT as her support to launch herself. This would have worked, but I wasn't the same as before. I have become much more stronger than before. Lightning thundered around my body and I launched a coin charged with lightning at the tree. The railgun ripped apart the tree, destroying Rumi's landing spot before she could even land on it. Rumi's face showed an expression that told she knew that she fucked up. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Rumi directly landed on the iron sand blanket I made. If I wanted, I could have defeated her much more easily, but that would have been painful and I didn't want to hurt her, at least not before when we would be leaving for patrol. The iron sand wrapped around her body, successfully restraining her. But Rumi continued struggling, trying to get out of the iron sand wrapped around her body. Give up, Rumi. You can't break out of my iron sand, I said while looking at Rumi with a deadpan stare. Fine, I give up. I lost. You have become so strong. I am really proud that I have been your teacher once, Rumi spoke after sighing, but right after that her face was filled with a proud smile. The iron sand was also unwrapping from around her body and Rumi was finally back on the ground. You have no idea how good it felt when I saw your fight with All for One. Even though I never taught you anything related to your quirk, but still made me really proud and happy, Rumi spoke while patting my shoulder. Well, to tell you the truth, I didn't want any of that. For me it was just a battle between life and death, I told Rumi. Fine, let's go back. We need to report in before we start patrolling, Rumi said and started to walk towards her house. I started to walk by her side. Suddenly my phone started to ring. I pulled it out and saw it was Nemuri. Hello, honey. Where are you? Nemuri spoke and gave me a kiss through the phone. I am with Rumi. We would be starting our patrols, I told Nemuri. Oh, rabbit hero Mirko? I wonder if she play roles during sex of cosplaying a rabbit. Nemuri exclaimed in a perverted voice. I doubt that. I am gonna go. I will call you later. Bye, love you, I told Nemuri. Rumi was now glaring at the phone. It was pretty clear that she heard what Nemuri said. Okay honey, bye, love you too, Nemuri said and finally cut the call. Rumi finally turned towards me looking quite conflicted. Are you really in a relationship with Nemuri Kayama? Rumi finally asked. Yes, I love her, I told Rumi. Your other girlfriend Momo is fine with it? I know you told me that she allowed you to date Nemuri, but seriously date? Rumi asked, completely bewildered. Yes, they are already good friends now, I told Rumi. This made Rumi get a faraway look and nodded her head. With that done, Rumi finally turned her head towards me. Again. Do you perhaps like older women? Rumi asked me, looking slightly expectant. Yup. I replied, but we were already back at Rumi's house. Now that I think about the stuff she asked me, does she like me too? Clearly thinking points me to only at that direction. If she perhaps me, then it might be easy to get her. Her only complication might be the sharing thing. Let's wait and see what happens. We would be spending a lot of time now that we are already working as partners. I wonder what power would Rumi get if she travels to HB World? Rumi exited her house after a few moments. Rumi radioed in the report that me and Rumi would start patrolling now. Both of us walked out of the forest side by side. Rumi always did the patrolling from the roofs, and as it wasn't a problem from me, we decided to take her usual route, but this time it would only be along with me. We schemed through the city in a fast pace. Rumi was also carrying her receiver from Hero Association that would report any emergency cases in our area. Jumping from building to building, it was fun but also boring. Not that I want someone to get in trouble, but nothing happened, no bad guys, so it was boring. We finally decided that it would be awesome to race around the city, so we did just that multiple times. I could have ditched her and won by flying, but that wasn't fun at all. Sometimes Rumi won and sometimes I won. Well, I won most of the times. Finally the day was over and we were off duty. We walked back to Rumi's house. After changing back into my normal clothes, I came out of her house where Rumi was waiting for me. Good night, Rumi. See you tomorrow, I said to her. You too, Rio. Call me if you find a villain on your way back. You shouldn't have all the fun, Rumi said while walking back into her house. Sure, Rumi, I said, finally walking away from her while waving my hand at her. I noticed she took another glance at me and finally entered the house. After getting out the forest, I took the bus back to the UA High. I really miss my own house. Well, I will visit mom and dad on Sunday. I know the actual reason of giving the dorms was that the school can keep an eye on the students. Well, at least that was the reason in the canon. I don't think that it has changed now. After reaching my room, I took off my clothes and got into to shower for a relaxing bath. After getting out of the bath, I chatted with Nemuri for a few minutes before she had to go. Well, it was bummer that I can't meet her on the school grounds except for the academic purposes. That was only rule Nizo laid down to get around our relationship. I pulled out my notebook on which Momo have written down the theories of gravity manipulation in the simplest way possible and started to read it. After getting one point done, I practiced it. I may be a broken MC, but I still need to work hard. There isn't any free lunch. After being done with it, I sneaked into girls' dorm, but it wasn't seamless like it always has been because Jiro saw me. You aren't even here. After staring at each other for a few seconds, Jiro finally broke the silence with a knowing smile on her face and entered her room. Thanks a lot, Jiro, I said to her, even though they knew I sneaked around, but getting seen by someone is not something I wanted. I must be getting rusty, or I shouldn't have ignored sensing people. I just thought that no one would break in here and completely ignored my sensing ability. As for my sensing people thing, I can't exactly feel them until I concentrate on doing that, or I would just keep sensing the metal in their bodies. I finally entered Momo's room and found her sitting on the bed wearing my t-shirt, which was quite big for her. How was your day? I asked her after giving her a kiss. It was great. I had so much patrolling the city with Ryoko. She is really great. I also met and talked with Nejire Hato. She is a really curious girl, Momo said while making hand gestures. She was really excited. I could tell that with just seeing her huge smile on face. I sat down by her side and patiently heard her story. After she was done, she asked me about my day and I told her. I also told her about my small chat with Rumi, and Momo guaranteed that Rumi is interested in me. 5 days passed just like that and the weekend was already here. Throughout these 5 whole days, me and Rumi didn't find any villainous or bad guys on our patrols. It was seriously boring. I found it suspicious, but Rumi told that it was quite normal in this region. Since beginning of her hero days, she didn't found that much bad guys in this region. From what I remember, Izuku and Mirio found Eri on a weekend. I just hope that Rumi can get the location from them in some meeting so that I can raid that place. Throughout this whole week of working with Rumi, I didn't even get to fight any villains, and this thing depressed both me and Rumi, so we fought with each other at the end of day. Though Rumi always lost, but never once her battle-hungry smile faded away from her face. Throughout this week, Momo told me that Okako has been employed by Ryoko's hero office. She was introduced by Nejire. Only last they fought against 2 unknown villains with gigantification quirks, and they also used triggers. That means the story is still on the line. The media was all over them. Well, it gave them a nice stage for their debut, though it won't matter much because Momo would travel with me. Last night another fight also happened, but it was in another area. Red Riot also fought and defended the civilians bravely. They also took down a group of villains who were dealing in some stuffs. According to police report, they didn't say it publicly, but I knew from my memories that they were dealing in triggers and quirk erasing bullets. Damn, but no one released anything about their base location, and only heroes and police knows this. I checked my memory again but didn't find anything about the location of their base. If it was ever released in the canon, I don't remember it. Another reason to learn occlumency. I can't let these memories getting out of my head. For now, they are my strongest power. Thinking all these, I finally reached Rumi's house and found her grumbling about something while pacing in front of her house. As always, she was already wearing her hero costume. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. What happened, Rumi? I asked her, finally bringing out of her grumblings. She looked quite annoyed and noticed me only when I called her. This is bullshit. Why the other kids are getting to fight with the villains and here we are just running through the city doing races and bot even finding a single villain. Rumi yelled, annoyed. Well, now at least I know why the hell she is annoyed like this. It's like someone took away her candy. Don't be like that. We will also find some villains, I am sure of it. I tried to reassure and calm her down. And now I received a notice Sir Nightai calling a meeting? Why the hell is he calling a meeting when we could be looking around for villains for ourselves? Rumi kept on ranting, but my ears perked up hearing that Sir Nightai called a meeting. Didn't this happen much later, not the day after the fights? Does this mean future has slightly changed? Maybe we should go to the meeting. It might be something important. I told her. I needed to know what has changed. Yes, I know that. I have been a pro hero for a long time, but it doesn't lessens my annoyance, Rumi said while finally getting calmed down. But meetings are boring. Rumi whined, but you are coming with me, so I won't be the only one getting bored. Rumi spoke again. I did a victory dance inside my mind, but my expression remained the same on my face. Unlike you, I like making plans and going to meetings, I deadpanned. Yeah, whatever, now let's go, Rumi said, turning completely serious. Both of us immediately left for the Sir Nightai's hero office. On our way, Rumi received another call saying the meeting is already starting, but Rumi only said that we were on the way and cut the call. Since now, both of us could use our quirks freely, we decided to jump over the buildings instead of taking a cab like we should have done. No, I wasn't complaining, just pointing it out. We finally reached Sir Nightai's hero office. We were led straight to the meeting room. The door opened and I saw that the meeting was already on the way. Except Sir Nightai, everyone else in the room were quite surprised to see our arrival. I scanned around the room and found Sir Nightai's group. It was the same team I remembered from the anime. Sir Nightai, Bubble Girl, Centipeder, Deku, Lemillion, and Eraserhead. From Ryako's group, there was a small change. Instead of Tsuyomomo was here. Her group members were Ryako, Nejire-chan, Uravite, and Creatai. I decided to call everyone by their hero names because they are already getting recognized. Next was Fat Gum group. Their members were Fat Gum, Tsunayader, and Red Riot. Tsunayader had a bandage wrapped around his shoulder. Looks like he still got shot, but then why the hell is he here? The other known heroes in the room were Rocklock, Kesajiraman, and Mr. Brave. Gran Torino and Neomesa were also present in the meeting. Good. Thanks for coming here, Mirko. Nightai greeted Mirko. He too used her hero name here. I wonder if they use their hero names to call everyone. I was quite bored, so it's quite fine, but please tell me that we are going to fight villains. Rumi said, making all the students in the class except me bewildered. The heroes didn't even flinch. That means she must be usually like this. Yes, we will be fighting, but before discussing, Mirko and Magneto, please take your seats. Sir Nightai spoke while gesturing us towards our seats. Wow, he might be the first guy to use my hero name. I didn't even think that someone would know my hero name, but it seems that Sir Nightai knows. Did this guy saw my future with his dem quirk? It might be a reason this dude called me and Rumi here. I didn't think of this before, but thinking that this guy saw my future creeps me out so much. I took my seat towards the students, but my eyes stayed on him and I kept looking at him, searching for any signs he give away. But he didn't give any signs, and as soon as both me and Mirko took our seats, he began to explain again. As both Mirko and Magneto don't know about this, but let me show you something, Nightai said and pointed towards two odd-looking bullets that were kept on the table. These bullets were shot by a villain. One of those bullets grazed the shoulder of Tsunayader. Getting only grazed by the bullet rendered him unable to use his quirk for about 3 hours. From further research we have found that these bullets have the ability to damage a person's quirk factor, Nightai said. Rumi was looking at the beginning, but by the end she was leaning on the table and her face was completely serious. What's in those bullets? How did they even get their hands on such bullets? Rumi asked with a face that meant no nonsense. I have never seen Rumi serious like that. I am glad you asked that. This bullet is made from human DNA. The person whose DNA is used to make these bullets is identified as Eri, daughter of Kai Chisaki. Nightai spoke and the display behind him showed a picture of Kai Chisaki. This person is also known as Overhaul. His quirk's name is Overhaul. He is a Yakuza and leader of Shihasaikai. His quirks lets him disassemble anything and then rearrange them according to his wishes. We have currently speculated that he is using his quirk on his own daughter to get her DNA. Nightai was speaking while several pictures of Kai Chisaki were shown on the display behind him. But before he could continue, Ryako cut him off. What kind of monster uses his own daughter like that? Ryako screamed. The rest of the room was also enraged. Apparently this kind of, Nightai said and pointed towards the screen displaying Kai Chisaki. So, when are we going to attack? Mirko seemed to ask the most important question now. Today, but first we need to give you all the information we have. Neomesa spoke and walked right in front of the giant screen. These are the guys we have confirmed as members of Shihasaikai. Together they make a group called 8 Precepts of Death, Neomesa said, and the screen displayed pictures of 8 people. Their names were written just below their pictures. We also have information that Dabi, who was previously subordinate of All for One, has also joined Shihasaikai, Neomesa said, and the display showed a picture of Dabi speaking with Kai Chisaki. Everyone you would be meeting in that building except Eri is to be considered hostile, Neomesa spoke while walking forward. He came up to me and handed me an envelope. I accepted the envelope in confusion. What the hell did he handed me the envelope for? I opened the envelope and immediately understood what it was. They gave an unofficial pass to go wild, and if it was possible for me I could even kill Kai Chisaki. Why the hell did they hand me this? I read the whole thing and this was a request from police chief and I could deny his request, but why the hell would I do that? They are giving me an open pass to cripple the villains and kill the man behind the scenes, so why won't I do that? At the bottom it was written that not matter what decision I take I should destroy the envelope. I looked at Neomesa, who stood silently in front of me waiting for my answer. The others in the room were also looking at me completely confused and curiosity. I accept, I said, and lightning thundered on my hand, turning the letter and envelope to ash. Everyone was still looking at me with curiosity and confusion. Damn you! Neomesa was the one who handed me the envelope. Look at him. Why the hell are you looking at me for? Now I can't say these kind of things openly. Neomesa must have understood that everyone in the room was interested in the contents of the envelope, which was now a pile of ashes. That was a small request from the police department to Rio. This doesn't involve anyone else, Neomesa said, even if they were interested, but most of them reluctantly let it go. Some of them, like Aizawa, even understood what the request was. After all, he had seen my handiwork firsthand. Now that I think of it, I wonder why they didn't invite All Might here. Is he somewhere else or something? After all, he didn't lose his powers this time. I wasn't able to hold myself back from asking this. From what I understand, this raid is very important, so why didn't you invite All Might? I asked. This seemed to bring everyone out of their thoughts. He is currently out of the country and we can't wait for him to come back with all these stuff being distributed. Everyone, Aizawa decided to answer my question while pointing towards the quirk erasing bullets and triggers laying on the table. After that the meeting carried on, a lot of boring stuff were discussed. Well, not exactly boring, they were making teams. Magneto, I think you should be in Lemillion and Deku with Lemillion taking the lead, Night Eye said. No way in hell I would be in their team. No, I think I would be much better if I go on my own or Rumi since she would also go solo if she isn't paired up with me. I gave him my peace of mind. My words sent Night Eye into thoughts for a few seconds until he nodded his head. Fine, you and Mirko are on a team, Night Eye declared, making both me and Rumi happy. The rest of the teams were divided in their original squads like in the canon. I don't even understand why he wanted me on their team. Did he see any version of that future? The meeting continued for only a few minutes, confirming some minor details. The meeting was soon done with and we finally decided to move out. I walked towards Ryoko's squad, because I finally found right time to greet Momo. I saw the news last night. I am really proud of you, I told Momo while grabbing her hand. This made Nejire curious, as she is always a curious girl. Hey, are you two a couple? Nejire asked in a cheery voice. Yes, both me and Momo answered her at the same time. Nejire then fired several questions, but surprisingly none of them too much personal. We answered some, but some questions we avoided by us. That made Nejire pout, but we just chuckled. Ryoko looked at us with interest in her eyes but didn't bother us. Finally Nejire left us alone. I have an idea of what might the police requested of you, Momo said, and the way she was speaking I was sure that it wasn't a question. She was sure of it. Yes, so it's like that. Well, just stay safe out there, I said. Even if Momo knew everything about me and my mission and everything I did, I didn't know what to say to her now. She also understood that and gave me a gentle kiss. Don't worry about that. All long as you come back home completely fine. I don't care, Momo said while caressing my cheek. Damn, why does everyone keep raising flags? I ain't going on a war for fuck's sake. Now, aren't you gonna introduce me to your partner? Momo spoke. I already knew that Rumi was already walking towards us. Since I got caught by Jiro while sneaking into girls' dorm, I started using my sensing ability subconsciously. It tires me out a lot by the end of the day, but no one gonna surprise me like Jiro did. Rumi, meet Momo Yayo Rosa, my girlfriend. Well, one of my girlfriends, I told Rumi while whispering the last part so only Momo and Rumi could hear it. Myself, Rumi Usagiyama, or Rabbit Hero Mirko, as you already know. Glad to finally meet you. I have heard a lot about you from Rio. Rumi introduced herself to Momo in her usual manner. After some pleasantries, Rumi went on and greeted Ryoko. If someone told me a year ago that Mirko would take a partner, then I would have laughed at him, Ryoko said after greeting Rumi. Yes, I would have also done the same. I made a gamble and I won. Now let me introduce you to my partner, Rumi said and gestured towards me. Hello, my name is Itsuki Rio, I said while extending her hand towards Ryoko. She accepted my hand and shook it. You don't know, kid, but you are pretty famous among the heroes. Some jealous, some say that you should be charged with murder, but the majority of us respect you and I am among them. Still, being a student, you fought a supervillain and defeated him, Ryoko said. Well, I guess I have to get used to my celebrity status even though I don't want it. Now, I feel how Harry Potter must feel. We chatted for a few more minutes until our transport arrived. It was a public transport bus. I would have been much faster if I just flew at their location, but unfortunately I can't do that. All of the heroes boarded the bus. I sat at the back along with Rumi. Momo was sitting along Ryoko's squad. The police thought that the bus would not ring any bells in villains' heads, and I agree with it. It is actually really smart. We finally arrived in front of a large building. I knew this was it because we could already see that the police has already surrounded the building. The bus stopped right in front of the building. From what I remember, as soon as the door opens, the police were attacked by Rakiya Katsukame, a member of Group 8 Bullets. I already checked what I could use to cripple him. All the heroes exited the bus one by one. We walked up to the building but my eyes stayed on the door. Two police went to open the door but Rakiya Katsukame blew apart the door and the two policemen who were trying to open the door were blown away. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Eraserhead and Deka catches the two policemen. Rakiya saw that the policemen were saved and decided to attack again towards Deka and Eraserhead. Ryoko moves forward to intercept the attack, but before she could even take the second step she stopped when she saw two iron rods pierced right through Rakiya's knees and got pinned on the ground. Rakiya screamed in pain. The iron rods were keeping him standing or he would have long fallen on the ground. The place was immediately colored crimson, with the blood flowing on the ground. Seeing so much blood and the sight before them, Bubble Girl and Uravite emptied their stomachs. The other heroes except some immediately turned their heads towards me and then looked towards the police. They saw the police looked slightly uncomfortable but most of them looked in other directions. We could have captured him without doing this, Ryoko said to me. Yeah, but he was gonna attack again. Someone could have gotten hurt, so I decided to take him down. I spoke innocently but no one bought that. Rakiya's huge body was only supported by the iron rods pierced through his knees. I could say it must be really painful because he was crying now. If I didn't see this myself I would have never thought that someone with such a huge body could cry. Oh, shut up. Rumi yelled and punched Rakiya on his head, finally knocking him out cold. After Rakiya was knocked out, the police decided to move in and take him into custody. They kept trying to pull up his body but the iron rods pinning him down was making it very hard. Then would need much more help with that. Well, we shouldn't waste any more time. The villains must have already noticed our arrival. Sir Nightai yelled, breaking everyone out of their stupor. Everyone agreed with him and immediately walked through the door. Sir Nightai lead us towards the back door which he found out using his quirk foresight. Like in canon we were ambushed by several low-level thugs with guns. They pointed their guns towards us but nobody could fire, they kept trying but nothing worked. The heroes were also looking quite confused and didn't attack any villains because of this surprise. It was not that their guns didn't work but I stopped those guns from working. It looks like you guys have a slight problem there. Let me help you, I said, and my words brought everyone's attention to me. The guns from their hands were snatched from their hands and floated in front of them while pointing at their directions. All of the guns fired at the same time, shooting all the thugs on their knees. The thugs grabbed their knees in pain and dropped on the ground only to start rolling on the ground while screaming. This time no hero made any comments. I dropped all the guns on the floor. But the room was still silent. Sir Nightai had to urge the hero squads again to head inside. We finally reached a staircase which was leading us underground. I could already feel that it could be also referred as an underground iron labyrinth. As soon as we reached the exit the whole place warped, separating every group. I ended up being with Rumi. Well, it works really nice for me. Which is the quickest way we would find some villains. Rumi asked me with an excited smile on her face. That would be right through this wall. I ripped apart the wall on our left and found Kendo Rappa and Hikiji Tenge. Look. What do we have here? Rumi said already in her battle maniac mode and jumped towards Kendo Rappa. I am back. Cliffcon, A/N. Can anyone tell me the reference I used for Cliffcon? Look. What do we have here? Rumi said already in her battle maniac mode and jumped towards Kendo Rappa. Kendo Rappa and Hikiji Tenge were completely surprised to see us appear by ripping out the whole wall. Kendo Rappa was caught unguarded and Rumi landed a solid punch on his face. Punching is not Rumi's strong point and I know that. She also knows that. That is why Kendo Rappa only took a step back after getting hit by Rumi. Rumi rushed towards Kendo Rappa and kicked towards him, but suddenly a yellow-colored barrier appeared in between Rumi and Kendo Rappa. It isn't nice to interrupt someone while you should be caring about yourself, I said to Hikiji Tenge. I knew his quirk was about making barriers. Rumi also looked displeased that someone interrupted her fight. Kendo Rappa was also same. He is also a battle maniac same as Rumi and also a hand-to-hand fighter. Hearing my voice, Hikiji Tenge's eyes grew wide, which were closed until now, and immediately jumped away and made a barrier between him and me. Looks like he knows me. We need to retreat, Rappa. We can't fight Mirko and Itsuki Ryo. They are out of our capabilities. Hikiji Tenge tried to reason with Kendo Rappa, but he seemed to have other ideas. If you want you can run away, but I have finally encountered another warrior like me who also seeks battle. Rabbit hero Mirko, you deserve my respect. Kendo Rappa went on giving off a speech about how he met another warrior, but Rumi cut him off. Yay, enough of that. Now let's fight. Rumi exclaimed in joy and rushed towards Kendo Rappa. You took words right out of my mouth, Kendo Rappa said while dodging Rumi's kick. I turned my eyes back towards Hikiji Tenge, who was still thinking about what he should do. The barrier he made between us was still here. It's too late for you to run, I said, and manipulated the blood inside his body slightly. Hikiji spat out blood from his mouth and fell on his knees while his barrier dissipated. From what I remember from anime, he isn't like other villains and hates fighting, so I would let him go with some broken bones. The wall beside me ripped apart and the iron rods inside the wall floated towards me. I morphed the iron rods into iron sand, which engulfed Hikiji Tenge. The iron sand wrapped around his both hands, and only after putting a slight pressure 2 distinct crack sounds were heard along with Hikiji Tenge's screams. I walked up to him and kicked him on his face, knocking him out. I kept standing by the side of unconscious body of Hikiji Tenge while searching around for other heroes and villains. As I had mentioned previously, it's too easy for me to differentiate between students and adults, but I can't differentiate among adults. My concentration was suddenly broken by the maniacal laughter of Rumi. She must be having too much fun now. I turned around and saw Rumi landing a barrage of high-powered kicks on Kendo Rappa, whose body was soaked in his blood. Even in this condition, Kendo Rappa didn't back down and attacked Rumi with his flurry of punches. Rumi dodged all of them, still laughing like a maniac. Now that I think of it, their fighting styles are completely different. Kendo Rappa uses punches while Rumi uses kicks. Though Rumi is completely another level when compared to Kendo Rappa, which could be clearly seen here. Kendo Rappa is strong, but Rumi isn't the 5th ranked hero just for show. Rumi finally landed a kick on Kendo Rappa's head, which finally dropped Kendo Rappa on the floor completely unconscious. That was so much fun. He was really good. One of the best I have ever fought, Rumi said while walking towards me. I am glad that you were able to let loose, I spoke to Rumi with my gentle smile on my face. Rumi's eyes finally turned to now unconscious Hikiji Tenge. What happened to him? Rumi asked me, pointing at Hikiji Tenge. I knocked him out after breaking his arms, I told Rumi, who just nodded her head in understanding. That is one of the reasons I like her. Even though she knows a lot about me, she is completely fine with it like nothing. Let's go then. Let's go and look for others, Rumi spoke, still excited. Yeah, sure, I said, and we started walking through the corridor. Both of us stayed silent. I looked at Rumi, who seemed to be bothered by something. What's on your mind? I asked Rumi, who blushed slightly. I didn't even know that she could blush. This seemed to be quite unnatural on her, but not unwelcome. Would you like to go on a date with me? Of course, if both of your girlfriends are fine with it, Rumi spoke back in her usual attitude. Wow, her mood and attitude changes real fast. I have spoke with Momo that I would try to get Rumi, and Nemuri also knows that, so I don't need to get confirmation from them. Sure, I would love to, I said to Rumi, and this made her smile. This wasn't her usual smile that she showed the others. This was much more gentler and beautiful. Her smile made a smile appear on my own face. But are you sure that you don't need to ask Momo or Nemuri? I don't want to make problems for you, Rumi spoke while she still had the smile on her face. You don't need to worry about that. To tell you honestly, I also liked you. I had decided to ask you during the hero work studies, but this came up. I have already told Momo and Nemuri that I like you and they are completely fine with it. I told the truth to Rumi. I don't think that I needed to hide this. It's true that I had thought to ask her out after she Hasai Kai's raid. Rumi seemed to be more faster than me. Hearing me, Rumi just nodded her head. She was about something more, but I cut her off. We were finally near some life signatures. We are here, get ready, I said to her. Rumi immediately got back in her usual hero mode, though I could still feel her lust for battle. I ripped apart the wall and entered a completely destroyed room. Tsunaeder was sitting on the floor leaning on the wall, while 3 villains identified as Toya Setsuno, Yu Hojo, and Soramitsu were laying on the floor completely beaten up. You did great, Tsunaeder. Do you need help? Rumi asked Tsunaeder. Tsunaeder raised up his head and looked at us and immediately became too scared to talk to us, even though Rumi complimented him. Rumi usually doesn't give compliments, but when she does it means she is really impressed. I gathered all the metal debris inside the room and morphed them to form metal ropes. The ropes wrapped around the limbs of the defeated villains, even though I wanted to cripple them, but their current physical condition wasn't good at all. Just nod your head if you are fine, I heard Rumi speak. She was still trying to get an answer out of Tsunaeder. Tsunaeder finally nodded his head. Will you be fine? Rumi again asked. Tsunaeder again nodded his head. Both me and Rumi finally decided to leave the room after we were sure that Tsunaeder was completely fine and was only resting. Wow, that guy needs serious help. Suddenly the room around us started to warp again, but I grabbed Rumi's hand tightly so we don't get separated. Even though I can hold my own and Rumi can also do the same, but I still enjoy her company. I was thinking all this and didn't notice the slight blush on Rumi's face. Like I had thought, both me and Rumi ended up in some other area. From what I remember from the canon, a guy named Mimic is doing all this after taking a trigger. I closed my eyes and completely concentrated on finding Mimic. This is honestly getting annoying, so I decided to take him out. After only a few seconds I found Mimic merged with the wall. I immediately used my power and expanded his blood inside his own body. I don't know how much painful it was, but I didn't care. After a few seconds he died, as the blood flow inside his body stopped. I finally opened my eyes and released a sigh. It was too tiring. What did you do? I heard Rumi's voice from my side. Now, what should I tell her? Should I tell her that I killed someone or hide it from her? It's obvious that I have to kill some peoples in all the worlds I would travel, so there is no reason to hide. If she hates me after this, then that is also fine. If she leaves me now, that would be much better. That neither of us are too much invested in each other. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. I killed someone, I spoke slowly, waiting for her reaction. At first she was shocked, but then calmed herself down. Who did you kill? Rumi asked me back in her serious hero demeanor. The one who had been warping around, I told Rumi. As I had already said that I killed someone, so I told her honestly. Rumi heard me and nodded her head. Good. That was getting really annoying, Rumi said and began walking, leaving me behind. Did she just accepted it just like that? Damn, she is odd, but that is also a reason I like her. You are the best, Rumi, I told Rumi, whose face gained a smug look. I know, now let's go, Rumi said, urging me to follow her. Does she know that she is walking the wrong way? That's the wrong way, now follow me, I told Rumi, who immediately turned around and started to walk by my side. Both me and Rumi were making our way to the nearest place where I could feel life signs. We talked about several other things related to our likes and dislikes, stuff like that. This has almost like an impromptu date with Rumi. I suddenly stopped walking when I felt a life sigh of a kid. It must be Eri. I don't think that there should be another kid in here, or I would have sensed earlier. Now, how the hell did I miss her? Her body is still so small, so it is possible that I was unable to differentiate her iron content from the adults around her. What happened? Why are we stopping here? Rumi asked me impatiently, seeing me suddenly stop. I found the head honcho, I said to her, and a feral grin on her face. Sometimes I wonder how the hell a rabbit can be so bloodthirsty. Then what are you waiting for? Let's head there, Rumi said. Her voice was completely filled with excitement. I also wanted to get this over with as soon as possible, so I sensed all the adults around her and found 5 adults around Eri, but one of them wasn't exactly an adult, so it must be Mirio. He must have found Overhaul and chased him. Okay, let me make the way. I was always carrying iron sand. They were morphed iron lances. Lightning thundered around my body. I again checked that no one else was directly in the way. I don't want to hurt any friendlies. After confirming that it was completely clear, I launched the iron lances towards the place where I had located Eri, Mirio, Overhaul, and his cronies. They were quite far away from me, almost at the other side of this labyrinth. So I needed to make the railgun very powerful. The railgun was powerful that it ripped apart the whole labyrinth like a hot knife would cut through butter. In the next moment the whole labyrinth was split open by me. The whole place was split open like tin can. Wow, that is really scary. Rumi saw the destruction I caused in just a moment and complimented my move. I know she isn't sacred. This made her more excited. Glad you liked. Now let's go, I said and grabbed Rumi by her waist and flew through the path I just made. Rumi didn't resist and snaked her arm around me hand and held me tightly. With Ryuko squad. As soon as they were separated from the rest of the group because of the warping of the labyrinth, they have been continuously fighting. As soon as they were transported here, the 4 of them found themselves surrounded by low-level villains with quirks, and all of them were carrying triggers. So even if they weren't strong like usual villains, the triggers were turning the tide. Ryoko was already in her dragon form and was taking down villains left and right, but their numbers don't seem to be decreasing. Nejire-chan was also using her to take down the villains, but she was also having some problems due to the huge numbers of the thugs. Some villains have started to get up and they were again joining the fight. Due to the numbers, they were unable to restrain all the villains they were taking down. Momo was fighting with all she had. She made cannons and kept firing them at the directions of the villains. She could have easily crippled them if she used enough force to break their bones or blow apart limbs, but she didn't have a strong mind like Ryo's. So she ended up using brittle cannon projectiles that would only hurt these villains and not cripple them. While Momo was doing this, a mental conflict was going in her mind. She wasn't naive like others because of Ryo's presence in her life. One part of her was saying that Ryo would be disappointed at her, and other part was telling her not to use excessive force and cripple them. Some would say that she was naive, but this was the first time she found herself in this situation. Other times she was always by Ryo's side. For anyone doing something like this for the first time would always be conflicting. Urivide was the one who was struggling the most. Her quirk was completely useless here. Even though she was using debris to fly at the villains, but she still needed skin contact to make something fly. Suddenly their adjacent room was blown apart by a blue lightning bolt making its way through. Most of the villains were completely blown away because of the force lightning bolt carried with it. What the hell was that? Ryoko screamed in worry and fear. Her dragon's instincts were scared of whatever it was. She knew that if she had been in the way she would also be ripped apart. That was Ryo's railgun, Momo said, and the other 3 gulped. Ryoko, Nejire-chan, and Urivide have already seen how brutal Ryo was on the villains, and it was most likely Ryo used on some villain. It would be highly unlikely that they would even find a trace of that villain. But they had much more important things to do now. The uninjured villains were already ready to fight. Just at this moment they saw Ryo and Mirko flying through the newly formed path. Seeing the Ryoko squad was still surrounded by 9 villains, Ryo and Mirko stopped the flight. Rumi, you care giving them a hand? Ryo asked Mirko, who just showered her feral grin. That must have been the answer Ryo needed, because Ryo let go of Mirko, who immediately kicked at the nearest villain. The villain slammed on the wall because of Rumi's kick and instantly passed out. Rumi, follow the path after getting done here. I will go ahead, Ryo said to Mirko, who just nodded her head. Just leave a few for me. Mirko shouted while Ryo flew away. The villains were stuck in hard spot. On one side, it was the rabbit hero Mirko, and on other side it was Ryoko Scottet, with Fat Gum Squad. They got separated from the others when the labyrinth was warped. Tsunader wasn't with them anymore, and Eraserhead, Rocklock have tagged along with them when the labyrinth morphed. What happened? Fat Gum asked, looking confused. We have been transported to other parts of the labyrinth, Eraserhead said calmly after analyzing the situation. So, what now? We need to find the others, Red Riot said, and 3 pro heroes nodded their heads in agreement. Rocklock, can you use your powers to stop from this happening again? Eraserhead asked. I don't know, if I could it would be too tiring for me. I want to keep that mover for later as a last-ditch effort, Rocklock replied to Eraserhead. Then, it is the only was it seems, Fat Gum said, and the group of 4 started to walk down the corridor cautiously. All 4 of them walked for a few minutes and came to a half-destroyed room. One of the walls of the room was ripped apart and 2 figures were laying on the floor. Who could have done this? Rocklock exclaimed, seeing the condition of 2 people laying on the floor. One of them was beaten to a pulp and the other one had been wrapped around by metal rods. This was done by Mirko, and this has written Ryo's name written all over it, Eraserhead said while pointing first at Kendo Rappa and next on Hahiki Tenge. Only Ryo would break someone's hands and then bind them with metal. Red Riot confirmed what Eraserhead said. Then, we should follow this way. We might find both of them, Fat Gum said, and they continued walking down the same path. Rocklock was slightly disturbed by how Ryo took down the villains, but Fat Gum didn't care. Eraserhead have already seen it before, so he was quite used to it. Red Riot has already seen it before, even though he himself won't do it, but he didn't mind. After walking a few minutes they reached a completely destroyed room and found Tsunader leaning on a wall while 3 villains were laying on the floor completely restrained by iron rods. Before they could even speak something, the whole labyrinth shook like crazy along with rumbling sound. They just hoped that everyone would be fine and started to help Tsunader. With Lemillion. After the labyrinth was warped, Lemillion, Deka, Centipeder, Bubble Girl, Sir Nightai found themselves surrounded by common thugs equipped by quirk erasing bullets. It was slightly hard for them, but they were able to defeat and restrain all of them. They kept making their way forward through the labyrinth, and FTHE group finally located Overhaul and his group of cronies taking Eri somewhere. Sir Nightai's group started to chase Overhaul and his group, but suddenly the labyrinth started to warp. Seeing this, everyone slowed slightly, but Lemillion didn't. He continued the chase and was able to follow them through while the labyrinth was getting warping. Lemillion came on the other side and was shot New York several quirk erasing bullets, but Lemillion was able to dodge all of them. Chronostatus was holding Eri's hand. Everyone was surprised how easily Lemillion was able to dodge the attacks. Don't worry, Eri, I will save you, Lemillion said like a cliché hero and immediately rushed to the villains. He reached Chronosatis and kicked at him while phasing through Shin Nemoto. Chronosatis was unable to dodge and was hit by Lemillion. Lemillion used this chance and wrapped Eri in his cape and jumped away from the ground. Now that Eri was saved, Lemillion thought of escaping. There is no escape, I have sealed the whole building. So, if you give back Eri, I will let you go. Overhaul spouted like any other cliché villain. That ain't happening. As long as I am alive I won't let anyone hurt her ever again. Lemillion said this with full determination. Eri started to cry hearing this. She was just a little girl who never found happiness and she was really happy that she finally found a hero. Fine. Chrono, shoot him. Overhaul ordered Chronostatus to shoot Lemillion with quirk erasing bullets. But before anyone could do anything else, the room was ripped apart by a blue streak. Lemillion covered Eri with his own body protecting Eri. The 5 villains have also dropped on the ground to avoid the debris. After the dust cleared, all of them looked upwards and saw that the whole base was ripped open like a tin can. After a few seconds a silhouette came floating through the newly made path. I should have expected seeing you here, Dabi. Last time you were really lucky. The dust finally cleared completely and saw Itsuki Ryo dressed in his hero costume. Cough Cliff-kun. I should have expected seeing you here, Dabi. Last time you were really lucky. I finally entered the room where Lemillion, Eri, Overhaul, and his cronies were. I scanned through the room to see who were here. I have already found Dabi by Overhaul's side. The other occupants were Shin Nemoto, Deidara Sakeki, and Hari Kurono, or usually known as Chronostatus. I looked at the other side where Lemillion was still hugging Eri in a protective manner. I don't want Eri to witness what is going to happen here. Lemillion, take Eri and get out of here. I exclaimed. No, I can't leave you alone to fight so many enemies. Lemillion retorted. Well, I guess I should have expected that. Stupid heroes and their stupid prides. Get out now. I don't want Eri to watch what is going to happen here, and don't try to spout any more nonsense. Your main priority is saving and protecting Eri, I retorted back. Lemillion wanted to interrupt me but I stopped him. Seeing that I was distracted, Shin Nemoto shot 4 quirk erasing bullets at me. But before they could even reach me they stopped midair. Dabi used this chance and sent a wave of blue flames towards my direction. A wall made up of metal sand rose in the air and stopped the attack before it could reach me. Don't be stupid. He can control and manipulate metal, so we can't shoot him. Dabi yelled at Shin Nemoto. It isn't nice to interrupt someone when they are talking. I spoke calmly. My usual demeanor has already disappeared. I didn't wait Lemillion to say anything or react. I immediately used my metal sand to wrap around his body and Eri. Don't be stubborn and get Eri out of here, I said again. This time Lemillion didn't try to say anything and just nodded his head. The metal sand around their body floated them up in the air and sent them away towards the police force I was still sensing to be present in the building. Throw away everything metal you have on your body. Overhaul yelled to everyone. With Lemillion and Eri finally gone, I was free to do anything I wanted. I didn't even give them time to react and launched a coin railgun on Shin Nemoto. The next moment the whole upper body of Shin Nemoto was gone. What the fuck? Deidara Sasaki yelled in fear. I could clearly see the fear building up in Overhaul, Dabi, and Chronostatus's eyes. I know now, you are same like us, but if you kill me how are you going to explain it to the police outside? Overhaul knew that he couldn't win or run away now. He could use his quirk but it won't affect me since I was floating in air and he needed to touch me if he wanted to use his quirk directly on me. So he decided to use this method. You are wrong on both points. Yes, I have killed people but unlike you I don't do it to cause terror or just for fun like you guys. And secondly the police won't do shit about me because they might have requested me to get rid of you. Permanently, I said. By the time I finished all of their faces were completely pale. They knew now they can't get out of here alive. Dabi already knows that I can kill without batting an eye and now the other 3 have also seen that. I wanted Overhaul's death to be slow and agonizing but I am low on time. I could already feel that Mirio and Eri had reached the police and they are heading here directly. Now let's get this done with, I said, and a wave of metal sand rushed towards the 4. Deidara Sasaki didn't even get time to use his power but I didn't attack him. My attack was only on Dabi. I wanted to get him away from other 3. I wanted to get rid of him later. Dabi used his fire to get rid of the metal sand but it didn't work. Dabi was engulfed in the sea of metal sand in an instant and was carried away from Deidara Sasaki, Overhaul, and Chronostatus. They knew they couldn't run away but they still had to try. I noticed what they were trying to do and used my gravity manipulation for the first time on someone. The 3 of them immediately dropped on their knees and screamed in pain. Their rest of the body also slammed on the ground. I would have enjoyed inflicting pain on you guys but the police is nearly here, I said. They started to beg me to let them go but it won't work. I don't understand why villains spout this cliché line whenever they are about to die. Goodbye, and don't worry I will be sending Dabi right behind you guys, I finished saying and sent a rupture towards the 3 people lying in front of me. As soon as the light dissipated any trace of Overhaul, Chronostasis, and Deidara Sasaki was completely gone. Even the remaining lower body of Shin Nemoto was also gone, vaporized into thin air. I brought back the sea of metal sand which was still restraining Dabi. Dabi was looking at me with complete fear. I know he was abused by his father in his childhood, that is why he turned out like this, but why would I care? I didn't went after him. He was the one who attacked me. Goodbye Dabi, or should I call you Toya Todoroki? Hearing me, Dabi's eyes grew completely wide. I was surprised that his eyes didn't pop out. After saying that, I prepared another rupture and sent it towards Dabi. I wanted him to die anguished. When the light finally dissipated, everything around Dabi was completely gone along with the metal sand. Honestly, I didn't want to kill Shin Nemoto, Deidara Sasaki, Chronostasis, or Dabi. I would have just crippled them, but they were together with Overhaul, and if I only killed Overhaul and left them alive, then they could have ratted me out. The 4 of them were what you call collateral damage. I should feel bad about doing this like other humans do, but for some reason I don't feel anything. I don't even feel anything while I cripple anyone. Is this because what I was in my previous life? I finally landed on the ground of the completely destroyed room while thinking about those stuff. N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. I didn't even notice the police along with Sir Nightie's team entered the room. It wasn't like I was having doubts or I regretted doing all these, but I just wanted to know what was my previous life have been to make me like this. Where is Overhaul and the other villains? Nayamasa came and asked me. Hearing him, I finally broke out of my thoughts and looked that others have already arrived here. Oh, I have taken care of them for once, and all I said. Everyone in the room become completely silent. Only Sir Nightie's group was here and Ryoko team along with Rumi just arrived in the silent room and were completely confused due to the atmosphere in the room. Nayamasa just nodded his head and walked away from me, ordering his men to clean this room. Fat Gum team has already left the labyrinth and went upstairs to get Tsunader medical attention and to hand the 5 villains they found. Nobody spoke anything more about the Overhaul's group, but all of them already knew what happened to them. With the raid complete now, we were allowed to leave. Momo and Rumi finally approached me. Are you fine? Momo asked me, looking slightly worried. Yes, I am completely fine. At least I didn't have to use as much as power I had to use against all for one, I said. Honestly, I wasn't even slightly affected by the deaths. You should have at least left one villain for me, Rumi spoke while pouting. It was too cute, a bunny girl pouting. Sorry Rumi, next time. I am famished. Let's go and get something to eat, I said, and the 3 of us left the place to get some food, but no before bidding everyone farewell. The police had given out a strict order that everything happened here must be kept a secret no matter what. So, even if everyone here knew that I killed villains, they won't be telling anyone else. I know I can't trust this kind of things, but it could be still useful. While on the way to Rumi's house, Momo kept saying how cute Eri was and she would do anything to get her as her sister. How she was going to beg to her mom and dad to adopt Eri. She already knows Eri's past, so she really wanted to have her a family. Me and Rumi decided to have our date after 3 days. After eating food, me and Momo decided to walk Rumi to her house. Rumi was really happy that Momo wasn't angry on her and was trying to get closer to her. I also called Nemuri and informed her everything that has happened today. Nemuri immediately took the chance and invited me for a boob massage. According to Nemuri, all of men's problems could be easily solved by a pair of titties, and honestly, I completely agree with her. Nemuri greeted Rumi through the phone and welcomed her in the sisterhood and made another rude comment about Rumi cosplaying as a bunny. But this time, instead of staring daggers at the phone like she did previously, Rumi just blushed. We dropped off Rumi at her house and I called Aizawa to inform that me and Momo won't be going back to the dorms. After getting permission from him, me and Momo went straight to Nemuri's apartment. To say the least, we have a great night and neither of us slept till morning. Hell yeah. I yelled and fell on the ground completely tired. I was now laying on the ground. Everything around me was completely gone. In other words, it was a wasteland. It wasn't a wasteland only a few moments ago. I finally succeeded and got full control over my gravity manipulation power. Nov. L. B //JNN. I still wasn't strong enough to drop meteors or make a miniature planet, but I can easily attract and repulse. In better words, I succeeded to remake the moves Shinra Tensei and Bancho Tenin using my quirk. But I still won't be able to spam them. To do something like Pain did to Konoha, I needed some time to prepare myself. But I could easily repel everything around me with ease. Now I was able to easily attract other non-metallic objects similar to Bancho Tenin. Maybe, if I push myself, I would able to completely level a town. It has been about 2 months since the Shihasai Kai incident. These 2 months I have taken Rumi on a few dates whenever I found she was free from her hero duties, but found out that she didn't enjoy dates like those. She liked the time she spent with me but didn't get to enjoy the dates. So I decided that tonight I am going to take her to a place that would be entertaining for her. Throughout these 2 months I have been continuously following Dr. Kayode Gariki. He is all for one's doctor and the person working on high-end nomas and the only person who is able to control Gigantomachia. Kayode Gariki is the Jakka Hospital board chairman, so finding him and following him wasn't much of a problem for me. Before I leave this world, I wanted to take care of the only 3 problems that are remaining in this world. 1. Gigantomachia. 2. Kayode Gariki. 3. Meta Liberation Army. I currently all 3 of their locations. I have located both Gigantomachia, who was still sleeping. I found his location by following Kayode Gariki. Kayode Gariki is easy. I know each and every one of his safe houses along with their escape routes. Meta Liberation Army hides in Daika City. No wrong. Every citizen there is part of Meta Liberation Army. That is the reason I have been trying to master Shinra Tensei. I needed to wipe them out in one swift move. Now bringing myself out of these serious stuff, I started to think about Eri. It has been exactly 2 months since she was officially adopted by Yayo Rosa family. She is so cute, and I say completely confident that the anime does no justice to her cuteness. She has become a kind of little sister to me, Momo, and Nemuri. Though Momo's mom and my mom doesn't let Nemuri get close to Eri because they don't want Eri to get influenced by Nemuri's philosophical ways. Nemuri still came to care a lot about Eri. Rumi never visited our house, so she doesn't have any relationship with Eri. What the hell did you do here? Rumi's voice broke me out of the trance. I have been training in her forest, or perhaps the forest she lives in. Rumi currently wasn't wearing her hero costume, she was wearing a grey tank top along with yoga shorts. She looked damn sexy in those, especially with her small puffy tail coming out of her shorts. I finally mastered the move I have been practicing, I told Rumi. Rumi looked around the place, which was now a complete wasteland. I slowly rose my body from the ground, getting into sitting position. Damn, must be some move, Rumi said and sat down on my lap. I snaked my arms around her waist and pulled her closer towards my chest. Rumi just laid her head on my chest while I started to caress her back. We still haven't done the deed, but we have pretty close to each other in these 2 months. So, where are we going today? Rumi asked me, raising up her head slightly. That's a surprise, but I can guarantee that you would enjoy it, I told her with full confidence. We just sat there silently in each other's arms, just relaxing. I don't exactly know how much time passed when we stayed like that. The atmosphere was broken when my phone started to ring. I have set up a reminder in my phone about the UA school festival. I have to be there for Class 1A's band performance. Honestly, I didn't want anything with it, but I have no way to sneak out of that. I gotta go, Rumi, I spoke softly. I know, so when are you going to pick me up? Rumi asked me, looking slightly sad, but she didn't stop me and rose from my lap. I also followed her lead and got up. I immediately grabbed Rumi's face and pulled her into a gentle and passionate kiss. Rumi's hands grabbed my head from the back and started to run her fingers through my hair. We only separated from each other when we needed air. A string of saliva was still connected between us. Bye, take care and be ready by 9, I said while slowly floating up in the air. You too, take care, Rumi said and started to walk away while waving her hand. Seeing Rumi walk away, I also rose up in the air and flew towards UA. After reaching my dorm, I immediately changed into the clothes. All the students of our class had a matching dress. It was stupid yellow, so say honestly I am so embarrassed that I would try to find a hole on ground and hide myself inside it, but I can't do that or Momo and Nemuri would blow up a gasket. Getting dressed in the stupid yellow suit, I went straight to the backstage. It was almost time for our performance. I was in the dance group. Why the fuck this happened to me? I should have fucking left this world just after killing All for One, but no, me being a smartass decided to stay here and relax. I really wanted to cry right now. While dreading, I still reached the room designated for Class 1A and knocked on the door. The door was opened by Mizo. Good, you were almost late, Mizo said to me. Even though I wanted to go AWOL, I can't. It would have ended being quite bad for me, I told him with a resigned look on my face. Yeah, you should go and calm down, Momo, though, Mizo said. I could clearly see sympathy in his eyes. I continued dreading and looked through the room, and seeing Miyajiro, Deki, and Mina pointed towards a direction. I went straight where they pointed and found Momo pacing around the place. I slowly headed towards her and decided to act like nothing happened, but it was my second mistake. My first mistake was that I was this late. Hi Momo? What's up? I said while waving at Momo. Momo immediately turned around and walked up to and poked at my chest with her index finger. You have a lot to explain, Mr. Momo said each word while poking my chest. I don't know what to do. I shouldn't have sneaked out, I guess. I am sorry. Look, I am here now. You know I practiced my moves and I performed without messing up. I tried to appease Momo. Her anger seemed to lower slightly. Fine, just don't panic on the stage and mess it up, okay? Everyone has worked really hard for this, even you. As a class president I am responsible, Momo said after releasing a sigh. Her anger was already gone now. Yeah, I know. Don't worry, I would give it my best, I assured Momo and pulled her into my arms for a hug. Momo rested in my embrace. I let her go because she needed to check everything one last time. I gave her a kiss on her forehead before she went away. After some time it was already the time of our performance. Thankfully I didn't have stage fright and all of our classmates performed, gave their best, even Bakugo. No matter how much I hate him, but I will still compliment his skills with a drum. He might be a shitty hero, but he is a good drummist. Our performance was finally over. The crowd cheered for us. As soon as we got off the stage, I took flight towards the dorms. I would rather die than wear this fucking yellow suit for any long. I entered my room and wore my previous clothes. I checked my phone, which I left in my jeans, and found Nemuri's text asking me to meet on the roof. I texted Momo that I was going to meet Nemuri and went straight towards the school roof. I found Nemuri leaning on the railing while looking over the play Class 1B is doing. Nemuri was wearing a purple shirt and black shirt up to her knees. A/N, in canon Class 1B was doing mashup of plays. Romeo and Juliet, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban and the Return of the Kings, which mean MHA had knowledge of Harry Potter books, but the world of my fanfic doesn't have any knowledge related to Harry Potter. I went straight towards Nemuri, who already noticed my arrival. You got nice moves, honey. I loved the way you shook your ass, Nemuri said while making a perverted expression. I should have expected that. Glad you liked it, I said with a deadpan, but still pulled her into my arms. We stayed like that and kept watching the play. It was quite nice, if I have to say. Nemuri kept making perverted comments while she was rubbing her ass on my crotch. My dick was already rock hard. Let's have a quick here before we leave, Nemuri said while she was pulling down her panties. Sure, why not, I said, and within a second my pants were already down. Both me and Nemuri left the roof after doing it for 4 times. Nemuri already looked quite tired, but I was still full of vigor. I checked the time and it was almost 9, so I needed to leave. I kissed Nemuri goodbye and left UA grounds. I flew straight towards Rumi's house. When I reached Rumi's house I found that she was already waiting for me outside her house. She was wearing a white t-shirt and yoga pants along with jogging shoes. Yeah, she only wears this kinds of clothes because she likes it. Is it fine? Rumi asked me, showing me her clothes. Yeah, perfect for the surprise I have for you, I said to Rumi. For tonight's events these were perfect clothes. Why did you bring me to Daika City? Rumi asked me while looking down at Daika City. We have finally arrived Daika City and were floating over it. I was holding Rumi tightly by her waist. Rumi's arms were also around my neck holding me tightly. We were floating directly above the Daika City Tower. This city's population is about 17,000. From above this city looks like any normal city, but there is something very special about this city, I said while creating suspense. I knew Rumi didn't like suspense, so I was doing this to annoy her and it seemed to be working. All of them, I said while waving my free arm over the city, are part of an hidden army. They call themselves Meta Liberation Army. They would act like normal citizens, but all of them have some ability. They have only one goal. They want to liberate meta-humans and destroy the status quo. I spoke and Rumi grew serious by each passing second. Are you serious? How the hell did you get this information? Rumi asked me. Her voice now was filled with complete seriousness. Is that really important? We are going to eradicate them tonight, I said. I knew how Rumi's brain worked. I have spent more than enough time with her, know these simple things. Rumi didn't disappoint me and immediately a feral grin appeared on her face, but somehow it became smaller. Well, that's odd. I need to confirm what you are saying, then we can destroy this place as you want, Rumi said while her feral grin returned. Fine, you can confirm, I will let you down. Use any method you want, I don't care. As soon as you get the confirmation, cause mayhem and destruction as much as you want. I will be keeping an eye on you from here. If you are in trouble I will pull you out, I said to Rumi. She just nodded her head in understanding. We were already descending towards a dark alley where I was going to drop Rumi. I landed in a dark alley and let go of Rumi and started to rise back in the air. Even though I would be watching you, stay safe Rumi, I said to Rumi. Don't worry, I will be fine, and if what to say is true then it's going to be awesome and I know it, Rumi said and walked towards the street, but not before giving me a small kiss. I don't even know how Rumi is going to confirm that all these citizens are part of Meta Liberation Army. But I still took some steps at my end. I spread my senses throughout the whole city and started to sense all the CCTV cameras around the whole city. I don't want a footage of Rumi wreaking havoc throughout the city to get out. But now that I am trying it, it is really hard. It is really hard to differentiate between the cameras and other metal stuff. So, I decided to do this another way, mess up with the electromagnetic fields around here. I started to manipulate the magnetic field in the city. I never tried doing this before and it was really dangerous to try it without training. I could mess up badly and pop up a black hole right in the middle of the city. I don't want that, because currently I have no fucking idea how to dissipate the black hole after the job is done. Only after a few seconds sparks and smoke came out of everything electrical in the city and the city went completely dark. Damn, what the fuck did I even do? I might have unknowingly used an EMP using a quirk. I ain't trying this ever again until I train myself. Well, I will have more than enough time in Harry Potter world since they usually don't have anything electrical lying around in Hogwarts. I just decided to think that I did nothing like firing an EMP right here and go fly up in the sky and keep a watch on Rumi while gathering the required power I needed to level the whole city at once. With Rumi. After kissing Rio, Rumi walked out of the alley and entered the city and started to look around. She didn't find anything unusual, but for some reason, she could see and feel that everyone was looking at her. Rumi knew that with her bunny ears and tail she stood out and many easily recognized her, but this wasn't like usual. All of the stairs have hostility hidden in them. Her instincts were screaming at her about danger. Rumi could also feel Rio's gaze on her body. This made her really happy that Rio really cared about her and was keeping an eye on her. Even though Rumi was strong and independent, she didn't need anyone to look after her, but knowing that someone cares about her safety made her really happy. Like Nemuri, she didn't have any family even though she had a boyfriend before, but he wasn't anything like Rio. She only loved one person before Rio. He was a guy from her high school. They were what everyone called made for each other. They themselves thought the same, but there was a small problem. The guy was quirkless. When Rumi and her boyfriend were in high school, neither of them cared about that and both of them were really happy together. But everything changed for them when they graduated from high school and Rumi decided to become a hero. At the beginning everything was okay and fine, both of them even moved in together. Rumi started to gain popularity as a hero. But slowly and gradually a rift began to form between the two of them and things began to get worse between them. Due to Rumi's growing popularity, the guy started to feel insecure and started to question Rumi about everything she did. That wasn't the only problem. Rumi found out that she really enjoyed fighting and by each passing day her lust for battle was growing. But both of them didn't break off their relationship. They knew that every relationship has its ups and downs and decided to continue the relationship. But it wasn't for the knot. Rumi's lust for battle kept growing and she started to take on strong villains whenever she got the chance, just on her own, and came out victorious. This started to boost her popularity even more and the rift in their relationship grew bigger and bigger. Finally the guy decided to break it off one day. One day the guy came back from college and suddenly announced that he was breaking it off. Rumi didn't expect this and wanted to know why he was doing this. The guy answered that no matter what he did he would be always living under Rumi's shadow. Rumi didn't know what to say anymore. She didn't cry. She was hurt, broken, but she was a strong girl. But before leaving the guy said that he was also scared of her. That did that job. Rumi never imagined that the guy who was with her for so long would say something like that. After the guy left, Rumi immediately broke down crying. After that incident, she decided to dedicate herself to her hero job and moved and got permission to make her house in the forest. The Hero Association happily agreed to her request because Rumi was growing stronger and stronger day by day, and it would be only beneficial for them if Rumi worked more harder to get better at her hero job. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. She never had thought that she would someday decide to take on a student to train him. It was just a sudden decision for her, like a gamble. She saw how strong Itsuki Ryo was and decided to fight with him. She knew that there were 5 more stronger heroes than her at that time, but none of them enjoyed battle like her and wouldn't fight her if she asks them. She had already tried. She won the gamble. She got a strong student who could defeat her. That was a surprise for her, but it felt her more alive. Her lust for battle told her not to let this guy go because only being with this guy would bring her to new heights and help her gain more strength. She didn't know why or how it was, but her instincts were screaming at her, and her instincts have been never wrong, but she wasn't sure about one thing. The words of the man she once loved were still in her mind when he said that he was scared of her and walked out. She didn't know if Ryo would do the same or not, but to her surprise, Ryo didn't even mind in the slightest. He even gave in to her whims and fought with her whenever he got time to visit her. He even decided to happily become her partner even though he knew about her lust for battle. She decided to give this relationship a try, but there was another problem, that Ryo already has 2 girlfriends. The problem about her age could easily be ignored because one of his girlfriends was even older than her. Rumi also knew that she had a chance if she could bring herself to share Ryo with his other 2 girlfriends. She decided to take a leap of faith, and it worked. Ryo accepted her and treated her like any other girl. Thinking all this brought a smile on Rumi's face. She kept walking down the streets when suddenly sparks flew out of everything electrical and the city went completely dark. Rumi knew that it was Ryo's doing. This made her job a lot easier. While thinking this, she decided to enter a nearby store. I kept floating in the sky while keeping an eye over Rumi while I kept gathering the power I could. Pain could use this ability on a large scale with just on a whim, but he had a cool down time before he could use it again, but for me it was opposite. I needed to gather power before I could use the attack depending on what scale I wanted the attack to be. Only after a few seconds Rumi entered the store I could hear breaking noises. The next second a guy was thrown out of the store. Well, looks like Rumi has already started confirmed what I have said and decided to have some fun. Soon the citizens around knew that they were under attack and decided to give up their covers so that they could attack her. Several people used their quirks on Rumi, but none of them even phased her. Rumi kept dodging and bashing in the villains. Since I have destroyed everything electrical in city, they weren't able to call for reinforcements, though word was getting around pretty quickly that they were under attack. They were a heavily trained military force. They acted quickly as their electrical equipments were just pieces of junk now. So, they immediately decided to do it the old way. They immediately send a messenger on foot towards their headquarters. Well, this made my job much more easier. I am sure that Redistro would easily recognize who Rumi is, and this would be a nice distraction for him. Rumi continued causing mayhem throughout the city. By each moment more and more villains started to gather around her, but none of them were her match. I could already hear Rumi's maniacal laughter. She was really having a lot of fun. Soon I saw Curious leading her squad towards Rumi's location. By this I was almost done with gathering power. It was quite tiresome, if I have to say. Curious finally reached Rumi and, like her canon self, started to ask Rumi several questions going into her journalist mode. You are a hero. Why are you attacking civilians? Curious asked but didn't receive any answer from Rumi, who was busy beating up a few villains at once. Have you perhaps decided to become a villain? I wonder what might have happened to bring 5th ranked hero down to this. Curious was cut off when a powerful kick landed right on the side of her head and a crack sound resounded throughout the place. Curious' lifeless body fell on the ground like a stalk of potatoes. You talk too much, Rumi said, and jumped towards the next villain. Suddenly my love for her increased much more. She didn't even bat an eye after killing someone. That's my girl. I finally watched Redistro leave his tower along with his men. So he finally decided to come out, but it is too late him for now. I have already gathered more than enough energy to flatten this whole city. So, I needed to get Rumi out of there first. Good thing that she was also carrying some metal on her. In mid-fight Rumi started to slowly rise up in the air. She immediately shot a glare at me. She seemed to look annoyed that I interrupted her fight. Hey, come on, just a few more minutes, Rumi begged me with puppy dog eyes. I would have faltered, but it was getting hard to keep holding the power I gathered. Rumi, I will take you to some place else. My voice was heard by Rumi and she finally became happy again. Everyone in the city was now looking up and were really angry at us getting away. While Rumi kept rising, I slightly lowered myself in front of Redistro, who seemed to analyze me. I didn't know that Vanquisher of All for One and Overhaul would come himself here. I don't know what I ever did for you to personally come here, Redistro spoke. How in the 7 hells he found that I have killed Overhaul? There must be a leak inside heroes or police. In this era almost everything was made by metal and there were no buildings that were built without putting steel beams inside them. So, Redistro must have decided that it was best for him to talk his way out. Today you will know pain. I always wanted to say that. I spoke and spread out my hands and spoke 2 devastating words, Shinra Tensei. I didn't need to say those because my quirk didn't need that, but it was way too cool and I couldn't bring myself not to say those. A strong repulsion force erupted with my body as the center and blew everything that came in its way. Before the attack reached Redistro, I could clearly see the look of terror on his face and everyone around him. I must have been really a monster in my previous life, because even after killing so many people in such a manner, I didn't even feel anything. Not a single speck of regret sparked inside my mind. In a matter of few seconds, the whole city was completely gone, leaving behind only ruins and a clean patch of nothing. I looked over to Rumi, who had her mouth agape. I slowly floated up to her. I didn't know what her reaction would be. Yes, she didn't mind me killing, but I don't know what she might think of me now that I have killed so many people with a simple gesture. I was surprised when she hugged me and pulled me into a passionate and hungry kiss. I was surprised at the start, but I immediately returned the kiss. That was really awesome, Rumi said excitedly. Now, it's confirmed all my girlfriends are oddballs. 2 of them are exhibitionist, 1 of them is pretty normal while the other is a pervert, masochist, sadist, and the last one is also auto-battle maniac along with masochist. Ready to go to the next place? I asked Rumi, who happily nodded her head. I wasn't exactly sure about the next place because I didn't know if Rumi would be strong enough or not, but I would still take her with me. I am easily strong enough to protect Rumi from that monster if push comes to shove. So I decided to take her to fight Gigantomachia. It would be a only one-time chance for her because she might not meet anyone like that ever again, even in other worlds. I grabbed Rumi by her waist and flew towards the direction where Gigantomachia was currently sleeping. I wasn't subtle while I flattened the whole Daika city, and soon media and heroes along with police would come swarming the place. I didn't want them finding me and Rumi here even if they knew nothing about my gravity manipulation power. We finally reached a huge canyon in the middle of a small forest. The canyon wasn't anything comparable to Grand Canyon or anything, but this was biggest both me and Rumi have ever seen. We slowly entered the canyon and found Gigantomachia was still sleeping. Rumi was quite surprised and shocked to see something like this hiding here. What the hell is that? Rumi asked me surprised. Its name is Gigantomachia. He is one of All for One's fanatical underling. Since All for One is gone, he was put into sleep. With his protege also gone, there was no need to wake it up, I said to Rumi. We finally landed on the ground. So he is going to be my opponent? Rumi asked me excitedly. Yes, I said, and let go off Rumi. She immediately attacked Gigantomachia with a punch on its face. Her punch landed on its face, but nothing seemed to happen. Rumi was quite surprised, but she didn't give up and immediately kicked Gigantomachia, but still nothing happened. Not even a flinch. Could the doctor have done something to Gigantomachia to put him into sleep? He could have wreaked havoc when he learned about All for One's demise, so the doctor decided to put him into sleep. It's quite possible, so it could be that only the doctor would be the only person who could wake him up. Not much was ever known about Gigantomachia up to the point I have read the canon. While was thinking all this, Rumi continued her pointless and fruitless assault on Gigantomachia. I decided that it was enough. Rumi, back away. You can't fight him if he keeps sleeping. But I have to kill it or I might not get the chance, I said to Rumi. Rumi pouted but returned to my side. She looked really disappointed that she wasn't able to fight this monster. I used my power and extracted metal particles from the group and morphed them into a nice lance. Lightning danced around my body while they charged the lance. I launched the lance towards Gigantomachia's head. As soon as the lance hit its head disappeared along with most of his upper half of the body. Well, that takes care of it, I said, and grabbed Rumi by her waist again and flew towards Kayode Gariki's hideout. I wasn't sure where he would be, but according to his regular schedule he should be in the hideout where he was keeping the high-end nomas. We reached an isolated house. It was quite big. I wanted this whole house to disappear, so I was going to use rupture. Rumi, stay here. I need to kill someone. Don't worry, he isn't a fighter, so you won't be having any fun, I said to Rumi. She looked sad but decided to wait outside. I slowly sneaked into the house and found Kayode Gariki working on his computer. High-end nonus were kept by him stored in huge jars filled with some kind of liquid. I didn't want any confrontation or anything, so I gathered my power and sent a rupture attack at him. As soon as the bright flash dissipated, most of the house was completely gone, including the high-end nomas and Kayode Gariki. With this done, I have finally tied up all the loose ends. I finally returned to Rumi, who was patiently waiting for me. So did you have fun today? I asked Rumi, who answered me by pulling me into a kiss. This was the best date ever, Rumi exclaimed. I'm glad you appreciate my effort, I said. Then, let me show how much I appreciate you, Rumi said with a gentle voice and pulled me into another kiss. I was sure from her expression that this was going to be a long night. We finally entered Rumi's house and both of us were already so horny that we couldn't even think straight. But somehow I knew that we have to reach home, so I brought us home as fast I could. We didn't want to wait until we reached Rumi's bed or the small couch she had in her similarly small living room. My hands grabbed the bottom of Rumi's top and pulled it off her body. Rumi was wearing a sports bra under her top. I have expected this from Rumi. Her sports bra also joined her top on the floor and I gulped hard looking at her beautiful boobs. Even though I agreed with Nemuri before that boobs can make men forget their problems, I came to agree with her all over again. I lowered my head and gave her nipples a small lick. Rumi moaned. Hearing her moan like that, I didn't hold back and started to suck her right boob while my other hand was playing with her other boob. She was already caressing my rock-hard dick through my jeans. I raised my head and started to kiss Rumi, while right hand was holding her by her back and while left hand slowly slid down her toned stomach, finally sliding my hand into her yoga pants. Her panties already soaking wet. My hand caressed over her hot core, my hand was already wet with her leaking juices. Rumi moaned into my mouth, this made me even more excited and slowly I slid my 2 fingers into her folds. With her being already this wet, my fingers easily slid in and out of her folds. Rumi stopped kissing and threw her head back and started to moan my name. Now, unable to kiss her, I slowly licked down her jaw, reaching her neck until I was already sucking her boobs. I pulled my hand out of her nats, which made her disappointed, but she didn't have time to complain as both my hands grabbed her by her ass and I picked her up while carrying her to her bedroom. Rumi started to nibble on her collarbone and bit there. She definitely left a hickey, damn I love her. After reaching her room, I slowly put down Rumi on the bed and I grabbed the hem of her pants and panties and pulled both of them down in an instant. Her pussy was glistening because of her juices. I also climbed up on the bed and I gave a light kiss on her most private area. My tongue started to dance around her pussy and I could feel Rumi was getting really close now. So, I decided to increase the stimuli and started fingering her. Only in a few seconds her body started spasming. I knew that she is going to come and she didn't disappoint me and came. Rumi was breathing heavily while I waited for her to catch her breath. That was great. But you are overdressed, Rumi spoke while taking deep breaths. Only now did I notice that I was completely dressed. I was instantly out of my t-shirt and I felt Rumi's hands fumbling with my belt. I helped her slightly using my quirk. I grabbed my jeans and pulled them down. Rumi pushed me down on the bed. My dick was really rock hard, making a tent in my boxers. She pulled down my boxers. My cock finally got its freedom. Rumi's warm hands wrapped around my member and gave it a gentle stroke. I groaned in pleasure. That looks uncomfortable, let me take care of that, Rumi said, and immediately the tip of the member with her mouth and started to bob her head up and down on my dick. It felt really heavenly, and I knew I couldn't hold back for much longer. She continued to bob her head up and down and she was gently massaging my balls. I am gonna come, I grunted out. This made her increase her speed. I wasn't able to hold on anymore and came in her mouth. Rumi drank up all of the cum I released without letting out a single drop. Watching her do that was extremely hot and was immediately hard again. She looked at my member completely awed. Wow. Let's put that into good use, Rumi said, looking at me while spreading legs wide open for me. I immediately got up and positioned myself right between her legs and slowly slid inside her. She moaned out in lust while I groaned. She had already told me about her previous love and that she wasn't a virgin. Honestly, I didn't care about that. She can't be blamed for that. She loved him, but it didn't work out. I started to pump inside her, slowly increasing my speed. Rumi was also moving herself, matching my speed. I leaned down and kissed her passionately while my hands were playing with her boobs. I am gonna come, Rumi spoke between her moans. Then, let's come together. I am also close, I told her. Rumi just nodded her head and returned back to kissing. Her hands were caressing my back. Only after a few moments both me and Rumi came together. I slowly laid down beside her while she was breathing hard. I pulled her on my chest and started to play with her silver hair and her ears. I have touched her ears before and I knew that she gets aroused if I do that. I slowly got hard again, which Rumi clearly noticed. She was already ready to go again. I was still caressing her ears and hair. That was amazing. Let's start second round. Rumi said, excited, and got in her fours while wiggling her ass towards me. I positioned myself behind her and slowly pushed in. Pull my hair? Pull my hair, Rumi exclaimed loudly. Only now I remembered that she was also a masochist. With one of my hand I pulled her hair back, while her smacked her ass with the other hand. Her ass jiggled and she moaned in ecstasy. I kept pumping in her while I kept smacking her ass from time to time. I felt her body spasming and she came. This sent me over the edge and I came following her. We kept going on for 4 more times until Rumi finally passed out due to exhaustion. I pulled her over my chest and I also fell asleep after only a few minutes. A few years have passed since that night. The next morning I told Rumi about my mission from God thing and she also received the divine revelation. She instantly agreed because she could fight more in future worlds with new opponents and she would also gain new powers. Both me and Momo graduated from UA High and received our hero license. I became Rumi's partner like she wanted me to, while Momo went to work for Ryoko's hero office. The following year Nemuri decided that to retire from her hero career and settled with her only job as a UA instructor. Apparently her reason was that she wasn't getting enough time to get into the foursomes we had. I argued, but Nemuri was dead set on the decision, so I can't do anything there. I was really happy and content with my life now and I knew that I had to leave one day. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Nothing major happened in all these years, only minor villains appeared. After Overhaul, no one was able to become another super villain. When we graduated, All Might finally retired from his hero career and decided to train his successor. This caused a huge uproar in the public, but because of the other heroes immediately taking up his place, the civilians calmed down. Now Hero Association only allowed the best of the best graduates to become pro-heroes because the standard I have set. Izuku wasn't able to become a pro-hero just after his graduation. Only 6 students including me were able to become pro-heroes right after graduation. The Hero Association didn't even take my test and handed me a hero license. Because we would be leaving this world soon because there was nothing more we could do in this world. Eri was becoming cuter by each passing day. Eri was already in her final year of middle school. Just yesterday me and Momo finally decided to tell out parents and Eri that we would be leaving this world. They also received a divine revelation right after that. I don't know what God said to them, but they were really worried for us, but reassuring them for a while made them reluctantly agree. But they again became happy when he told them that we could come back whenever we wanted. I have already decided to go there during the beginning of year 1984. Nemuri have already declared that she wanted to be older, so she would be arriving there when she is 10 years old. I want her to go to Hogwarts before us and graduate while we would be ending our first year. I didn't know if God would let us get a setting so we could get some airship. That would be really helpful. The four of us were currently standing in the Yayo Rosa compound backyard. I have already thought of arriving the next world, and like God had said before, a black portal have already appeared right before us. Is it really safe? Nemuri said, pointing at the black eerie looking portal in front of us. Yes, I don't think that God would let us die when we are off to do his mission, Momo spoke. Then let's go. I can't wait to fight new opponents. Rumi included her own thoughts. Let's be off to New World, I exclaimed, and the four of us entered the portal together. All the four of us arrived at a complete black space, but it was quite odd because we could still see each other without any light source here. Hello, I called after a few moments we arrived here. Good that you are already here. I know where to send you already, and I have also given the required information to Itsuki Ryo about the world you will be going. A voice was heard from the space. It was almost like the voice was coming from all around us. I have already told him about wanting to Harry Potter world when asking him for the portal, and also requested him not to tell the girls about them being from a story world or tell them that we would be visiting fictional worlds. Now that I have heard his words, I am pretty sure that he had agreed. I don't want any of my girls go into existential crisis. I never thought them as fictional characters since I have born in that world. So I don't want any of them thinking themselves as fictional characters when they learn the truth. Now, you have 3 options to select your bloodline. Each bloodline would have its own pros and its own cons. So make your decision carefully. Your options are Paviral, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw. Now decide carefully. After saying that, the voice became completely silent. I completely agree that these 3 options have their own pros and cons. But I have a question lurking in my mind. Are we going to be transported in this world in a certain timeline we want, or we would be born? I asked. You will be transported. I don't think any of you would want new set of parents, the voice replied. I immediately turned my heads towards Nemuri and Rumi. I knew both were orphans and never knew about parental love, so I think they might be interested getting this chance. No, I don't want parents. I might have never known parental love, but my family is with 3 with you and I want to keep it that way, Nemuri said, giving us her opinion about this matter. Same with me. If I have a parents, then I would have to live away from you guys, and I don't want that, Rumi said. Okay, if both of them are fine with being us transported, then Momo and I also don't have any problems. After all, I don't want a second set of parents, and neither did Momo. With that thing clear, I decided to think which family should I select. Paviral is good and nice and I could use it to get the Deathly Hallows, but everything except the Cloak of Invisibility is useless for us in the next worlds, and being a Paviral might get us into Slytherin, and the old goat fucker would keep an closer eye over any of us. Also, being in Slytherin, being a Muggleborn would not end up nicely for any of us. Being a Slytherin also brought the same problems, and I don't want any of my girls in that pure-blood bigoted house. Ravenclaw seems to be the best option, as they are always left out of the farce going on between Slytherians and Greyfeeders. Ravenclaw also seems to be a nice house, even if they are quite bigots in there too, but they usually don't act on it. Most of them are just bothered with their own matters and getting the highest marks. Ravenclaw, I want to have Ravenclaw bloodlines along with my lovers, I answered to God. Done. Now, I would be giving all of you new powers like I have said before, and you will still have your current powers, the voice spoke and became silent for a few moments. Momo Yayo Rozo, I grant you the power of conversion. You will be able to convert anything non-living within 10m around you into anything. If you want to make a coin into a car, you could do that, but you need to supply energy to do that. Transforming a coin into another kind of coin would be quite effortless, the voice said. Damn, that's hella op. It might sound like nothing useful, that it would be awesome. She could create a gun from a lump of metal. She could make a ship or vehicle if needed. She could even make a fucking nuke if she wants. Yeah, I know that she would need to train herself, but it is still op. Nemuri Kayama, I grant you the power of perfume magic. You already own a part of that whole magic, and now I have given you the complete set. Now, you would be able to release healing perfume, or strengthening perfume, the list keeps going on. But like the Momo Yayorozu, you have to train to use its full potential, the voice said. Damn, again that's hella op. God just gave her Ichia's magic. If she uses it wisely, she would also become a force to reckon. Rumi Usagi-yama, I grant you the power of armament haki. It is body strengthening method. But you also need to train to master it, the voice said again. Damn. God seems to be in a good mood. He is giving out these op powers like a packet of popcorn. And finally, Itsuki Ryo, I see that you already seem to like lightning, so I will give you the power over law of lightning, and like the others you would also have to train if you want to reach its full potential, the voice said. I nearly fainted. I know I can control and generate lightning from my body, but that minor when compared to the law of lightning. Now, with that done, tell me in which year you want to arrive and at what age, the voice or God asked us. I want to be transported in the year of 1984. We want to be 4 years old at that time, while only Nemuri would be only 10 years old, I spoke. I had already prepared some plans for the future there. Accepted. Enter this portal and you would be there, the voice said, and a same eerie black looking portal appeared right in front of us. Well, let's do this. I said excited, and my 3 girlfriends nodded their heads and we walked straight into the portal. A/N. This Harry Potter world would have only one change. Helena Ravenclaw wasn't the only daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. She also had a son who survived and kept leading the Ravenclaw family. They were highly respected, and because of pureblood views they decided to not spread out their line, which lead to inbreeding. They were the richest family in 1700s, but within the century their family disappeared because of inbreeding and continuous birth of only squibs in the family. Due to being them squib, they sent them away from the family and the Ravenclaw line finally died out. They left behind a huge mountains of monies and several properties around the country. Rio and his girls are going to use this loophole to claim their inheritance without raising up any questions. They are going to pose as magical child who originated from squibs. 3 4-year-old kids, 1 boy, 2 girls along with a 10-years-old girl walked out of a eerie-looking black portal. I hate this. I won't be able to fight anyone like this. Rumi screamed annoyed. There is something more important right in front of us, Momo said while looking forward, and I completely agreed with her. The 4 of us stood in front of a huge castle. We were standing outside the whole property, which was surrounded by a tall wall. We were standing right in front of a metal grill gate and it had an eagle sculpture on it. I walked forwards and reached the huge metal gates. The gate didn't have lock on it but only have a circular plate on it with a mark of human hand on it. I quickly understood that it wanted to place my hand there. I knew that God didn't send here to die right of the bat, so I placed my hand over the mark. The mark flashed with bright white color and gates split open. Wow, that was almost like biometric recognition, Momo said looking at what happened right in front of us. Yes, magic already seems amazing to me, Nemuri spoke then paused for a moment. Imagine what more we could do with magic while having sex. Nemuri said while making a perverted face. Well, that's just like her. Fighting with magic would be completely new for me, but I would be able to fight new kind of opponents, Rumi spoke while nodding her head. Well, we would have a lot of time to plan ahead. Why don't we head inside first? I asked the most important question for now. All 3 of them nodded their heads and we finally walked by the gates and entered the property. The castle was still far and this was just the front yard of the castle. There were several trees and flowers planted there, but we have never seen one of them before. We kept walking forward towards the castle while we kept checking our surroundings. Somewhere else in Britain, an old woman was sitting on table with a crystal ball in front of her. Anyone who would lay their eyes on her would know what she was doing. She was doing divination, but the problem was that she was the only one in the room. Throughout her long life she had never predicted anything correctly. Her eyes suddenly became glazed and she seemed to stare into space and began speaking in a blank voice. Guests from other plane have arrived. With powers no one knows anything about. Huge changes would be brought along with them. If they are for better or worse still left to be seen. Whoever stands between their goal would pay the ultimate price. Guests from other plane have arrived. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. The old lady came back to herself. She was slightly confused but let it go, thinking that her age is affecting her. Nobody noticed the prophecy she made, but a small ball appeared inside the Hall of Prophecies located inside the Department of Mysteries with her name on it. Slowly walking while looking all around us, it was really beautiful with all these new kind of trees and plants all around us. So, slowly walking we finally reached the huge metal doors of the castle. There was an eagle mark engraved on the door, and this door also has a metal plate in the middle with a handprint over it. I did what I did previously and the door flung open after a bright flash. We were about to walk in but a sudden pop sound was heard and small creature with tennis ball sized eyes and long ears appeared in front of us. Eek! What the hell? Nemuri shrieked in fear when she saw the small creature suddenly appeared from thin air and hid behind Momo. All 3 of us gave her a blank stare. She is the older one among us, she shouldn't freak out like this. The small creature dropped on its knees and started to cry. Momo immediately became worried seeing that. Momo also kneeled down beside the house elf and started to pat its back. It's okay little guy, she didn't mean to scare you, she was just surprised that you appeared out of nowhere, Momo said trying to console the little creature. It was also kind of funny watching how Momo calls the elf little guy, but she is similar to its height. I just stood at the side and decided to watch the show. I knew exactly why the house elf was crying, but I wanted the girls to find out how odd were these house elves were. A/N. The way the elf speaks and pronounces someone's name is odd and peculiar, so I wanted to say it beforehand that wrong names are not going to be typos. Little guy, you can tell us what's wrong, Momo said, and she kept petting the house elf's back. The elf finally stopped wailing and raised its head, and its face was now marred with a huge grin. Finally, the great and most noble house of Ravenclaw would become active again after more than 200 years. Dixie is so happy. Like late Lord has ordered Dixie and the other elves have looked after the great castle of Ravenclaw, the house elf named Dixie said and started to dance around the 4 of us. Dixie, you need to calm down, I said to Dixie, and her celebration immediately stopped and her ears plopped down. No, I meant you can celebrate later, but first we need to introduce ourselves. My name is Itsuki Rio. Hearing me, the elf's ear immediately rose up again and started to smile ear from ear. Master Rios is going to be the new Lord Ravenclaw. He doesn't need to be humble to Dixie, the house elf said while looking happy. Even if I am going to be Lord Ravenclaw, that doesn't mean that I can't treat you nicely. Now, are you the only house elf in service of Castle Ravenclaw? I asked the house elf. Momo, Nemuri, and Rumi just stood at the side completely dumbfounded hearing the 2 of us talk like that. I noticed their looks and expressions and I remembered that they don't know anything about this world. I will explain everything to you all after we get seated, I told them, to which they just nodded their heads. To my question, Dixie shook her head and replied, no, there are currently 4 house elves including Dixie workings here to keep the castle Ravenclaw clean for the next lord, Dixie said happily, and immediately 3 more pops were heard and 3 more house elves appeared in front of us and started to cry. After finally calming them down, we were finally able to introduce ourselves to them. Dixie was the head house elf of Castle Ravenclaw, the other elves were named Trixie, Lipsy, and Nixie. We understand that you are our servants, but that doesn't mean you should be dressed in rags. I will give you all clothes, Momo spoke. The elves immediately became horrified and kneeled in front of Momo and started to wail loudly. No, please Missy Momozi, please don't throw us out. We would work harder, please forgive us Missy Momozi, Dixie said while wailing loudly. Momo was stunned and confused what happened now and looked towards me with begging eyes. Don't worry, she didn't mean to throw you guys out. She wanted all of you to wear something nice. All of you are house elves of House Ravenclaw and you should wear clothes up to your status, I said. Hearing me, the 4 house elves immediately stopped crying and became happy. We finally walked inside the castle following Lipsy while the others went to prepare the main bedroom for us and prepare some snacks for us. The castle was massive from the inside. All of us were completely speechless seeing this huge place. We were finally led into a huge room with table and chairs. It was a meeting room. Wow, I never imagined living in my own castle, Momo said. Yes, it almost feels like we arrived in some medieval age, Nemuri said, still looking around the room. Yes, but we won't be having electricity here in magical places. Magic and technology doesn't mix well, I spoke. Rumi was just looking around like a small girl who got the candy she wanted. Now let me explain this world to you. It's a world filled with politics and pure-blooded bigotry. I started to explain about the world. One explanation later. So, I have to join this school called Hogwarts in 1 year, and before doing that I have to learn what you called occlumency. Nemuri asked. She was excited to go to this new school. She wanted to spread her philosophical ways there. Yes, I replied. And we would be joining the same school 6 years later, Momo said. Then, who am I going to fight? Rumi asked, looking completely dejected. You can always fight with me. From what I have noticed, we still have all of our previous powers. Getting younger didn't affect that, I said. This turned Rumi somewhat happy. I can't imagine that I have to wait for so many years before you can impale me again. I thought being the perverted older sister would be nice, Nemuri whined, and her face faulted on the table. Yeah, I am gonna miss it too. So, you said that we can't use technology here, right? Momo asked me and made a MP3 player from a few coins. I don't know how magic would affect the stuff you make using your new power, but it would be awesome if your stuff doesn't get affected by the magic around us, I replied to Momo, and she turned on the MP3 player. The storage was empty so she could play no songs, but there didn't seem anything with the MP3 player, at least for now. So, why exactly I have to attend this school? Nemuri again asked. Well, I can completely understand why she is asking this. I didn't tell her the reason why she needs to do this. Because in the magical world there are only 2 ways you can get inheritance from a family. 1. You complete the newts, or you become 17 years old, whichever comes first. So, I want you to get the ladyship when you turn 17, so there would be no need for our magical guardian, I told Nemuri. All 3 girls listened to me intently, even Rumi. Now, every Muggle-born students, no matter who they are, even if they have parents, they get a magical guardian, which is usually the head of your house, but they can also sign a magical contract for you using that right. Now, this doesn't happen, but I don't want others to hold over so much power over any of us, I explained. All 3 of them were slightly worried hearing all this. Now, I want Nemuri to attend the school, because if you suddenly appear out of nowhere and taking your ladyship, then everyone will immediately become interested in you, but if you study through Hogwarts and get your ladyship, then no one will try to investigate you. Most wizards and witches would underestimate you because you are a Muggle-born and would try to use you. We can use this in our favor and instead use them, I explained my plan further. This calmed them down slightly. Now, it might seem that we would be fine without family background while we are in school, but as soon as you leave the school you will find the level of discrimination. Most Muggle-born have to return to Muggle world because no one would employ them. And if a pureblood commits a crime against you, then law won't do anything because the laws are made by purebloods for purebloods. Even though we aren't purebloods, our family holds a huge amount of power in their government. I finally finished my explanation. I understood all that, but why do you want all of us to learn occlumency? Momo asked me, looking curious. Nemuri and Rumi were both interested. For a few stuff, learning occlumency would let us arrange our mind in order, our magic and powers would improve a lot. No one could read our minds, and the last and main problem, Albus Percival Wulfric Brain Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, chief warlock of Wizengamot, supreme mugwump of ICW, I said, looking completely serious. Hearing me, all 3 girls became slightly confused. Why are we so worried about that single person? Momo asked me, looking confused. Well, that's because. I started to explain. Well, that's because he is not just a single man, he is known as the leader of light. Many families follow him like blind sheeps. They can't see, speak, or hear from themselves. Whatever he says, it's like words of God for them. They are ready to die for him with just a word. If he says you are Dark Lord, then the whole magical Britain would believe him, even the dark families, I explained, and by each second Momo, Nemuri, and Rumi became dumbfounded. From the knowledge I got from God, I came to believe that he is a chess master, a manipulative bastard through and through. All his allies are just pawns for him to reach a certain goal. Everything he does or allows to happen is completely planned by him. Many think that he has gone senile, but every time he has an hidden agenda. I kept speaking. It's true, I received some knowledge from God about this world even though I already have some knowledge previously. So, I would sneaking around a person like that? Nemuri asked. Yes, I know it would be hard, but you fit the role perfectly. Just stay low-key and make him believe that you trust him completely, I said to Nemuri. So, is he the enemy you need to kill this time? Momo asked me. No, I still haven't received a mission from God. I don't know if that would be my mission. But I personally don't think that my mission would be that simple, I said to Momo. I honestly don't think that God would ask me kill Dumbledore. I am not overconfident, but I am pretty sure that I can kill him without even lifting a finger. My mission is going to be too difficult this time, I guess. Nemuri, you have to learn occlumency enough to feed Dumbledore with false thoughts when he uses his passive leglimency probes. I looked at Nemuri and spoke seriously. All the four of us sat there silently. All of them must be mulling over what I said just now. Suddenly Momo's stomach growled like an angry lion. I think we should eat dinner and go to sleep. It already seems pretty late, I said while looking outside, and it was already dark. I don't know at what time we arrived here. The three of them agreed instantly because they felt really tired. We have been talking for too long. I called Dixie and asked her to prepare dinner. The house elves completely went over and cooked us a large meal. Momo was happy to see so much food. I clearly noticed Nemuri and Rumi giving her a stink eye because Momo could as much as she liked and not get bloated. After dinner we went to take a bath. It's pretty awesome to have house elves. They had already prepared the bath for us. The bath was attached with the main bedroom. We would be using the main bedroom as our room. It was a massive room. Only kings or queens would have these kind of rooms. After taking the bath, all of us stripped out of our robes and crawled into the sheets. I have never thought that a bed could be this comfortable, Momo said while laying on the bed while her head was resting on the chest. Even though we have suddenly returned to our 4-year-old bodies, we have still decided to sleep together. Of course, this bed must be charmed with several spells that would make it much more comfortable, I answered Momo, who didn't reply to me because she was already asleep. I looked over to my other side and found Nemuri was also already asleep. Rumi was also asleep. She was by Momo's side. Even though I felt sleepy, I needed to make several new plans if I want to turn around this world. Let's see, wizards and witches only have 4 means of traveling. 1. Night bus. Honestly, it could be used but I would myself never prefer it. 2. Flu travel. Most witches and wizards use this method, but I already know that No-Nose has his Death Shitters there who would close the flu network. 3. Portkea. This is also a common means of travel for the magical population, but it could be also stopped with anti-Portkea wards, one of the favorite wards of Death Shitters. 4. Apparition. The best and most versatile means of travel, but this can be also stopped by anti-apparition wards, another favorite ward of Death Shitters, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. These are the only means to travel. I have the law of lightning, so I can easily make some method to teleport or travel at lightning speeds, but since this is a magic world I should make a new method for traveling. Maybe some kind of teleportation move like Hyration. The next thing is that I have to invest this whole year teaching Nemuri about occlumency, and we also need to visit the Gringotts, so I buy a muggle house for the 4 of us. I don't want our Hogwarts letter to be addressed to Castle Ravenclaw. Honestly, I don't want Minerva McGonagall popping up here to take Nemuri for her introduction to magical world. From what I remember, the Hogwarts letters are received by the children when they are around 11. I have already checked and we have arrived at the month of September 1984. So, Nemuri is going to receive her letter in March 1985. Muggleborn's letters are personally delivered by some Hogwarts staff. Harry Potter received his letter by owl post because his uncle and aunt already knew about the magical world and Hogwarts. So, I need to get a muggle house even before the winter starts. I don't know if our names are already written by the magical quill, but I think that God would make it possible. I am damn sure that Ministry can't have their trace for wands working here in Castle Ravenclaw. I might have to ask the elves if they have some legacy wands in the castle that we could use. That would make it much more easier for us. So, let's point down the stuff I needed to do in the nearest future. 1. Look for legacy wands. 2. Visit Gringotts. 3. Teach Nemuri occlumency. 4. Buy a muggle house. 5. Research about new teleportation methods. 6. Training my new power and continue mastering magnetokinesis. With all these plans made, I finally decided to close my eyes and fell asleep pretty quickly. I suddenly myself in the same dark place where I have always received the message from God. I wonder what kind of mission I would be getting. Please, don't be babysitting duty for Harry Potter so some other spoiled brat. I see that you have settled into the world. I think it is a good idea to not let your girlfriends know that they were just a character in your world. The voice was heard. Well, I have wasted a lot of time, though it won't matter for me. But let's get this over with. Mess up with both Dumbledore's and Voldemort's plans. No matter how much you mess them up, but as long as you create problems for them directly or indirectly, it doesn't matter. But if you do better, the power you would receive when you would be going to the next world would be much better, the voice said. Wow, shit. I have already planned to do all that. Only me being in Hogwarts would fuck up Dumbledore's plan to Sunday. I could have asked you to kill Tom Riddle Jr., but that won't work. He is already protected by fate and can only be killed by Harry Potter. I don't care if you help Harry or not, but if you decide to help him, then it would be much more easier for him to kill Tom Riddle Jr., which would be really a favor to this world. The voice spoke again. I didn't even get the time to reply and my world turned completely black. The next day I woke up when I felt something moving near me. I opened my eyes and found Rumi exercising. Good morning, Rumi. Looks like you are already getting used to your new body, I greeted Rumi. Seeing me already up, Rumi stopped exercising. Good morning to you too. I was trying to use my new power. I could feel it inside my body but I am currently unable to activate it. It feels like I need to train my body to access the power, Rumi said with a smile on her face and resumed her exercises. Last night, I received the mission from God. It's pretty easy but hard at the same time, I told Rumi and looked over to Momo and Nemuri and they were still sleeping. Does this mission needs to fight someone? Rumi asked the question, which was the most important thing for her. Yes, there are several ways we could complete this mission. I would be doing this from all the sides, I said to Rumi, whose smile turned into a feral grin. I think the house elves might have a secret agenda. They might be trying to kill all of us by feeding us so much. Though Momo is a keeper and ate all of the extra food me, Rumi and Nemuri weren't able to eat. It's quite ridiculous to see a 4-year-old gulp down food half of her weight. What's even more ridiculous that the elves looked quite happy with themselves when they saw Momo gulp down everything she could. Dixie, do you know if the Ravenclaws had a treasury or not? A place where they could have kept some legacy wands? I asked, looking at the small creature. Oh yes, Master Rio's Dixie knows such a place, Dixie said while jumping. Honestly, I have thought that I could understand them before I came to this world, but now it seems that they are out of his comprehension. Even though I am really weak in science department, I don't think they work on that. Dixie led us through the castle while the other house elves decided to take over their regular duties. After walking through the castle for about 8 minutes, we finally arrived in a huge basement. The basement was filled with gold coins, usually referred to as galleons, silver coins, known as sickles, and bronze coins known as newts. If I remember the conversion ratio correctly, it would be 29 newts in a sickle, 17 sickles in a galleon, meaning 493 newts in a galleon. And honestly, the room is completely filled with literally mountains of those. Am I seeing right, or this room is actually filled with gold? Momo said, completely shocked. Now that I think this, I never explained the currency to them. I then went and explained to them that this was wizard currency. It wasn't shocking that a rich family like Ravenclaws would keep money stored like this in their basement, but there is something that I find really odd, and I have noticed this since I arrived here. Dixie, Ravenclaw is an old magical family, so why don't I see any magical portraits in this castle of any of our ancestors? I finally decided to ask Dixie. I have been dreading over this since there could have been a portrait here like of Walbugra Black. After all, Ravenclaw family in this world was destroyed by inbreeding. Oh, that the beliefs of the family that knowledge should be acquired and not given, so if some new heirs should ever show up, they should acquire all that knowledge from books instead of portraits. Dixie spoke with mixed feelings. She must be missing her old masters because she doesn't have any remainder of them. On the other hand, she couldn't complain as it was a decision taken by her masters. Well, it works better for me this way. I have all the required knowledge for now, at least. I could mess up several plans of No-Nose and Dumbledore with the knowledge I have of the future, but I can't underestimate them or stick my head in the sand thinking that they won't plan anything new. I don't plan to babysit Harry Potter, but this doesn't mean I can help him indirectly. I honestly pity Sirius Black. After being framed for selling out the Potters to No-Nose and killing the rat and 13 muggles, A/N, I don't exactly remember if it was 12 or 13, please comment down. If I have done a mistake, I would fix it. He rotted in actual hell called Azkaban. Even though he was able to escape and confront the rat, he still wasn't pardoned and finally died a criminal because of other people's schemes. After the conversation with Dixie, we decided to look throughout the room. The first thing I found was a huge metal trunk with several stasis charms placed on it. I didn't know what was inside, but using my power I opened the trunk while standing slightly away from the trunk. The trunk was an expandable trunk, and within its huge space it was filled up to the brim with potion vials. The trunk was filled with aging potion, polyjuice potion, Felix Felicis, Veritaserum, and several other type of potions stored there. Wow, these helps my future plans and schemes so much. I noticed the girls also looked confused and interested after they saw so many vials. It was even hard to count them. I explained the girls what they were. Nemuri immediately demanded that I use the aging potion on everyone and fuck them right here right now. I somehow calmed her down, saying that we have much more important stuff to do right now. Nemuri sulked but agreed and followed us while pouting. After looking around the room for about half an hour, I finally found the place I have been looking for. It was a stand where I could clearly see the wands. The wands were stacked up nicely there. There must be nearly 100 wands there. Finally, what I have been looking for, I said, and walked through the room towards the stands. The girls followed me silently. Didn't you say that a wand chooses the wizard? So, would it be fine if we use these wands? Momo spoke while picking up a wand and waved it around, but nothing happened. From what I remember, if a wand would give the chosen wizard or witch a warm feeling when touched for the first time, even though these wands won't fit us perfectly, but I think that these could be used for the time being. No, I don't think that they would fit us perfectly, but we still could use them for the time being. It would be much better than having nothing to learn magic with. If the wands fit you, they would give you a warm feeling. Take the wand that you feel the warmest in your hands, I explained, and started to pick up wands one by one. The girls shrugged and also followed my lead. After an hour passed, the four of us finally found our match. Nemuri was the hardest. Her wand was also the most odd-looking one. Her wand was the smallest, about only 6 inches, and I could easily say that even this wand wasn't suitable for her. Rumi's wand was completely black around 12 inches. She said that wand gave her the feeling of thrill, the thrill that she got while fighting. I have no idea what would or what its core was. I might have to look into wand lore also in the future, or maybe not as long as I have a functional wand. Momo's wand was completely white color similar to Ash. It was 13.5 inches long. I also didn't have any idea what her wand was made of. I found my wand the quickest. It was 15 inches completely black, and other than that I have no knowledge about it. But even though I found my wand the quickest and lots of wands gave me the same feeling, I did feel something missing from them. It was almost like I was missing half of the puzzle. Now, the first thing I needed to do was visit Gringotts and buy ourselves a Muggle house along with Muggle identities. I also needed some fake documents related to our parents. I know I didn't know many spells, but Gringotts didn't pose any threat to me because all the metal weapons they carried along with them. I could even kill them with the galleons they love so much if I wanted. Girls, we have one more important thing to do before we can get raunchy using those aging potions, so let's get it over with, I said, and Momo immediately started making clothes for our adult bodies. I have already shown her how wizards and witches like to dress, so it was quite easy for 4. As soon as the dresses were done, I picked out a vial of aging potion and all of us stripped out of our clothes. I remembered from the canon about how much Fred and George Weasley needed to drink because they only needed to become a few months older. After the calculations are done, it was quite easy for us. We downed the amount we needed and our bodies immediately started to age. After all of us finished aging, we checked out each other. I liked this a lot, and due to that I immediately got hard. Yeah, I have seen them naked and had sex with them a lot of times, but that doesn't mean they have lost their appeal. All 3 of them smiled seeing me already hard down there. As you can already see that I want nothing more than having a foursome now, but that have to wait, I said, and started to get dressed. The girls also reluctantly nodded their heads and started to get dressed. Nemuri looked like someone had killed her puppy but didn't complain. Within a minute all 4 of us were completely dressed like any wizards or witches. Dixie, I called, and the elf popped beside us in an instant. I thought that the elf would be surprised to see 4 20-year-old people, but it didn't even faze Dixie. Maybe it has to do something because we are connected by the Castle Ravenclaw now. What can Dixie do for Master Rios and his missus? Dixie asked and looked at us expectantly. Can you take us to the Gringotts, Dixie? I asked the house elf. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Yes. Dixie can take Master Rios and his missus to the Goblin's Bank. The small creature jumped in joy while saying this. Though I like how she started to call the girls my missus. Dixie then asked us to grab her, and the next instant we were gone from Castle Ravenclaw. The next instant we were in front of a snowy white building which had bronze doors, and 2 goblins were guarding the door dressed in red and gold. It was one of the worst feeling I ever had. Damn. Feeling like being pushed through a straw was not something I like at all, and seeing the girls, I think they didn't like it too. Somehow me and Rumi held our sleeves back from emptying our stomach, but Nemuri and Momo weren't that strong. Dixie looked horrified when she saw Nemuri and Momo empty their stomachs. Please punish Dixie, master. I should have told you before what happens with side-along apparition, Dixie said and kneeled on the ground. I looked around and saw many were looking at us oddly. Dixie, you won't be punished. Don't worry. I should have also known this beforehand, I told Dixie, who still didn't seem to calm down. I asked Dixie to clean us the mess, who did it happily with a snap of her small fingers. Elf magic is pretty awesome. Nemuri and Momo were finally up on their feet and looked slightly pale. I am never doing that again, Nemuri said with full determination in her voice, but I have to dash her determination sadly. But it is one of the main means wizards and witches used to travel, I said, and Nemuri immediately paled a lot. Even though she looked only 20 years now, hearing me seemed to make her 5 years more older. You said one of the main means? Their other means must be a lot better, Momo said, but unfortunately I had to disappoint her too. No, all of them are similar to this if you don't prefer riding on a broom, I said in a deadpan voice. Hearing me made Momo's hope shatter, and I could swear that I heard noise of glass shattering. I think we have gained enough attention by just standing here. We should go in, Rumi said while pointing towards the people looking over us. Rumi was right. We have gained enough attention now, and after sending Dixie back we walked through the bronze doors. The goblin guards outside looked completely unfazed by our previous fiasco. After entering the bronze doors we walked down the entrance hall and found another set of doors, but this time they were made of silver. These doors were also flanked by goblins wearing armors and carrying metal axes, and like I had thought I could also control these metals even though I didn't exactly knew what they were made of. There was a warning written on the doors. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. I didn't care about the warning with all the metal here. I could walk right through here without doing anyone anything, and no one would be even able to put a single scratch on me. I could feel all the metal coins underground. The metals imbued in the buildings. If I want I could rip apart the whole Gringotts like a wet paper bag, but why care? While we walked by the doors the goblins seemed to be scanning us but didn't seem to do anything other than that. From what I remember, any forms of deception didn't work in and aging potions could also be called as a means of deception. I couldn't care less if goblins could see our child forms and underestimate us. As long as other humans saw us as adults, I have no problems. We walked through the doors and entered a vast marble hall with long counters and goblins sitting behind desks and speaking with wizards. I walked up the smallest line I saw, the girls followed my lead and stood behind me. It was finally our turn and the goblin was giving me a toothly grin. It would most people out and annoying was just a bonus. I want to have an inheritance test along with them, I said and pointed toward the girls. The goblin's smile enlarged and it was quite vicious, but I left unflinched, which seemed to surprise him slightly. The goblin snapped his fingers and another goblin came towards us. They spoke something in gobbledygook. Quite mouthful for a name of a language. The other goblin nodded his head and turned towards us. Follow me, humans, the goblin grunted to us and started walking. I didn't need to say anything now, so I silently followed him. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Within a minute we finally reached a room. On the door, inheritance office was embedded with what seemed to me was gold. The goblin opened the door and spoke to the old-looking goblin inside in gobbledygook, and the older goblin looked at us and gestured us towards the seats. While we sat down, the goblin who brought us here left the room. I have met a lot of muggleborns like the four of you take this test, but none of them exited this room with happy news, the goblin said while his mouth showed his sharp teeth. We think we might be lucky, just a simple imagination. Momo didn't give me time to answer. Well, I would have said something similar too. I sulked. I wanted to look cool after all. Of course, that would be 100 galleons each. If you don't want to take the test and still leave this place. After all, it would save all of our times, and time is money after all, the goblin said and gave us another of his vicious smile. Damn. I fucking forgot to galleons. I should have remembered how money hungry they are. This was quite stupid of me. Dixie, I called softly, and Dixie appeared inside the room. The goblins changed slightly seeing me own a house elf. Most muggleborns don't own a house elf. Even though his expression changed slightly, I clearly noticed. Would you be able to bring us 400 galleons? I asked the small creature. Dixie can do that, Master Rios, the elf said while nodding her head fervently and popped away. We waited in the room silently for a minute and Dixie popped back in the room carrying what seemed to be bottomless bag. I took the bag from her and told her to return to whatever she was doing. I opened the bag, and as I have thought, it was a bottomless bag, but I cannot go and count on Dixie's calculation skills next time. She didn't know what 400 galleons were and brought as much as galleons she could. I took out 100 galleons and placed them over the desk. Looking at the gold, the old goblin gave another vicious smile and took out a small bowl and knife and pushed them towards me. I have to give him my blood, and I have read enough Harry Potter fanfics in my previous life and I know very well how my blood could be used. Before I give my blood, I need an oath from you, I told the goblin. The old goblin looked like he ate a bug but still didn't look hostile. And pray tell me what this oath would be for, the old goblin asked me while his features turned slightly hostile, but me and the girls didn't even flinch. Nothing much. The oath would entail that none of my blood would be used for other purposes than the inheritance test, I said calmly. The old goblin just stayed like that for a few seconds before giving a boisterous laugh. The old goblin finally calmed down and raised up his finger. The tip of his finger glowed slightly and started speaking. I, Blade Razor, swear on my magic that all the blood you give would be used up completely for the inheritance test, the goblin said and did a Lumos spell to show that he still had his magic. Well, that was a really nice display of wandless magic. I picked up the dagger and sliced my hand open and let my blood flow in the small bowl. As soon as the blood filled the bowl up to a certain point, my hand healed completely without even leaving behind any mark or blood, and even the blood on the knife vanished. Good, Blade Razor said and took the small bowl filled with my blood and poured all of my blood on a blank parchment. The bowl was made of something special or had some charm on it because not a single drop of my blood remained in the bowl. The blood was absorbed completely by the parchment and some writings appeared on the parchment. The goblin didn't look impressed at first, but the moment his indifference turned into complete shock. He raised up his head from the parchment and looked at me with complete shock on his face while my face was marred with my usual gentle smile. The goblin kept doing that for a few times. He tried to speak a few times but nothing seemed to come out of his mouth. Of course, when suddenly the heir of the richest wizard family appears, it would be shocking. Blade Razor finally calmed down his feature and walked out of his chair, leaving us slightly confused. As soon as he opened the door, he shouted something in gobbledygook and immediately another goblin came frantically running. Hello? My name is Bone Crusher and I am the account manager of the Ravenclaw Vaults and Accounts. The goblin first-hand introduced himself before doing anything. I just gave him my usual smile and decided to introduce myself. My name is Itsuki Rio, just call me Rio, I spoke. After telling him my name, Bone Crusher immediately wanted me to drag to his office so that we could settle the accounts of Ravenclaw, which were frozen for more than 200 years. Bone Crusher inherited the job as our account manager from his father, Skincrawler. They really have some weird names though. A/N. I have decided the MC and his harem members to take fake names only for this world. The Wisengamot always look down on magical people from other countries. So, I thought it would be much better like this. Wait. I want these three to also take the inheritance test, I said while gesturing towards Momo, Rumi, and Nemuri. Both Blade Razor and Bone Crusher looked at me like I killed someone's baby. You are the first Muggleborn to get a family inheritance and you still want to take tests for them? Several thousands magical people take these tests every year and return empty-handed. Just are the most lucky person I have ever seen in the 117 years I have lived, Blade Razor said looking enraged. It's just a simple curiosity, just entrain us, I said, and both goblins in the room just grunted and Blade Razor sat back in his chair and pushed the knife and bowl to Rumi. Rumi picked up the knife and sliced up her hand and filled the bowl with blood. When the bowl was filled, the same thing happened like it happened with me. Rumi's hand healed up without leaving behind an blood or mark. Blade Razor poured her blood in a similar parchment. Blade Razor looked bored slightly at the first, like he was sure that nothing would happen, but the next moment his eyebrows shot up and eyes grew completely wide. He glared at the parchment like wanting to burn a hole in it. The older goblin in the room stared at Rumi and then me, and then his eyes went back to the parchment. Blade Razor rose up from his chair and started to shout something in gobbledygook. It seemed to me that he was cursing. Bone Crusher also took a look at the parchment and his eyes also grew wide and stared at Rumi immediately with complete shock written on his face. Bone Crusher also did the same thing like Blade Razor. Only after a few minutes they calmed down and looked at us. I don't think that you are playing with us, and you are also not someone who lacks knowledge about magical world, so please tell me that if the other two girls you brought here aren't also Ravenclaw descendants. Bone Crusher spoke in almost begging expression. Blade Razor also seemed to have the same expression. Yes, all four of us are Ravenclaw descendants. So, now that's finally over, we can talk business. Like you previously said, time is money after all, I said, looking at both Bone Crusher and Blade Razor. Both Blade Razor and Bone Crusher looked completely stunned. If four descendants of an extinct family suddenly appeared out of nowhere, anyone would be shocked. Even though they were shocked, they nodded their heads. We would have to take all of you to speak with Director Ragnarok. He is also the king of Goblin Nation. Ravenclaw is still the richest family, and it would be better if we speak business with his presence. Even if you were the only heir, I would have still taken you to speak with Director Ragnarok, Bone Crusher said, looking completely serious. Well, I have no problem meeting their king, so I nodded my head. We were led throughout the halls and finally reached in front of a room with huge doors while four goblins were flanking the gates. Bone Crusher said something to the guards, who also looked quite surprised and stared at us. Only after starting for few seconds they calmed themselves down and opened the doors. The room was really huge and an old-looking goblin was sitting on a high table. Bone Crusher said something to Ragnarok in gobbledygook and he immediately turned his head towards us. I have to say, I am really surprised to see four heirs of an extinct family suddenly appear out of thin air. Even though I still find it hard to believe, but our own tests proved your claim, and goblin magic is never wrong in matters like these. Ragnarok gestured to us sit in front of him. I have to say these chairs were much more comfortable than the previous ones. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Now, before we could start speaking business, we must take care of something. I want to know which one of you would take the lordship or ladyship of the family, Ragnarok said. Well, this is confusing. Why did he say ladyship? Didn't magical Britain have a patriarchy system? It's true that I wanted Nemuri to lead the family until I could take the mantle of head of the house. I don't understand. I thought that there will only be lordship to take, I said in genuine confusion. Well, the Ravenclaw family is slightly different from others. As the family of one of the founders, Rowena Ravenclaw, the family never looked down on women. Ravenclaw family is both patriarchal and matriarchal depending on the older kid in the generation, Ragnarok said. Well, this gives me something to think about. If I ask Nemuri to take leadership of the family, it could be a problem for later on, it seems. Several marriage proposals would start to fly in. It could be dealt with easily with ignoring, but Nemuri would paint a huge target behind her. Even if she holds the fort for me for a few years in Wisengamot, she would be still painting a target on her back. But now, I don't have much to think here, so let's see the functions Ravenclaw Lord or Lady Ring would have. This could have a huge impact. Can you tell me what are the functions of Ravenclaw Lord or Lady Ring? I asked Ragnarok. Ragnarok looked quite intrigued because of the question. Well, I don't know the exact functions, but it would have any functions other family lord rings would have. Like natural occlumency shields, protection from any kind of mind-altering potions, love potions, poisons, and it would even nourish her or his body with magic, making them much more stronger than their peers both physically, mentally, and magically, Ragnarok said. Well, hearing all this finally sealed the deal. I would give Nemuri the ladyship and make her the matriarch, but there is still a slight problem. I don't know if they ever hid something inside their family ring so that if someone with impure blood status would put on their ring would get cursed or not. From what I have seen, the Ravenclaws didn't seem to be a dark family, but they also went extinct due to inbreeding, so I won't put it past them. Bone Crusher, can you tell me what our blood status is? I asked. Even though I didn't hold up much hope with this, but since God sent us here, I think that we could be pure bloods. Bone Crusher again looked at the parchment and said both Itsuki Ryo and Rumi Usagi-yama are pure bloods. Wow, that seems to solve a lot of problems I have. Nemuri, I think you should take the ladyship, I told Nemuri, who was stunned. Are you sure? That ring could help you a lot from what I have heard, Nemuri said. Yes, but it would help you much better. I will tell you everything later, I said. Nemuri looked towards both Rumi and Momo, who nodded their heads in agreement. Okay, then. I would be taking the ladyship, Nemuri said to Ragnarok. Ragnarok gave a toothy grin and snapped his finger, and bronze box with blue outlines appeared on his table. There was an eagle engraved over the box. Ragnarok opened the box and a shining blue and bronze ring with an eagle engraved was kept inside it. Nemuri took the ring and put it on her middle finger of right hand. The ring resized itself to fit her finger and shed brightly. Well, the Ravenclaw family ring have accepted you as the new leader of family. Now that is over with, let's talk business, Ragnarok spoke, and Blood Searcher snapped his fingers and several files appeared on the table. For the next hour we went through all the businesses we had and how much money we would be receiving from them as rent. I declined announcing that Ravenclaw family is back and would want to wait until Nemuri turns 17. To this I could see the respect appear in both Ragnarok and Bone Crusher's eyes. The next hour was spent with all the money and announced we owned along with all the properties we had. We had 6 castles in total excluding Hogwarts. We also owned Hogwarts as we were the only direct descendants of the founders. We owned 17 villas in total, 3 of them were vacation villas, one in the island of Miami, other on a beach of France, and the last one in the snowy mountains of Russia. We also owned 2 Muggle buildings which were now being used as the most expensive and luxurious hotels within whole Britain. We would be receiving rent from them, too. We also talked about the business we could be investing in. The goblins showed us several prospects. They would obviously receive some percentage of the profit, so if we make profit they would be doing that too. May I also recommend something completely apart from business? Ragnarok said. All 4 of us looked interested, so he continued. As all of you have foreign names, the older families would definitely look down on you even if you would be members of the most ancient and the noble house of Ravenclaw, so I wanted to suggest a ritual to change your names permanently, everyone. Even in the Book of Hogwarts your name would be changed if you are worried about that, Ragnarok said. Well, I completely agreed with him, and I can already see everyone looking down on us as we are foreigners. I asked the girls and they didn't seem to have any problem with changing their names temporarily. We agree, prepare the ritual, I said, and Ragnarok snapped his fingers and his guards walked inside. They spoke something in gobbledygook and the goblins immediately ran out of the room, and after some minutes they came back with several goblins elder. Throughout the next 2 hours 4 magic circles for the ritual was prepared. I decided to take the name Edgar Maxwell, Momo decided to take the name Alice Croftwell, Rumi decided to take the name Roxanne Trift, and Nemuri decided to take the name Vicky Parsons. All of us decided to change our name to Ravenclaw when Nemuri would announce being the Lady of Ravenclaw family. All 4 of us entered the magic circles and stood there. The goblin elders did the incantation in gobbledygook, the magic lines shined and vaporized from existence, and the ritual was complete. Bone Crusher showed us parchment showing us our connection to Ravenclaws, and our name there was already changed to our new ones. With that finally over, I asked the goblins to acquire a muggle flat for us. They said that we would get the letter and a portney for our new flat by tomorrow. With that finally over, I called Dixie and Operat back to Castle Ravenclaw. As soon as I entered the room I was brought into a passionate and hungry kiss by Momo. I knew that this is going to be a long night. The next day we woke up nice and satisfied and we were already back in our child forms. I also need to find out if there is any long-term problems due to use of the aging potion. I know that I won't run out with the stocks I have here, but the health of our bodies are much more important. I spent the whole morning studying about occlumency. On the table in front of me several books about mind arts were stacked up. The books were not only related to occlumency, there were also books on legilimency, obliviation, confundus, compulsion, and imperious curse. I would be looking closely at the imperious curse, it could be really useful in the future. I had another book in front of me. This wasn't at all related to any mind arts. It was a book on the effects of potions with long-term and continuous use on a wizard or witch's body. When Alice, Momo, finally arrived at the table after taking shower, I handed her the book on long-term effects of potions. She immediately checked the index and shuffled through most of the book before stopping. Both me and Alice, Momo, only stopped because of lunch. During lunch we received the letter and portkaya to our new muggle flat. After making some small preparations we were whisked away to our flat with the pull we felt on our navel. All the 4 of us landed on our asses as we arrived inside the flat. I have to learn how to stabilize yourself right after portkaya travel. Vicky, Nemuri, and Alice, Momo, whined like they did when we had our first side-along apparition. This made me even more determined to find another means of teleportation. Apparition and portkaya both seem to use space displacement as a medium, so making a new teleportation method from ground up would be hard but not impossible. Wow, this is quite nice and cozy. I have to say the Galbans seem to have good choice, Alice, Momo, said looking around the flat. Well, I completely ignored her comments since her standards were different than ours. It was the biggest flat I have ever seen, the whole floor was ours. What are we going to do about my parents? Vicky, Nemuri, asked. Well, it is quite important question. I would make fake documents through the Gonlins that Vicky's, Nemuri, parents passed away recently and the child services wasn't able to sort everything out by this time because all the money she inherited from her late family. I will make some fake documents about your parents. You don't have to worry, I reassured Vicky, Nemuri. Roxanne, Rumi, was completely silent and looked around the flat. She seemed to like it quite a lot because of the smile on her face. The flat was completely furnished so we could already start living here. Good thing that the goblins provided us a reusable portkaya. We returned to the castle shortly and I sent a letter to the goblins thanking for the fast procedure and asked them to set up a simple magic masking ward in our new flat. I also asked them to arrange some fake documents regarding all of our parents with specific details I wrote down. 6 months passed in an blink of eyes and March was already starting. Throughout these 6 months we have worked really hard with occlumency and some magic important spells. Vicky, Nemuri, was the strongest one of us when compared magically, hands down, even with my Zenkai boost. The Ravenclaw family ring is feeding and nourishing her body with magic, making her a lot stronger. I made her work hard on occlumency, confundus, compulsion, obliviation, and imperious curse. All of us already knew the first year spells and have completely mastered them, but we didn't have time to practice them non-verbally or wandlessly for now. Vicky, Nemuri, even practiced and trained her perfume magic. Now she could even make colorless and odorless confusing mist using her powers. This was the only thing she trained her power for within these 6 months. Alice, Momo, and Roxanne, Rumi, also grew stronger throughout these 6 months. Alice, Momo, had been working on making iPhones for us that would be connected to other iPhones that we would be using without any cellular network. Alice, Momo, had already taken up on runes and arithmancy as she liked them a lot and was able to set up a grid that would be used as the cellular tower for our iPhones. I asked Alice, Momo, that even simple mobiles would do, but she rejected that immediately because she wanted to have an iPhone again in her hands. She was already finalizing the process of synchronizing the iPhones with the grid she made. Roxanne, Rumi, didn't stop training her body throughout this month. She still wasn't able to form armor around her body, but she herself said that she was growing stronger by each day. She continued this same training for more than 9 years and didn't improve even in slightest. I worked mostly on acclimacy and learning whatever I could learn about the principles apparition and portkaya worked on. I also worked on my law of lightning, trying to convert my whole body into lightning, but I had little progress with that. I didn't move on to new thing with my magnetokinesis and continued to train my gravity manipulation. I have the most drastic improvements in that matter. I also became an accliman, as my mind was completely protected now. I decided to take up the idea from Sherlock Holmes series and made a memory palace. My memories were stored inside a huge labyrinth filled with traps and monsters. Even if you pass through the labyrinth and find my memory vaults, you would need to break through a safe that was made up of adamantium, vibranium, and you. Like I have thought I was God inside my mind, and your defenses would be only strong how strong you imagine them to me. For me, adamantium, vibranium, and you were unbreakable for me, so they were unbreakable inside my mind. I think this would be enough for now, and I would have a lot of time to improve myself in the coming years. Vicky, Nemuri, didn't need to worry because she has the family ring, which made her completely immune to leglimancy, and no one could even see the ring until she wants them to see. She also got protection from mind-altering potions of any kind, so she didn't needed to be trained to throw them off. I have also found a custom wand shop in Noctram Alley that would make wands for customers, and the wands didn't have the ministry's trace. I decided to take afterward she completes her shopping with Minerva McGonagall. I don't think anyone would send Snape, or Phileas Flitwick, so it's only Pomona Sprout and Minerva McGonagall, and put by bets on old Minnie G. I removed the ward stone from our flat so that whoever comes here to deliver the letter won't become suspicious. 9 days passed and it was already March 9th when someone finally knocked on our door. Alice, Momo, Roxanne, Rumi, and me immediately climbed the roof and cast a string notice me not charm on us. Nov, L, B /JNN. POV Vicky, Nemuri. So the day has finally arrived. I saw Edgar, Rio, Alice, Momo, and Roxanne, Rumi, went to hide. Today was birthday, and even though I didn't want anything, they were planning something. All 4 of us were always together, so it was quite hard for them to plan by going behind me, so they gave up on doing that and started planning right in front of me. I got up and walked up to the door. I wonder if there is a thing like exhibitionist witch? I think not. I finally opened the door and saw an older woman completely dressed like any typical witch I have read in both worlds. The only thing she is missing now is the broom between her legs. Oops, she looks kind of old to have a broom between her legs. Are you Vicky Parsons? I came from Hogwarts School of Wizardry and Witchcraft. Can I speak with your parents? The old woman asked me. No, Edgar, Rio, had trained me multiple times how I have to act. My face immediately turned sad. They passed away 2 weeks ago. Since then I have been living alone in here, I said. The old woman looked quite shocked and surprised to hear this. I am really sorry for what you have to go through. May I come in? I would have left you alone, but this is really important, the old woman said. Now, why would I do that? Any normal 11-year-old with smallest brain would know not to let strangers in the house, especially when you don't have any parents. No, you said you are from Hogwarts School of Magic. Do they teach people how to con using tricks? You didn't even introduce yourself, I fired off. Hearing my words offended the old woman when I said if they taught tricks to con people. I can assure you that we perform real magic with wands, and my name is Minerva McGonagall, and I am the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and the head of the House of Gryffindors. Minerva saw that we were the only 2 in the whole floor and vanished the door by touching it with her wand. I acted my part and looked shocked at her and let her enter the room. She made the door reappear. Now that we are past that magic is real, let's talk about further topics, Minerva spoke. POV Vicky, Nemuri. Okay, so you are saying that there is a hidden magical society within Britain? I asked, looking confused. Even though she showed me magic, I can't show her that I believe her completely. Yes, there is a hidden magical society in Britain. Now if you accept to attend Hogwarts, then I will taking you for shopping for all the school supplies you will be needing throughout the year, Minerva spoke calmly. She was sitting right in front of me on the couch. And if I don't? I asked her, looking slightly worried. Acting like this is really hard. Then sadly I would have to erase your memories of meeting me. We can't let our world come into open, Minerva spoke sternly. I turned horrified hearing that, but inside I was laughing. If she even tries to erase my memory, then she could forget ever leaving this house. Fine, I will accept. I have nothing holding me back here except this house and money my parents left me, I said, and Minerva again gave me a sympathetic look. Though I have a question myself. Why are you leaving alone here? Your parents must have some relatives, or from what I have heard there is something called child services. They should have taken care of you, right? Minerva asked me, looking quite curious and interested. My parents don't have any living relatives, and the child services don't seem to be sure what to do because all the money I have now. They are having some problems sorting everything out, I said, making quite a sad face. Edgar, Rio, you better fuck the living daylights out of me when this finally over. I would have never thought that acting like this could be tough, but Edgar, Rio, has been teaching me all this since we moved into the flat. Minerva nodded her head after hearing me. She handed me something what seemed to be a brochure of Hogwarts. It has moving pictures in it and another rule and guidebook. After our conversation finished, both me and Minerva got ready to leave. We left the flat and went down the streets where Minerva whisked out her wand, and with a sonic boom a triple-decker purple bus appeared in front of us. Night bus was engraved in front of the bus. So, this is the night business, damn. I can already feel my panties twisting, which is not good at all. But I wonder how bad a bus ride could be, must be a fluke. We entered the bus and I looked around completely surprised. The bus didn't have any seats, instead there were beds with curtains and fire lamps. Minerva sat on the nearest bed as fast as she could. I was slightly confused why that was, but I found it the hard way. The bus went off with a loud bang which threw me over a bed. I grabbed the bed tightly for my dear life. Magical peoples are crazy and insane if they call this a valid option for travels. We finally got of that monstrosity and thanked God for keeping me alive. How bad a bus ride could be, I should have trusted my panties more than my logic. This place is called Leaky Cauldron. If we want to enter Diagon Alley we have to go through here, Minerva said and started walking in front of me. I followed her like a good girl. The barkeep smiled and nodded towards Minerva McGonagall and she also returned the nod. We walked up to the rear courtyard and facing a brick wall. Minerva pulled out her wand and turned towards to me. To enter the Diagon Alley you need to tap the brick 3 times, counting 3 up and 2 across. She spoke and counted 3 up and 2 across and tapped the brick 3 times and a doorway opens up showing the much familiar Diagon Alley. Though Minerva doesn't needs to know that. This is the first time I have arrived using this method. Diagon Alley is a cobblestoned wizarding alley and shopping area. We could see the assortment of restaurants, shops, and other sites. Minerva started to lead me towards north side of the Diagon Alley. We finally arrived at a place called Madame Malkin's Robes for all occasions. Both Minerva and I entered the store and met with an older woman. Minerva and the other woman started to talk. I decided to look around the shop and I have to say it was highly disappointing. They didn't have any lingerie here and only some underwear they called knickers. No, we can't have this. How will this world know the glory of sexiness? I would start with Hogwarts. I would introduce every girl to my philosophical ways. The old lady of the shop found me and dragged me back and started to take my measurements. This is going to be a real torture for me to wear such heavy clothes after wearing thin clothes for so long, but I can do this for Edgar, Rio. After all, he gave me his love and potion shake. After giving my measurements, Minerva took me to a trunk shop. She brought a trunk for me which I didn't need to pay for. This confused me heavily. I could pay for my own things, you don't need to pay, I told Minerva, and she froze for a moment before giving me her answer. School provides the funds for any orphaned kids for their school supplies, Minerva answered. I didn't say anything more and I followed her. Yes, it's true that I have all the money that I could never spend, and Minerva knows that I got all of my parents' money after their death, so she must be thinking that because of my age I can't withdraw them. Nov. L. B //JNN. From there we went to the bookstore called Flourish and Blots. We entered the bookstore and saw that it was completely filled with huge collection of books. But it didn't hold any candle against the library of Castle Ravenclaw, and Edgar, Rio, has collected all the books from all the castles and brought them to Castle Ravenclaw. Minerva went up to the owners and asked for a set of books for the first year. I again sneaked off to search for magical porn. I wonder if magical people would have made new ways to give and get orgasms. I looked throughout the store but unfortunately didn't find any. Do they have a restricted section or something like that for the adult content, or the magical people are so crude that they can't express the greatness of pleasures of flesh? No, I can't let this happen. I will spirit my heavenly ways in Hogwarts. I finally returned to Minerva, who was now paying for all the books I got. After completing the payment we left towards the apothecary to get the ingredients for potion classes. Minerva explained quite a lot about the classes I was going to have and brought the ingredients. After getting the potion ingredients and cauldron for potions class, Minerva asked me if I wanted to have a pet. I would have to buy that on my own. I will definitely get something for my own, or maybe not when I learned I could only bring owls, frogs, or cats. Yuck. What kind of ingrates make frog their pets? Apparently magical people from Britain does. After that we went to the shop I have been waiting for all this time, the wand shop. Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC was written on the top of the shop. We entered the shop and found it was empty. Minerva didn't mind and looked completely normal. I walked up to the desk to ring the bell, but before I could do that a creepy old man creeped out from behind the desk. Eek! I shrieked. Fuck it, damn bastard. I almost used my powers and blew up my cover, you fucker. I felt my heart would almost pop out of my mouth. Watching me freak out like that must have amused the bastard. He was giving off a smug grin. I will get you back for this fucker. Minerva McGonagall, 9.5 inches, fur, dragon heartstring. It's good to see that your wand is faring well and you have been taking care of your wand. The creepy bastard spoke to Minerva, who didn't seem bothered by it. You have been saying that whenever I come to this shop with new students, Minerva said, and the creepy bastard seemed to ignore Minerva completely and looked at me with interest in his eyes. Is he a pedophile too? I would bust his balls if he tries anything. Well, let's get this over with. My dear, which hand is your main hand? The creepy bastard asked me. I am a righty, I said to him. He asked me to extend my arm. He took some measurements of my hand and ran inside and brought back several boxes with him and took out a wand and handed me. As soon as he did that, his lamp exploded. No, that isn't right, the old creep said, and snatched the wand away from my hand and handed me another, but nothing happened this time. He again snatched away the wand and handed me another, and the wand flew out of my hands. The old creep looked at me and his eyes became more excited. Soon, he gave me all the wands he brought with him and none of them seemed to be a good match. Interesting, you are the most interesting customer I ever had in a long time, the old creep said in joy and brought another batch of boxes. Nearly 2 hours has passed and none of the wands seemed to be working for me. The old creep looked like a 5-year-old who got an autograph from his favorite hero. Minerva also looked tired but didn't speak anything and just stood at the side. I take back what I said previously, you are the most difficult customer I ever had. None of the wands I have in this whole shop is a fit for you. None of them even act with you positively. For the first time I started selling wands, I would be making a custom wand for someone, the old creep said, completely excited, jumping like a small kid. But now Minerva decided to speak up. I am sorry, but Hogwarts doesn't use its funds for someone's custom wand, Minerva said. No, you don't have to do that. This is the most difficult customer I ever had. I can't miss this chance to make a wand for her, so I will only charge 7 galleons for the custom wand like I would have charged you for any other wand, the creep said while showing an expression that he wasn't going to back down. If it costs 7 galleons then it won't matter to me, Minerva said and stood back in her previous place. Now let's head back and see what we have to work with for your wand, the creep said and gestured me to follow him. I didn't want to, but if I want a wand I needed to follow him, so I did. POV Namuri. The old creep led me to an room at the behind of his shop. The room was completely stacked up with different pieces of woods. I quickly lost interest in them as I was only interested in Rio's morning wood. The old creep took out several pieces of wood and in front of me on the table while jumping around the table. How in the heavens such an old man can jump around like that? Touch each pieces of wood and tell me which one of them gives you the warmest feeling, the old creep said and stood at the side while looking at me expectantly. I did what the old creep asked me and started touching the wood pieces one by one. Most of them were quite unpleasant and some were completely cold to touch. After touching more than 10 woods, a piece of wood finally gave me a warm feeling similar to what I got when I grabbed Rio's dick. Wow, this felt nice. I had to hold myself back from stroking the wood. I continued touching the woods and found another piece of wood which gave me the similar feeling. The rest of the pieces of woods didn't even give smallest reaction. Marvelous, quite marvelous. I have never seen a person react to both of these woods. Acacia, a very unusual wand wood which creates tricky wands that often refuse to produce magic for any but their owner, and also withholds their best effects from all but those most gifted. This sensitivity renders them difficult to fit for anyone. I personally kept very low stock of them because how they react, the old creep said excited and picked up the wood piece and placed it inside another box. Hornbeam selects for its life mate the talented witch or wizard with a single, pure passion, which some might call obsession, more kindly, vision, which will almost always be realized. Hornbeam wands adapt more quickly than almost any other to their owner's style of magic and will become so personalized, so quickly, that other people will find them extremely difficult to use even for the most simple of spells. Hornbeam wands likewise absorb their owner's code of honor, whatever that might be, and will refuse to perform acts, whether for good or ill, that do not tally with their master's principles. A particularly fine-tuned and sentient wand, the old creep picked up the other piece of wood that gave me the warm feeling and put that inside the same box. Both of the woods that reacted to you have the similar tendency to choose someone special. I can already say that this wand is going to be my life's best work, the old creep said and spoke on his own and started to pull out several small boxes and placed them on the table while he used his wand to banish all the other pieces of woods lying on the table. He opened the boxes and inside every one of them were the oddest things I have ever seen. Some were hairs, feathers, horns, and many more. These must be the cores of wands. Follow the same process and tell me which one of them gives you the warmest feeling, old creep said and again backed away and kept looking at me with interest. I started placing my hands on the wand cores one by one. A gold and silvery hair gave me a warm feeling similar to the woods. The old creep looked quite interested. I kept moving on to the next cores and finally another black-colored hair gave me the similar warmth like the previous objects. Fascinating, Avila hair. This is going to be my first time using Avila hair as I wand core. I always considered them unstable for my tastes, so avoided using them, but it seems I have to use them too. Marvelous, the old creep said and picked up the box containing the Vila hair and placed inside the same box where he kept the wood pieces. You are the only person I have ever seen with my own eyes to choose Ruguru hair. According to wand lore, wands containing the hair of this beast were rather suitable for performing the dark arts, the old creep said. I got slightly worried. I know that I am already dark because I already know how to cast Imperious Curse, but my wand didn't need to announce that outright. Fascinating. I could already say that in future you are going to become very strong and do great things. Evil or good, but great things indeed, the old creep said. It would take 3 days for me to complete this wand. I will send the wand to you by owl post, the old creep and said and returned outside where Minerva was waiting patiently. The old creep told Minerva that he would be sending me my wand via owl post and Minerva paid him 7 galleons like agreed. We finally returned to Madame Malkin's shop to get my robes. They looked really constricting, but it's okay. Only Rio has the right to see my sexiness, so it's fine I guess. I kept the robes inside my trunk and left Diagon Alley following Minerva McGonagall. She again summoned that purple monstrosity. After another hellish ride I came back in front of my flat. Minerva then told me how to get to platform 9/3/4. I have to board the train before 11 o'clock. After telling me that she escorted me back until I entered my house. Afterwards I heard a pop sound, meaning she had already operated out. I then looked inside the flat and it was completely dark there. Hello, are you guys here? I asked and walked inside. Surprise! Happy birthday Nemuri. I heard Rio, Momo, and Rumi wish me birthday. They made several things but the most important thing was all of them were completely naked and Rio was holding a vial of aging potion which he handed to me. Hell yes, this is the best kind of birthday celebration I wanted. I stripped out of all my clothes in an instant and gulped down the aging potion Rio was holding for me. My body started to change and within seconds I was already close to 20s. Rio immediately grabbed me by my waist and kissed me hungrily and started to lead me towards the bedroom we used to sleep. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. I metered the room and the room was filled with several toys and bondage stuffs. I immediately became excited and I could already feel my nipples hardening. Hell yes, orgy and bondage for the win. I exclaimed and dragged Rio with me on the bed. Momo and Rumi also followed me. Needless to say that the night was really awesome. 6 more months passed in a blink of an eye. I have already mastered everything I could master in all these days. Rio has taken me to Noctrum Alley and got me another custom-made wand without a trace. This wand wasn't good as much as the wand I got from the old creep. Rio also brought me an expensive trunk with expandable storage. It had 5 rooms inside it. I kept my books that I was taking with me. I used the second room as my training space where I could practice my spells. The third room was used to keep any potions I got from Castle Ravenclaw with stasis charm on them. The fourth room was my personal favorite. I kept all the porn I was able to get my hands on in there. The fifth room was set up as my bedroom like back in my own world. So, today was September 1st and I booked a cab. I didn't want to use that purple monstrosity or side-along apparition. I was carrying a reusable portkaya with me if I needed to escape because of some emergency. Rio assured me that I should be going to Ravenclaw, but if by some misfortune or mistake I got into Slytherin, then I needed to fuck the plans and announce my background. I finally arrived at the King's Cross station and walked in. I quickly found the wall between platform 9 and 10 and without worrying too much I walked through them. The feeling wasn't pleasant at all. I looked around and saw several parents have come here along with their kids. The magical peoples must be sex Nazi, they have no dressing sense. I was wearing blue jeans and a blue shirt, they were glaring at me. I clearly heard some of them called me mudblood, but honestly I don't care. If I decide to react to all this I can't be called mature. I have been called much worse names in last 15 years in my own world. I walked by them with my head high, this seemed to piss them off much more and I finally boarded the train. I walking by the compartments looking for an empty compartment but didn't find any. I remembered a compartment in which a girl of my current age was sitting. I hope she isn't a blood bigot like Rio called them. I knocked on the door, the girl opened the door and saw the girl and rubbed my eyes. Did her hair color change from brown to purple? Damn. If you don't mind, can I sit here? I asked the girl politely. The girl gave me a beautiful smile. From only her smile I knew that she wasn't a blood bigot because they would never smile. Yes sure, the girl gestured towards the other side. I whisked out my wand and levitated my trunk over the seats. The girl looked slightly surprised but didn't say anything. I sat down opposite to her and decided to introduce myself. Hello, my name is Vicky Parsons. Nice to meet you. Are you a first year like me? I asked the girl acting like a girl of my age. Yes, I am also a first year. My name is Tonks, just Tonks. Nice to meet you too. The girl introduced herself as just Tonks and extended her hands towards me. I like her, we would become great friends and I know it and I would definitely teach you my philosophical ways. Everyone has to start somewhere. Just Tonks, I think we would be good friends, I said while slightly chuckling and accepting her hand and shook it. Tonks gave me a fake annoyed look but the next moment she also chuckled. I also think the same, Tonks said, and with that I got my first student. We can get our hands on. Nemuri lacked in this department because for 10 months she had been in Hogwarts where she couldn't practice the spells. Like I have thought, Nemuri had an interesting conversation with the Hat and the Hat had to automatically place her in the Ravenclaw because she belonged to Ravenclaw family and she was already the lord of the family. Nemuri also told me that the Hat was quite surprised when suddenly the Hat had to sort Lady Ravenclaw. She already had a best friend, called Nymphatora Tonks. Momo had already made her iPhones that could be charged from ambient magic energy. She handed Nemuri one when Nemuri came back for the Christmas holidays. It really offended Nemuri saw the enmity between Greyfeeders and Slytherins. What pissed off more that no faculty members did anything to stop this and even the head of Slytherins himself fired the flames and no one could complain against him because the headmaster would use his authority to suppress them. According to Nemuri, the potioned master Severus Snape, who was also the head to Slytherin House, was a piece of work. Everyone outside of Slytherin House hated him with passion because how he treated everyone and got away with it because the great goat fucker was protecting him. This was the first time ever I have known Nemuri she asked me to kill someone. Snape would pick up on students and he was actively bullying them and she hated how a person like him could be a teacher. She has been a teacher herself and she can't stand seeing a person like him. Snape had picked up on Nemuri on several occasions throughout these 2 years because how she was. Nemuri listened to what I said and kept her head down but everyone knew she was definitely had a perverted personality. For this several Slytherin girls hated her with passion, so Snape also picked up on her. Nemuri was also not like other Ravenclaws who mostly were loners and only had a relationship with books. Nemuri was an outgoing girl could be seen usually hanging out with her best friend Nymphadora Tonks and other Hufflepuff students in her year. Nemuri would sit with Hufflepuffs during most of the times, and for many she was destroying the status quo, as Ravenclaws shouldn't mingle with the leftovers, which everyone liked to call the Hufflepuffs. A lot of pureblood bigots were not happy with her, but they didn't do anything because they thought Nemuri was just a muggle-born and she would be lost after she graduates Hogwarts. But if someone ever tries to harm my Nemuri, then I would kill him along with his or her pure-blooded family. Fuck the consequences. In these 2 years I was able to coat my whole body like 3rd and 4th Rakage did and achieve similar effects. I got the speed, the strength similar to them along with their unbreakable defense. But I still wasn't able to transform my whole body into lightning, so my own teleportation method was still far away. But I was able to make a lot of progress in the teleportation method I wanted to make using magic. I was finally able to break down how magic worked behind apparition and portkaya. I was able to understand how wizards and witches used magic to utilize space element. But the next step was quite hard for me because I have to understand how everything would react when I put my magic to utilize the space element. Now, I was also strong enough to make smaller massive bodies using my gravity manipulation, but it was still far away from what Pain or Madara or even Suzuki did. And dropping meteors was still a dream for me. Momo also became a lot stronger than before. She could now convert any objects with similar mass into something else with no effort on her part, but if she wanted to convert an object with smaller mass to a bigger one, she would tire herself out. Momo's had already became an Occlumen. Her mental defenses were quite impenetrable now. She had also worked really hard to improve herself. She has already mastered all the magic spells up to 5th year along with all the other spells I wanted her to learn. She was naturally a master in transfiguration and conjuration. There was no one in this whole world who could even compare themselves with her. Rumi continuously trained her body for these 2 years, and now she could already form the metallic armor around her legs and arms. Her armor was colored black with white tint on it similar to her hair. She wasn't at my level or Momo's level in occlumency, and her mental shields weren't strong enough to fool old Dumbles, but she still had a lot of time to improve. I have learned about the 3 unforgivables as much as I could and found that no matter how much Nemuri, Momo, or Rumi tried, they couldn't cast Crucio or the Killing Curse. They were unable to bring the feeling to cast those spells. Rumi has killed before, but she couldn't bring the feeling of wanting to kill someone. The 3 of them could only cast the Imperious Curse. But I was different. I could cast all 3 of them without feeling any change within me. There was something called dark magic addiction, but due to whatever reason neither of us were affected by it. There was a spell you could use to check how much someone is addicted to dark arts, and every time I practiced the 3 unforgivables, I asked Momo to check me and the result always came empty, like it happened with the 3 of them. I also have God to thank for this, I guess. The 4 of us have already learned apparition, but none of us like to use it. We only learned apparition because of emergency situations. If someone attacks us, they would never imagine that we knew apparition, but if someone attacks us, it would be his or her last, but that was completely different thing. So, as emergency situations, as an excuse, we learned apparition. I have already started one of the reasons I came to this world. Legilimency, the girls haven't started learning it for now, but I didn't make much progress because I didn't have anyone to cast Legilimency on. I would never use it on any of my girlfriends, so I have already found it a viable person to practice Legilimency. My occlumency shields were completely impenetrable now. I have transformed my mental labyrinth into the dungeon which Sungjin Woo received his powers. So, if anyone comes into my mind, they have to fulfill the challenges Sungjin Woo completed to survive, to pass. Quite impossible for any magical people because they usually lack any common sense and logic. Now, for my target practice for Legilimency is currently hiding with Weasley family. I have already located the burrow, which was quite easy to find. I knew their location from the story and went to Ottery St. Catchpole and looked around for some time until I noticed ramshackle house of 4 stories. There should have been 7 members in house, as Bill or William Arthur Weasley along with Charles Weasley should be in Hogwarts, but there were 8 members there. I made a plan to rip right through the defenses, which were completely miserable and pathetic, and take Scrabbers or Peter Pettigrew right in front of them. I could always give my name as Magneto because Momo had remade my hero costume, but this time I also included the mask. So, I also needed to break Sirius Black out of the prison. But first I needed the fucking rat. I also made a plan to meet Amelia Bones. So, here I was standing outside Ottery St. Catchpole looking over the laughter-filled house. It was school time, so only 8 members were in the house including the rat. I was already in my adult form and wearing my hero costume along with the helmet. The eye holes of the helmet were glowing blue. I decided to do this in a bold style so I could get old Dumbles would get busy with my fake persona and would always be wary of me showing up and messing his plans. I have planned to use this persona too when I break out Sirius Black. I could really create several problems like this. Thinking of this, I started to chuckle, and honestly it was a completely dark chuckle. I could easily scare off even teens with this laugh. Well, let's get this over with, I said, and metal sand started to drop out of my hero costume and took flight in the air and flew towards the burrow. Before reaching burrow, I used Death Eater's favorite ward. Anti-apparition and anti-portkaya wards. I added a small touch of myself in the ward. Now, it would also mess up the flu network. I felt an invisible force field around the house, but I hardened the armor around me and ripped the invisible wall like a wet paper. Several screams were heard from inside the house while I heard several screams and the house become completely silent. Several screams were heard from inside the house while I heard several screams and the house become completely silent. I could still feel their life signs inside, but all of them saw that they couldn't run and must be waiting to ambush me. Nov. L. B /JNN. The only problems I could face were from Arthur Weasley and Molly Weasley, and for Peter I decided to stay cautious. He could be carrying his wand too. If I remember correctly, he had No-Nose's wand along with him. Their door has metal hinges and doorknobs, so I easily opened their door and walked in. I felt them hiding in several places. The most small life signs were hiding on the top floor and 2 life signs were on the ground floor. One adult was hiding behind the door frame of the next room while the other was hiding just behind the couch so that they can attack me from 2 sides at the same time. If I had to go upstairs, I needed to walk up the stairs, which was in the next room. Good hiding places, but rather useless if you ask me, I said in a calm tone, but nobody moved or came out of their hiding spots. The iron sand was moving around me slowly, but I could feel the blood in their bodies started moving faster. Fine by me if you play like this, I said, and the iron sand I brought immediately rushed towards the person hiding behind the couch. No, what is this? A loud female shout was heard behind from the couch, and as soon as the woman shouted, the person hiding behind the door frame came out and fired several spells at me, and all of them were stopped by the wall of iron sand. It was Arthur Weasley, and Molly Weasley was the one who was behind the couch. What the hell is this? Who are you? Arthur Weasley screamed while firing spells at me. Seeing that I didn't answer, he continued firing spells. Let my wife go, you bastard, Arthur Weasley said, and kept waving his wand at me while several different color of spells hit the shields. Arthur couldn't hold it anymore. Bombarda Maxima. He pointed the wand at me and a white light sped in my direction. I enforced the iron sand shield in front of me. As soon as the spell hit the shield, a huge explosion happens which blows apart the whole front of the house, but my shield remained intact. Soon the dust dissipated and a shocked Arthur could be seen kneeling on the ground. My, that was quite a strong spell, I said in a mocking voice, and by this time my iron sand has gripped around Arthur and took his wand out of his hands. Both Molly and Arthur, wrapped around in iron sand, floated in front of me. Rot in hell, you Death Eater bastard. Molly Weasley screamed and spat at me, which was stopped by a new wall that rose up. Please don't compare me with those thugs of No-Nose half-blood. I am similar to you in some ways, as I myself don't hate muggles or preach pure-blooded bigotry. Even though I am a pure blood, I kept speaking while I kept walking around looking at the damage they did. Bombarda Maxima, a nice spell. It's lovely meeting both of you, but unfortunately I have some business to conduct. Now if you don't mind, please follow me, I said, and entered the next room and picked up Arthur and Molly's wands. Wands, such a marvelous creation but pretty useless. Both of you are pretty brave and intelligent. You waited for me to come closer so you could attack me. Good, I said, and threw the wand at a nearby table. Usually I never use monologue like a typical villain or a bad guy, but I wanted to make an image for myself as this was my first appearance in this persona. I found the stairs and started to walk upstairs, completely ignoring the protests I was getting from Arthur and Molly Weasley. I finally reached the top floor and found everyone hiding inside a metal trunk. I used my powers to rip away the locks from the trunk and found 5 kids huddled together in fear, but I didn't let my guard down. As they were from a magical family, they could be also carrying a wand and they could get lucky if I am not careful. I looked carefully and found the rat. I immediately used my powers to bring the rat towards me. The rat started to squeak in pain when I used my powers on his blood. I was careful not to hurt the rat too much for now. I grabbed the rat within my hands and looked at it. None of the kids tried anything. They were too much horrified to see me and their parents captured. Well, aren't you a fat little rat, I said to the rat, and the rat squeaked more and more. I used my lightning power and paralyzed the rat. Well, I got what I came for. I expect better hospitality the time I come, I said, and walked down the stairs while Arthur and Molly were completely gobsmacked seeing me leave them wrapped in iron sand just like that. I could even imagine that what they were thinking. They must be completely shocked to see me do all these just for a rat. Who the hell are you? While walking downstairs, I heard Arthur's voice. OPPs, I forgot to say my name. Magneto, call me Magneto, I said while walking downstairs, and I was easily loud enough for them to hear me. While I kept walking downstairs, I slowly kept retrieving my iron sand. Soon I walked out of the burrow and kept walking out of their ward coverage area and operate out. Even though I ripped apart the ward before entering the house, old families still kept some traps if someone wanted to apparate out without owner's permission, and Weasleys were definitely an old family. Even if they were light, they could be hiding something stupid and outrageous spells. I quickly returned to Castle Ravenclaw. I didn't bother to greet Momo or Rumi now and directly headed towards the Dungones. I have already prepared a special room for my new small guest or fat and coward guest with a ward that would prevent someone from turning into his or her animagus ward. Apparently the whole castle had an animagus ward, but it was inactive for now and I copied the ward from there. Momo and Rumi didn't know about my plans for now to cause chaos. They knew that I would be going somewhere and doing something nefarious, but they didn't say or ask me anything because they knew that I will tell them later tonight. I finally arrived in the Dungones and opened the special cell I have prepared and threw the rat inside. As soon as the rat entered the room, it changed into Peter Pettigrew and collided with the wall and dropped on the ground. Peter groaned in pain and started to stir awake and tried to fire spell with a wand he had been hiding. But before he could do that, all 4 of his limbs were shackled. How do you like your new room, Pettigrew? I asked him. I was still in my hero costume. Please, let me go. I have to go into hiding or someone would try to kill me. The man immediately got on his floor and started to beg while acting. Wow, I have to say he acted really nice. Yeah, I know Sirius Black, but don't worry, you will be meeting B soon. Won't it be nice that two marauders will be reuniting again? I asked him in a mocking tone and a look of horror marred his face. Before he could say anything, I walked away from the cell, closing the metal door. I can't stay here chatting. I still have places to be tonight. Back in the burrow. Auror report. Amelia Bones finally arrived at the burrow and asked the Aurors making the report. She would be naturally called here as this was the biggest attack after the boy who lived vanquished you-know-who. Madam Bones, it was a single person. He ripped through the wards like a wet paper. None of them saw his face as he was wearing a metal mask and metal armor. We have already received their memory, and the most shocking thing is that the attacker didn't use a wand. He was controlling sand-like material wandlessly, and he wasn't even carrying a wand, the Auror reported. Amelia Bones went into shock after hearing that. She never heard someone to be that strong. Yes, Weasley wards weren't the best there could be, but there would be no one who could directly rip right through them. Even Dumbledore would have to fire several spells to drop the wards. And wandless magic, what the hell was this? Yes, she knows that a lot of people can use magic wandlessly, and she herself could use several magic like that. But they were usually weak magic spells like summoning or lumos, but this guy did everything wandlessly. So, how many dead? She finally asked the most dreading question. Weasleys were poor, but they were a pure-blooded magical family. So, it would cause a huge uproar, and they are also the biggest supporters of Dumbledore. Many light families would cause uproar. No casualties, ma'am. No one was even harmed. Arthur Weasley and Molly Weasley tried attacking the assailant, but he just unarmed them and wrapped them in the sand-like material and went to the kids, but he also didn't do anything to them. He only took their pet rat and said he got what he wanted and left, the Auror said with a straight face. Amelia Bones was completely stilled. This must be a joke, right? Someone tore right through someone's wards and attacked a whole family to take only a pet rat? What a fucking joke. Did you just say that he did all this just for a pet rat? Amelia Bones asked again to make sure. Yes, ma'am. We think that his objective might have been something else, but for now we haven't found anything. He walked straight into the house, immobilized Arthur and Molly Weasley, took the rat and left right after. He must be simply a crazy drunk bastard, the Auror said. But Amelia Bones not for a single second thought that the person was just a crazy drunk bastard. No strong guy who could reo through wards like paper are not crazy bastard. She was sure that there was more to it. She could have thought more, but he only took a pet rat, which was pretty much crazy. But Amelia knew that this guy would be a lot more trouble. Oh, and ma'am. The guy called himself Magneto, the Auror said, and waited for the order. Amelia Bones for now etched the name in her mind. There was something in her mind that was whispering to her that she was going to meet this Magneto person quite soon. She didn't know how right she was. After leaving Pettigrew in the dungeons of Castle Ravenclaw, I operate right in front of the Ministry of Magic. If I needed to get Sirius out, then I needed the location of the island of Azkaban, and this is the only place I could get the location. But I need to invade the Ministry of Magic, but to do that without calling in all the unspeakables and Aurors, I needed to be silent this time. Nov. L. B /JNN. I walked in the broken down telephone booth and dialed 62,442, and immediately a robotic female voice was heard asking my name and my reason to visit Ministry. Magneto, and I want the location of Azkaban, I said, and a silver bagged with Magneto name my reason to visit the Ministry appeared, and the lift immediately started to move. How the hell Ministry be so stupid? Can't they understand I came here to take the location of the Azkaban? Are all the magicals so senseless and logicless? I think I shouldn't have expected much more from them. I morphed the metal armor on my body into metal robes that exactly looked like a wizard, but my face kept hidden by a mask and hood. After about 1 minute the door finally opened and I was already in the atrium. I expected this place to be crowded, but I can't be right always. After all, the Ministry is closed, so how the hell did they let me enter? Most stupidest people must have made this place. The ceiling was peacock blue with golden symbols moving across it. The Fountain of Magical Brethren was halfway down the atrium. A group of golden statues, depicting a wizard, a witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf, spouted water into the surrounding pool of water. At the end of the atrium was a set of golden gates, next to which was a security stand. The security stand was empty. I really feel bad for them. How much can these fucking people be lax? They really make invading the Ministry a piece of cake. I walked up to the lift, all of them inactive and could be only activated by Ministry workers using a special key, but since they were made by metals, this pathetic security was useless for me. I opened the doors and entered the lift, and the lift immediately started to go up. I took out a simple and regular invisibility cloak and donned it over. I reached the level 2 and opened the doors of the lift and exited and looked around if someone was guarding this level or not. After all, this was the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I looked around for a minute and I took off the cloak and morphed my clothes back into my armor. You know what? I won't complain if they make my job of invading the Ministry so easy. I should even hang a thanking note for welcoming me like this. I used my powers and easily mapped the whole floor using my metal sense. Even if these magical buildings, they still seem to have metals inside the walls. I spent the next hour inside the room they kept the case files and found Sirius Black's files, or their lack of. There was nothing in case file, as there was only the arrest report and Sirius Black being sent to Azkaban for the crime of murdering 12 muggles, Peter Pettigrew, and selling out Potters to you-know-who. Even after No Nose's death they can't call his name, so pathetic. But I didn't find anything related to location of Azkaban in here. I suspect that I won't find the location in some Auror's office, so I knew where I needed to visit next. The only person who would definitely have the authority is Amelia Bones. So, I directly made my way towards Amelia Bones' office while holding the Sirius Black's file. I found her office, and good thing her door lock is also made of metal. I don't the magic stuff embedded in the door or her room. I activated my lightning armor and unlocked the door, and a wave of red light hit everything in the room. It seemed to me like a stunning spell or something similar. I walked inside her room and started to search for the location of Azkaban. I quickly found the location of Azkaban, but there was a small and minor problem. Several appeared inside my sensory range and arrived on this floor, and 3 life signs were directly coming towards this room. Well, at least now I can send the message that I can also invade the Ministry of Magic if needed. But one person divided from the group, and only 2 peoples were heading in my exact direction, meaning one of them might be Amelia Bones. After all, I caused a huge trouble for the Aurors by invading the burrow. Well, this should be much better for me. I locked the door, and the iron sand in my armor started to spread around the room. I sat in Amelia Bones' chair and turned away. Soon I heard the click of the door and heard 2 people speaking. This is going to be a headache, Shacklebolt. I can't imagine what would happen if the Daily Prophet gets the wind of this. Who's there? Amelia Bones finally noticed me and pointed her wand at me, and Kingsley Shacklebolt as slow did the same. I was turned away from them, looking at a board filled with pictures of several convicted Death Eaters. Who are you? Drop your wand and turn around, Shacklebolt said, and moved slightly away from Amelia Bones so I can't attack them both at once, but I honestly didn't need to do that. Wand? I don't need a wand, I said, and the door snapped close, and iron sand laying dormant on the floor rushed up and started to wrap around their body. Both started to fire spells at the iron sand, but there was no stopping the inevitable. Soon both Amelia Bones and Kingsley Shacklebolt were both ridded of their wands, and iron sand handed their wands to me, and I looked at the wands with interest but didn't let the wand users go. So, you are Magneto, Amelia Bones said calmly. I shouldn't expect anything less from her. She has seen too much action to remain calm even now. Only now I turned towards Amelia Bones and Kingsley Shacklebolt. Well, meeting Shacklebolt is an added bonus. He would take this news straight to Dumbledore. I don't remember if he had joined the Order of Fried Chicken already or not. Even if hasn't joined, it's much works better for me like this. Madam Bones, it's so nice of you to join me this auspicious evening. Oops, sorry, night. You can understand when is so busy that they forget what the time is. You can surely relate, as you are also a busy woman. I asked Amelia Bones and sat down in her chair and made her and Shacklebolt sit in the visitors' chairs. I can relate, Amelia Bones said, and I could clearly feel the disgust in her voice. I finally turned my head towards Shacklebolt. Forgive my manners, Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt. I didn't greet you before. Sorry for the incident in the burrow. After all, I ruined both of your evening, but I needed something to be done, I said, looking at both of them. Hearing that I knew Shacklebolt rang bells in both of their heads, I understood that much from their expressions. So, you attacked the Weasleys because you wanted to get me here? Amelia Bones asked. Oh, no. I needed that rat. For me that rat is much more than a pet, and in near future you are going to get a headache because of that same rat. For that, I want to ask both of your forgiveness this time. Both were dumbfounded. Their face clearly said that I must be really crazy to think that a pet rat could be so important. Meeting you here is just as an added bonus. I have been planning to meet you, but I thought that ripping through a private ward would be much easier than Ministry, but honestly when I got in here I was very, very disappointed. They were practically inviting me. Hearing me, both Amelia Bones and Shacklebolt were completely shocked, and I could see rage building in Amelia Bones' eyes when she heard that I was planning to invade her home. I am a good man, so even if I invaded your house I wouldn't have hurt your niece. What her name is? Right. Susan Bones, I said, and Amelia was completely shocked and pale, as publicly no one knew Susan Bones' name. Only some of her niece's friends of her niece's age knew what her niece's name was. So what are you? A new Dark Lord? Or some Death Eater who wants revenge for his master? Amelia Bones finally gathered all her wits back and fired off several questions, trying to get out as much information she could from me. I just kept looking at until I burst out laughing. Only after a few seconds I finally calmed down and looked back at her. Shacklebolt was still trying to get out of the wrapped iron sand, but Amelia Bones have gave up doing that long ago. Smart girl. I ain't a Dark Lord. If I was a Dark Lord I would have killed all the Weasleys, and I am also not someone from light side. I am grey through and through, and for being a Death Eater, as I would ever work for that no-nose pathetic bastard with daddy issues, I said, and leaned back in Amelia's chair. Well, I guess that this impromptu meeting has gone long enough, and threw Sirius Black's file on the table and let go of Amelia's hands. Take a look at that file and tell me what's wrong, I said, leaning on the table. Amelia grunted, rubbing her wrists, and picked up the file and looked at me. The mass murderer Sirius Black. Amelia Bones read the name on the file and raised her eyebrow, looking at me. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. The mass murderer Sirius Black. Amelia Bones read the name on the file and raised her eyebrow, looking at me. I didn't say anything more and gestured her to continue. She opened the file and took a look inside and frantically looked through the pages and looked at me. Where are the trial papers and the conviction papers? Amelia Bones asked me. I also wanted to ask the same question. As you already know, I am not a ministry worker, so I can't take off something from there. After all, it is magically protected, I said to her. She didn't look too convinced by my excuse but didn't refute anything. I was looking through your archives since the ministry invited so nicely to invade, so why not? That is when I found that file. Well, at first I have thought that since he was a Death Eater and one of the worst since he betrayed the Potters to No-Nos, everyone was angry at him and threw him directly in Azkaban, but I didn't found any other convicted Death Eater who didn't receive a trial. Even the eccentric Bellatrix Lestrange received that honor. So I thought I'd take the file to look afterwards, but you decided to pay me a visit and it's much better to just ask you, I said and leaned back in Amelia Bones' comfortable chair. I have to get myself and my girls one of these. If what you say is true, then the records in courtroom should be missing too, or there shouldn't be any records in the first place, Amelia Bones said, finally put down the file on table. But does it really matter that a person like Sirius Black didn't have a trial? Kingsley Shacklebolt said, looking slightly disturbed, that we taking about the criminal Sirius Black and it's like we did him great injustice. Oh, you don't even know how much injustice you did. No matter who it was, any criminal who was caught should be tried. That is the difference between us and them, Amelia Bones said, and Shacklebolt pondered, hearing her, and finally nodded his head signifying that he understood. Well, it was great meeting you too, but it's quite late, so I should be going after all. I shouldn't hinder the job of Justice Department, I said in a mocking tone, and got up from Amelia's chair and took another look at her chair. Are you scared now that others would notice that me and Shacklebolt aren't back and we would catch you? So running like a common criminal? Amelia Bones said in a mocking tone, giving me a challenging look. Well, that was really smooth. She has already bought me. Two can play this game. You think too highly of yourself. I will also give you a handicap. I won't attack any of you. Do whatever you can. Use whatever you can. Call as many horrors as you want and try to stop me from leaving this place. I am going to walk right through this place. I own this place. I looked back at her and my voice was completely challenging. The iron sand immediately retracted from both Amelia Bones and Kingsley Shacklebolt and retracted back into my armor. They didn't disappoint me and immediately picked up their wands and attacked me, but I was already wrapped around in my lightning armor. The spells dissipated. Amelia Bones saw this and a huge bang sound resounded from her wand, and I felt everyone on the floor heading in this direction. Kingsley Shacklebolt kept firing the spells at me. Amelia used this time and put on several locking charms on the door. I simply used my powers and unhinged the whole door along with the door frame. This surprised both Amelia Bones and Shacklebolt, and they both bolted away to avoid the debris. I walked out of doors and saw 11 more horrors were already here, and seeing they started to fire of all the spells they knew. It's quite surprising that none of them used any unforgivables, but thinking that Amelia Bones was here they might be holding themselves back. Amelia Bones and Shacklebolt both joined the group of other 11 horrors, but I didn't get bothered by them. I could hear the slipping spells, leg-locking spells, stunning spells, bombardas and a lot more spells raining down on me, but none of them even bothered me slightly. I walked down the halls like I owned the place. I have already told Amelia Bones that I would do this. I finally reached the elevators and entered the one I came in and crushed all the other elevator tubes. I also destroyed the elevator Amelia and the horrors came in. While the door was still closing, I waved my hand towards Amelia Bones. Goodbye, Madam Bones. Have a lovely night, I said, and the doors finally closed. I returned to the surface and decided against operating because they might have some way to track my destination. I floated up in the air and blasted away in the direction of Castle Ravenclaw in the max speed I could. I finally arrived at the Castle Ravenclaw and finally arrived in my room. I decided to check on my new Leglimancy Trajet later. I have more important things to take care of now. I opened the doors and found Rumi and Momo were sitting on the bed doing their own stuff. Both were in their adult forms, so I didn't need to ask what they wanted. I hope that I didn't make you both wait for too long, I asked, getting out of my armor. My armor was metal, so doing that was quite easy for someone like me. We have been waiting for you quite long and you are really late, so you need to be punished because of that, Momo said, putting her books away and getting rid of her robe. Yes, so be a good boy and accept your punishment, Rumi said, following Momo's lead. Oh, kinky, then whom am I to complain, I said, jumping into the bed and landed right between the two of them. It has been 2 months since I invaded the Ministry of Magic and got my hands on the location of Azkaban. But I wasn't stupid to invade Azkaban right then and there. No matter how strong I was still worried about those soul-sucking monsters. So, I decided to learn Patronus and also teach Momo and Rumi. And like I have heard everyone saying in the story that Patronus Charm is a difficult spell, and truly it was much more difficult than the 3 Unforgivables. It's not like it's difficult, it just demands too much power. The 3 of us have no problem with the memories we have been using, but we were lacking the power. So, it took me almost 2 months just to become strong enough to cast a Patronus, but these 2 months of hard work was really worth it. I was now much more stronger magically, but I still lacked from Nemuri. She was being fed magical power constantly by the Castle Ravenclaw. So, let's talk about what happened after I invaded the Ministry. The answer is nothing. Amelia Bones put down a lid down on the news of Ministry being invaded because it would look too much bad on her department and she would lose whatever measly funds she was getting from Fudge the fucking moron. But the news of me invading Weasley's was on the Daily Prophet, but nothing more than that. Light families caused a huge uproar at the beginning but calmed down within a week. Well, it looked like no one was interested in the poor Weasleys since none of them were killed. Rumi and Momo were still working on the Patronus Charm along with their usual training schedule, but they still lacked the magical power. I would be in their situation too if not for my Zenkai boost. My Patronus was really awesome, if only theatrics are considered. I also have been practicing Leglimancy on the coward and traitor I had brought. From what I have learned from his mind is completely disgusting. He never thought James Potter, Remus Lumen, or Sirius Black as his friends, he just thought them as a means to use. He only stayed with them in the school because he wouldn't get bullied by the others, and when James, Sirius, and Remus were having fun he always seethed in rage. I also found that this bastard joined the No-Noses group of thugs on his own. After he graduated from Hogwarts he went straight to No-Nose and became a spy for him in the Order of Fried Bird. He also sold the Potters happily to No-Nose and framed Sirius Black just in spite of it, but there was something wrong in his mind. From what I learned from his mind, a third party has put the idea of hating Sirius Black inside his mind before the Potters were killed, but there was no memory of who that person was. That means the rat was obliviated right after being compusled and confounded. So if someone could do this, then there are only 3 people with enough power. 1 Bellatrix Lestrange, but well, I can put off the list since I knew that she isn't someone of such fines. No-Nose is the next on the list, but he has no gain from to do that. Next comes the old Dumbles. He is the one who gains most for his plans if Sirius Black is sent to prison. He must have known that the rat is going to betray Potters to No-Nose because I know he keeps using legilimency on everyone around him. I also found that Dumbles knew that Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper, but from what I found, Dumbles together with Bagnold and Crouch shipped Sirius Black to Azkaban. I am gonna make sure that Dumbles pulls out his own hair and beard due to frustration. Now, I forcefully brought myself out of my dark thoughts because I needed to go to my flat. Nemuri was arriving today because of the Easter holidays. Rumi and Momo were busy with their own stuff, so they would come later at night. I told them that I was leaving and apparat to our flat. Not even 10 minutes passed and Nemuri popped in the room and immediately swooned me in a kiss. Where are Momo and Rumi? Nemuri asked, looking around. They will arrive later tonight, I told Nemuri, and immediately a glaze appeared in Nemuri's eyes. I have seen this glaze in her eyes too many times. Then let's fuck until I can't walk straight, Nemuri purred and licked my ear. We finally arrived near the bed and Nemuri stripped out of her school robes in an instant. Sometimes I think that she might have made a magic to strip herself in a second. I looked at Nemuri. She have grown quite nicely. She has just turned 14 a few days ago now, and she now in her 3rd year of Hogwarts. She fished out her trunk from her robes and tapped it with her untraceable wand and enlarged it. She jumped into her trunk. I laughed seeing her like this. I didn't waste any time and started to strip. She popped out in a few seconds and I both of her hands she was carrying vials of aging potions. She handed me a vial while she gulped down the other one. Just after a second both of our bodies started to change into our adult forms. As soon as I was in my adult form I grabbed Nemuri wrist and pulled her into the bed and started to kiss her passionately. She was currently on top of me. I have been waiting so much for this. You don't know how many nights I woke up with my panties completely dripping wet, Nemuri huskily said between the kiss and her hands finally wrapped around my dick and she started to stroke it slowly. I also missed you, Nemuri. Don't worry, tonight let me take care of you. I stopped the kiss and rotated both of our bodies and pinned Nemuri under me. I slowly whispered into her ears and started to kiss down the valley between the boobs. My hands were now playing with her boobs and pink poking nipples. And Rio, just like that, Nemuri moaned in lust. I didn't say anything and kept moving downwards to her honeypot. One of my hands brushed by her vertical lips and she released another loud moan. My mouth finally reached hot and wet core and I can clearly see her juices dripping. I extended my tongue and gave her a lick, and dived in and started to eat her out. Nemuri's moan became more louder and thank God for the silencing spell I cast before Nemuri arrived and started any action. I was getting excited more and more by each passing moments. Nemuri's body started spamming and finally came. Nemuri immediately shot up and pinned me down while her eyes were glued to my dick. Now stay down and let me take care of that, she said and took my dick in her mouth. This was so hot that it almost sent me over the edge. I looked at her and her eyes met mine and she started to bob her head up and down. It felt really heavenly, and I knew that I was slowly reaching her limit. But suddenly she stopped and it frustrated me. Not yet, inside me. Do it inside me, Nemuri said and positioned herself over me and impaled herself on my dick with as much force she could. I grunted out in pain and lust. Nemuri started to move her hips up and down. I also started trusting matching her RHYTM. My hands reached up to her chest and I started to pinch and pull her nipples. She leaned down to make it easy for me. I am almost at my limit. I can't hold anymore, I grunted. She had already brought me to edge once and left me. Nemuri completely leaned and kissed me. Just a little bit more. I am also close. Let's come together. Nemuri pulled slightly back from the kiss and said to me. Easy for her to say, but I still held back for a few seconds and finally was unable to hold back. I am coming, I grunted and painted her inside with my spunk. Nemuri moaned loudly and she also came and shot her head backwards. As soon as she finished coming she fell over my chest breathing heavily. I love you, Nemuri, I said while I moved her hair away from her face. I love you too, Rio, Nemuri said me and gave me another kiss. Nemuri got up pulling me out of her and my mixed cum started to drip down her thighs. I was slightly confused at what she wanted now. Nemuri got on her fore and pulled on her ass cheeks showing me butthole and pussy from behind. Try my back door. I always wanted anal, Nemuri spoke in a perverted voice. Are you sure? I asked her. I was also excited hearing Nemuri's proposition but I still wanted to make sure before doing anything. Nemuri licked her lips and nodded her head. I immediately shot up and positioned myself behind her and lined my dick with her butthole and started to push in. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Nemuri moaned in lust while I kept pushing inside. Her back door was really tight and I finally sheathed myself within her. Are you okay? I asked Nemuri, who gave me her HJO face. Her face answered me everything and I started to move slowly, trying to ease both of us. Nemuri started to moan loudly and right at this moment 2 pops were heard. I turned my head and saw Momo and Rumi have finally arrived. Are you seeing this, Momo? Rumi asked, pointing towards us. Yeah, older woman, so horny, Momo said. Rumi and Momo looked at each other and both shrugged their shoulders and started to strip out of their clothes. After they stripped, they entered Nemuri's still open trunk and after a few seconds came out in their adult forms. By this time I have picked up my speed and was pistoning inside Nemuri's ass. I also fingering Nemuri's pussy. From her moans I knew that Nemuri would come really soon. Momo got up on the bed and moved to my right side and grabbed my head and pulled me in a hot and steamy kiss. Rumi got on my right side and guided my free hand towards her pussy. Nemuri finally came and due to her climax she butthole became more tight like it wanted to milk me. I also came in just 2 more thrusts. I pulled out of Nemuri and she was finally on bed breathing heavily and she still had her HJO face. I was still kissing Momo, so I pushed her down on the bed and pulled Rumi along from my right side and made her get on her knees right beside Momo. I positioned myself between Momo's legs and she happily stricted her body more, showing me her glistening pussy. I slowly pushed in and started to piston inside her. I pulled Rumi into a hot and lust-powered kiss, my lips slowly trailed down her and jaws finally reaching her tits and my hand reached her hot and dripping core and started to massage her slit. I slowly entered my 2 fingers inside her and started to finger her. The room was filled with both Momo and Rumi's loud moans. This boosted my ego so much to make 2 of my lovers moan like this and leave another in a state of drooling mess. I am gonna come. Rio, let's come together. Momo moaned out. Just at this moment I smacked Rumi's ass with my free hand, this made her scream my name. Suddenly I felt a lick on my balls and saw that Nemuri was already up and her lips were on my balls from behind me. This was so exciting for me that it sent me over the edge in an instant and I came inside Momo. Momo moaned my name and she also came and her eyes rolled back in ecstasy. Momo was breathing heavily and I slowly pulled out my dick out of her and both of our mixed cum started to drip down. I finally turned all my attention towards Rumi, who still haven't come once but looked like she was about to come, but I stopped fingering. This surprised her, shocked her. Hey, why did you stop? I was so close, Rumi said. Don't worry. I will make it up to you, I said and pinched her nipple. Rumi moaned out loud. When I let of her nipple she pushed me down. I understood what she wanted and laid down on the bed. Like Nemuri she positioned herself over my dick and slowly slid down, impaling herself on my member. I was about to reach out to suck her tits but Nemuri stopped that by sitting on my face. So, I did what I could do on that moment and grabbed Rumi's hips so I could pound her and my tongue slithered inside Nemuri's slit, making Nemuri scream my name loudly. Rumi was the first to come and she was having what everyone called spontaneous orgasms. Feeling her cum wash over my dick I also came. Rumi's eyes rolled back and dropped on the back, completely tired from her spontaneous orgasm. My tongue became more vigorous and Nemuri also reached her limit the next second and finally reached her climax. I slowly picked Nemuri by her ass and laid her down on the bed and then picked up Rumi and placed her by Nemuri's side. Both were breathing heavily. I turned towards where Momo was lying and found Momo was already up and she was giving the look that she was again ready. I complied and made her face towards the wall while I positioned myself behind her. I didn't bother this time to do it slowly and pushed inside Momo. Momo moaned in pain and pleasure. I grabbed her tits from behind her and started to piston inside her. Harder, harder. Momo moaned out and I happily did what she asked and increased my speed and force behind the thrusts. Our season of debauchery continued long till the sun was up. We finally decided to lay down long after the sun has risen up. Nemuri was by my right side, while Rumi was on my left and Momo was sleeping on my chest. All 3 of them had peaceful and satisfied expressions on their faces. The Easter holidays were over and Nemuri went back to Hogwarts grudgingly. I was back at making plans at what to do in near future. I have already planned out how my magical teleportation method would work. I was looking for something fast, so what could better be than Flash Step or Shunpo? Hydration was nice and all, but I think that only Rumi's body was strong enough to go through a process like that. I did some initial tests and found that long distance jumps would put much more heavier burden on your body than it could handle, and there were several safety charms inserted in a portkaya. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. To make a portkaya, the spell Porchus was used and the spell itself contained several other charms bundled inside it. So, portkaya travel gets more and more uncomfortable and unbearable with the distance, even with the safety charms inside it. Now let's talk about apparition. Apparition spell also has some safety charms bundled inside them. That is why apparition gives you a feeling that you are being pushed through a straw or a narrow tube when you are traveling. So, the spell can protect your body from tearing up because of the space displacement. But this protection has a distance limit, that is why everyone uses portkaya for long distance travels and not apparition. Now, why no one knows about this stuff? Because magical people never ask why, and they are plain stupid. So, why can't I make hydration and include some safety charms in them? That was also because of a simple reason, because I found what makes anti-apparition and anti-portkaya wards work. Both wards just simply disable the safety measure that are embedded into portkaya and apparition. And there is another small safety charm embedded in them that would stop the portkaya or apparition from working if other safety charms are nullified or not working. So, if I make high ration, I would need to put some safety charms in the spell to protect the bodies of the users and they would be nullified with the anti-port Kea or anti-apparition wards. Now, I could change the safety charms to make high ration work, right? But I can't. The wards in anti-apparition and anti-port Kea wards cancel any safety charms in general. They nullify or make them stop working any kind of safety charms forcefully. So, even I make new safety charms from the ground up, I will end up being stuck if anti-port Kea or anti-apparition wards are set up. Now, both these wards can be put on separately as many wizards and witches use them in their houses, but at that time it uses some specific wards to cancel some specific safety charms to stop from working so no one could port Kea in or out, or in some other cases apparate in or out. Now, how are the members of that houses get in or get using apparition and port Kea and nothing happens to them? That's also simple. They use their blood in the ward stone so that the ward stone would recognize them and don't stop their apparition spells or port keys. Now, when the Death Eaters attacked, they directly put up anti-apparition and anti-port Kea wards around the house. So, making a high ration with safety measures is completely useless for me now. So, I ended up with small distance travels which won't need any safety charms because of the short distance. But it would be more than enough to leave the anti-apparition or anti-port Kea wards so anyone could use port Kea and apparition to get out of there. Tonight I decided to visit Azkaban and see if I could kill those soul-sucking monsters or not. I remember how the Dementors were able to grab the door handle to enter Harry's compartment in the 3rd year. So, they are not intangible and I might be able to kill them using metal, and if not I can still fire off my Patronus and drive them off. So, you are going to Azkaban? Momo asked me, looking slightly worried as she have read about those soul-sucking monsters in the library. Yes, I need to save that guy Sirius Black. He has rotted enough in that hell, I said while looking at Momo, and she just nodded her head. But I also want to accompany you. Rumi whined, I have been expecting this. She knows that there is going to be a fight or I would be performing some awesome moves, so she didn't want to miss it. Throughout the 3 years we have arrived here she was only able to fight us. So, she was kind of getting bored. I would have taken both of you if you have mastered the Patronus charm, I said while caressing Rumi's head. Though Rumi didn't show it on her face, but I could easily say that she was happy that I cared so much about them. I finally got up and started to strip. Finally getting out of my boxers, I gulped down the aging potion kept on the table and my body started to change into my adult form. I used my powers to wear my armor. Ask Dixie to make food for our guest, I said after I put on my helmet and flew out of Castle Ravenclaw. I already knew which direction I needed to go to reach Azkaban, so it was pretty easy for me. After about 30 minutes of flight at my full speed, Azkaban came into my view and I finally slowed down my speed drastically, finally coming to a stop. I floated in the air and looked at Azkaban, and no matter what, the actual place was really awesome and impressive. If I ever visit another world where I could build my own fortress, then it would be definitely like this. I spread my sense around Azkaban and found more than enough metal in the buildings. Now, what should I do? Barty Crouch Jr. is already out of here. He was smuggled out of Azkaban in the 1982 by Crouch SNR. I should take out Sirius Black and look around. If I can kill the Dementors, then I am going to kill all of them. After all, that would mess up several future plans of No-Nos. And if I can kill them, I will look around if I can find anyone else who is innocent using Legilimency, and I would rip apart the whole fortress like a tin can. Finally making the plans, I headed straight towards Azkaban, and I have already started to feel the depressing atmosphere around here because of the presence of Dementors. I finally landed on the island and found all the life signs on the island, but there was a slight problem with the plan I previously made, as if I crushed Azkaban into the ground, then what the hell was I going to do with the guards? I don't know, Porteous, and I have 2 port keys on me, but both of them were configured Castle Ravenclaw as their destination. So, turning it to ground is out of question now. But I was still going to kill all the Death Eater and any Dementors I can find, and if I can even kill them. While I thinking these, I didn't notice my surroundings become chilly and foggy. Until a black cloaked figure finally descended over me, I didn't notice anything. But as soon as I saw the Dementor coming over me, I knew I fucked up and pulled out of my wand and cast the Patronus charm. Expecto Patronum. I chanted, and a huge blackish Leviathan came out of my wand and kept growing in size until it was massive. The Dementor shrieked in pain due to the presence of such happy memories and ran away. The Leviathan Patronus kept growing in size and it finally reached its full size, and now it was big enough to wrap the fortress of Azkaban. My Patronus was so huge that it was really absurd, and that was the reason I didn't fire off my Patronus firsthand. My Patronus must have notified the Auror guards, and I am sure of it. It was like a beacon, and I was also pretty sure that everyone saw my Patronus even from the mainland. I could already see more than 100 Dementors running away from Azkaban while shrieking. This put another dent in my plans, as now I won't be able to try to kill any Dementors as they were already gone. Damn. I should stay more and more focused during a mission like this. My Leviathan Patronus gave out a huge roar, but no sound came and finally disappeared into thin air. I sighed again and headed towards the gate. I already felt 6 life signs gathering around the gates. Well, that makes it a lot more easier for me, as the guards are gathering in a single place. Who are you? Identify yourself. A voice was heard from other side of the wall. Shut up, stupid. Don't give him our position. We already know he isn't someone from Ministry, as now one has a Patronus so powerful like that, another voice yelled at the previous voice. Honestly, I also don't know why my patron is so huge, and now that I have practiced it for more than 2 weeks I have become much more efficient casting it, and my magic reserves have also grown many folds, almost reaching Nemuri's enhanced magic reserves. So, now I cast Patroness always when training to increase my magic reserves. I finally thought of answering the question, as I have already decided to leave my name over Azkaban as a message. I am Magneto, I said, and ripped apart the huge metal doors exposing the 6 Aurors. I am Magneto, I said, and ripped apart the huge metal doors exposing the 6 Aurors. The Aurors were completely surprised that they suddenly lost their cover, and I ripped apart huge doors like this. I remembered one of their faces. I remember him from the time I invaded Ministry. He was there with Amelia Bones there. But their surprise didn't last long and pointed their wands at me, but it was too late for them. 6 lightning bolts erupted from my hands and hit the 6 Aurors. The next second the Aurors dropped on the ground completely knocked out. I decided to check something. I didn't see any of the Aurors casting Patroness, so how they were able to protect themselves from the Dementors. I have been thinking that since long I have decided to break Sirius Black out of Azkaban. It's just like I have thought all 6 of them were wearing ring-like pendants, which was giving me a similar feeling of a Patroness. So, they must have found a way to make these, or charm them using some method. I need to do some research with that. I used my power on 2 knocked out Auror and laid them over another 2, they would gay to anyone who sees them. I then took their ring pendants and put them in my pocket and finally entered Azkaban. Even with the Dementors gone, the whole place was giving me eerie feeling. It was very depressing. I felt that some wards were already affecting me since I have entered this place. The first 2 were anti-apparition and anti-Portkea wards, those were quite obvious. The next ward was quite odd. I wanted to know what it was, but I didn't have time. I know that the DMLE must have already been notified about the strange Titanic Patroness seen in Azkaban, and they must be gathering men to apparate here. I finally arrived at the stairs. I could feel the life signs of the prisoners. Their cells were from 4th floor and kept going up. I increased my speed, but this time I decided not to drop my guard and get immersed in my thoughts. I don't want to get surprised by another Dementor and fire another of my gigantic Patroness. I finally reached the 4th floor and started to look around the cells. All of these were minor criminals, who were here for minor crimes like theft. This must be the low security part of Azkaban. I climbed up to 5th floor, and this was also the low security prison. Finally reaching the 6th floor, I knew that this must be the high security prison. As soon as I reached 6th floor I came face to face with another pair of giant metal doors. The doors were ripped apart within a second and I walked inside. Most of the criminals here were murderers, rapists and all of their kinds. I kept checking their minds with Leglimency. All of them were by their cell doors as soon as they heard the doors being ripped apart, and all of them were hoping that someone was here to take them out of here. Some of their crimes like truly disgusted me, so I outright killed them. Only now I imagine what the minds of Death Eaters would look like. I finally finished my round on the 6th floor and headed towards the 7th floor. Finally I reached the floor where the Death Eaters were kept. But most of them were just minor. There were only 6 prisoners here, but killing them here would definitely mess up No-Nose's future plans. So, I killed all 6 of them and headed towards the 8th floor. It was the last floor, and I knew it was the topmost floor where prisoners were kept. So, all the fanatical supporters of No-Nose must be on this floor along with Sirius Black here. The first cell belonged to Antonin Dolohov. I ripped apart his cell door and entered the door. Antonin was immediately scared of me and backed away from me and started shivering. I didn't need to look through his mind and made a hole in his chest using railgun. The wall behind him also got a similar sized hole. The next cell belonged to Augustus Rockgood, the ex-unspeakable. If I have decided to look through his mind I would have learned a lot, but I preferred my sanity much more than anything and killed him using rupture. Everything in the cell vaporized along with Augustus Rockwood without leaving a single trace. After 3 more cells I finally found the Lestrange trio. The first was Robistan Lestrange. He had already seen what I have done to 5 of Death Eaters, and all of them he had worked together, so he was huddling in the corner shaking. I entered the cell and looked at the cowering Robantan Lestrange and expanded the blood inside his veins. Robistan screamed in pain until his body exploded in blood and gore. N/O/vel/B/C//om. The next cell was owned by Rodolphus Lestrange. He also met his end with his own blood exploding inside him. Finally I arrived in front of the cell of renowned Dark Witch Bellatrix Lestrange. Who are you? When my lord comes back he will take revenge for all of us, Bellatrix said, and she was the only one who was standing straight looking directly at me without any trace of fear. She must truly believe in her master. In fact I am counting on that. After all I am doing this so I can piss him off, I said calmly, and hearing me Bellatrix started to cackle madly. Well, I wasn't in the mood now. I have wasted enough time here. I raised my hand towards her, and used a minor level of Shinra Tensei. Bellatrix's body was slammed on the wall and several cracks were heard. She spat out blood from her mouth. She was slowly sliding down the wall towards the floor when I again used Shinra Tensei, and her body was again slammed onto the wall and similar sounds of breaking bones were heard. I have decided to paint her on the wall. She deserves a death like that. Bellatrix breathed her last after the 4th slam, and back of her body was already painted on the wall when I finally let her body drop on the floor. Giving her body a last look, I walked out of the cell and killed rest of the Death Eaters on the floor and finally reached the last cell. I could clearly see a Sirius Black sitting inside the cell with his eyes closed. I ripped apart the door and entered his cell. Sirius finally opened his eyes and looked towards the sky. James and Lily. I am so sorry I let you down. I have let you down the most important time, it was all my fault, Sirius said. Are you done? You see, we are really short on our time, I said, and ripped apart the chains bounding Sirius to the room, but let the shackles stay so I could control his movements. Where are you taking me? Aren't you going to kill me too? Sirius asked me, looking confused when his bonds started to float beside me. Well, my main objective was to get you out of here, but since it was too much of a nice opportunity for me to give up, I decided to send them to the next world, I said happily. Sirius' face is still the same like before, but I think he slightly paled. Who sent you? Why did you save me? Sirius fired the questions. I didn't even know how he was still able to ask these with his current condition. A great injustice has been done to you. I found the actual secret keeper of the Potters, and his mind told me a lot of things, including how Dumbledore allowed you to be sent here even after he knew the truth, I said, and Sirius's eyes grew wide and looked at me like I grew a second head. Tell me where you found that bastard? Tell me now. I am going to kill that backstabber. Sirius yelled and tried to grab me, but his hands didn't raise up because of the metal shackle still around his wrists. Calm down. If you kill him, then I won't be able to clear your name and you won't be able to spend more time with Harry Potter, your godson, I said. This made Sirius calm down slightly. He finally nodded his head. The two of us were finally out of Azkaban and still no Dementors could be seen. Now, I need you to be knocked out. I have a small message to leave behind, I said, and a lightning bolt from my hand hit Sirius and knocked him out. I placed one portkaya around his neck and activated it. Sirius was immediately whisked away to Castle Ravenclaw. I turned my eyes toward the fortress of Azkaban. It looks like it's missing something, my name actually. I rose up both my hands and started to manipulate the metal in Azkaban and started to punch holes in the fortress. I finally smiled looking at my handiwork, and grin grew large as I felt several other life signs appear on this island. Image here. How MC wrote his name on Azkaban. But instead of white, just imagine the blank space making up the name. How do you like the art? I asked. My head was still turned towards Azkaban. You sure have a lot of guts, Amelia Bones said, looking at me, and all the aurors she brought started to surround me. That. I have. I also did an interior job here if you are interested, I said, and finally turned towards Amelia Bones. What happened to my aurors? She asked. Her voice was completely cold. Oh, they are having a nice nap. I have tucked them in before I headed inside. I hope you don't mind. I said, and by now the aurors have surrounded me. Forgive me for this short meeting, but I have other places to be, I said, and activated my portkaya and was whisked away. The port keys I brought today were slightly different. They were untraceable. The goblins were nice to provide me the port keys, obviously at a price. Back in Azkaban. This is going to give me huge headache. I don't even imagine what his final objective is, Amelia Bones said while rubbing her forehead. All of them have finally arrived on the topmost floor and saw the carnage Magneto had done. Amelia Bones was very happy from inside seeing all the Death Eater's fate, but her duty wasn't letting her celebrate. After all, she was a dutiful auror and has been for a long time, but that didn't mean that she can't be happy from inside. But currently she was in a dilemma. It seems that Magneto has already killed Sirius Black in the same manner he has killed some other inmates. Magneto has found a way to vaporize them, and the most shocking thing is that they didn't find any traces of magic like before. They found traces of only a Patronus spell and nothing else, and Magneto seemed to also have taken 2 Patronus pendants from the aurors. She gave another look at the wall on which Bellatrix Lestrange was painted, and she once again cheered internally. Her whole family, Susan's parents, were also killed by Death Eaters, so it was a really happy news for her, but she still needed to catch Magneto because he had broken the law, and protecting law was her duty. Amelia along with her aurors finally decided to leave the fortress because they already have what they needed here and they can't find anything else here because everything they did depended on magic, and there wasn't a single trace of magic here except that abomination Patronus. She has seen the memory of the Patronus taken from her aurors, and she can't even imagine how strong Magneto was to be able to cast a titanic Patronus like that. She along with her aurors finally came out of the fortress and saw a group of people she wanted to avoid. The Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge was finally here. Amelia, what the hell happened here? Cornelius, while panicking, asked Amelia. Amelia always wondered how a moron like this was able to become the Minister of Magic. If he have seen the interior design Magneto made Insty, he would puke out his guts. Magneto happened. He walked down here like he owned the place, slaughtered every Death Eaters and wrote down his name on Azkaban and left, Amelia said in a bland tone. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Magneto, the same guy who attacked the Weasleys? I thought he was a crazy drunk bastard. Lucius told me that he was just a drunkard who had something against Weasleys and attacked them. Cornelius frantically spoke. He had no idea what he was going to do now. He knew for sure that he can't sweep an incident like this under the rug and he would lose a huge political clout. I can assure you, Minister, that Magneto isn't just some crazy drunk bastard. Any crazy drunk bastard can't rip right through anyone's wards, and they don't have guts to break inside Azkaban, Amelia said to the Minister. She had previously put a lid on the news about Magneto breaking in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and she wasn't going to say this now. She was sure that her Misei funds would be also cut if she tells him that. So, what is he? What does he actually want? Cornelius asked worriedly. By each moment he can feel the pressure on him increasing. We don't know at this moment. He hasn't shown anything which points towards a final objective. Amelia felt that it was true. She herself didn't know what Magneto actually wanted. Is he a new Lord in Rising? He must be, if he kills peoples like this. I am going to talk with Albus now. I hope he can give a solution to me, Cornelius said, and finally decided to leave Amelia and bother Albus Dumbledore. Amelia was quite happy that the moron was going to bother someone else finally. She noticed one thing, that even something like this happened, Cornelius didn't increase the funds of her department, which she very much needed. She found it odd that even after an incident of this scale, Cornelius didn't found it necessary to increase the funds of her department. In Hogwarts, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, chief warlock, supreme mugwump, was currently sitting behind his desk and pondering over a certain topic. He was thinking about the person who attacked the Weasleys. He called himself Magneto. He was really worried about this person. For everyone else, Magneto could be a crazy drunk bastard, but for him he was much more dangerous. Everyone thought him crazy because he attacked Weasleys and took their pet rat, but Albus Dumbledore was the only person who knew actually who it was. How can't he know? He was Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore after all. He knew about the marauders from the beginning. After all, he uses the portraits to spy on the students, and on a certain day a portrait saw 3 of the marauders turning into animagus, so he knew their animagus forms. So, when Dumbledore saw the rat with the Weasley family, he immediately knew that it was Peter Pettigrew, and he also knew that Sirius Black was innocent. After all, he was there with the Potters when the secret keeper was chosen, but Sirius needed to out of the way so he could gain complete control over Harry for the greater good. When Sybil Trelawney gave the prophecy for the first time, he immediately stunned Sybil Trelawney, and started to make plan. He knew that the prophecy could only be about 2 families, Frank and Alice Longbottom, and the other family James and Lily Potter. As long as either of kids lived, the Dark Lord Voldemort couldn't be vanquished. It was clear in the prophecy that only either of their newborns could vanquish the Dark Lord, and both newborns would take at least 15 more years to be even able to stand ground against someone like Tom. So, he needed to make this prophecy pass as soon as he could, so he decided to leak the prophecy to Tom. After all, Tom can't be vanquished by 2 newborns who can't even stand on their own. So, he arranged a phony interview in Hogshead, but due to his relations with his brother Aberforth Dumbledore, it was quite hard, so he decided to use 3 broomsticks for the interview. He knew about Severus Snape joining Tom, so he invited Severus to the interview and used a mild confidence on him so that he would eavesdrop on Sybil Trelawney's interview. He put Sybil Trelawney under the Imperious Curse and made her only recite the first part of the prophecy. He couldn't afford Tom hearing the whole prophecy. If he got his hands on the whole prophecy, then he might get scared and not attack any of the families in fear of marking the newborns as his equals, and he can't have that. And with planned timing and planning, he was finally able to pull it off, and like he had thought, Severus Snape took the prophecy to Tom. Tom immediately started to search for the Potters and found them when Potters decided to make Peter Pettigrew their secret keeper. But he needed Sirius to be out of the way, or he might do something to ruin the plan. That's why he decided to frame Sirius using Pettigrew. The plan worked really fine. Tom attacked the Potters, but he didn't expect Lily Potter to use some kind of sacrificial protection spell to protect Harry. Tom killed both James and Lily, but Harry was protected by Lily's protection. But at least Tom lost his body when he attacked Harry. At least now the days of Tom's terror was over temporarily, and he could use this time to make Harry walk down the path of martyr and use his sacrifice as a rally point of light side. Albus knew for sure that Tom wasn't dead, as there was no body left behind. And Avada Kedavra never destroys someone's body. His backup plan of getting Sirius out of the way seemed to a boon at this moment, as he would be able to get Harry grow up like he wanted to be. Peter Pettigrew performed well and framed Sirius. Albus used some of his political power and sent Sirius Black to Azkaban without giving him a trial. Now, he needed Harry to grow up friendless, loveless, and familyless, and Albus knew the exact place to take Harry. He took Harry to Lily's sister, who despised everything related to magic. Albus needed Harry to grow up feeling insignificant so that when he brings Harry to magical world, he would latch on to anything he gets. He had planned to use Weasleys to keep a tight watch on him so that Harry doesn't get too much knowledge than he wanted, and he always stayed ignorant of his background. Albus also wanted to get his hands on Potter fortune, but didn't seem to work, as only a Potter could enter the vaults. After all, wars can't be fought with empty pockets. So, he regularly got reports on how Harry was growing up, and this brought him huge guilt, but it needed to be done after all of this was for the greater good. But just 2 months ago, an unknown person appeared and took Peter Pettigrew from the Weasleys. Albus wasn't stupid, and he was sure that this person who called himself Magneto knew exactly who this rat was. Albus was finally brought out of his thoughts when the flow finally blared with green fire and the face of Cornelius Fudge appeared in the fire. "Albus, are you there?" Cornelius screamed frantically. Albus felt a really bad foreboding. "Yes, what can I do for you, Cornelius?" Albus spoke in his usual grand fatgerly tone. "It's bad, Albus. It's really bad. Magneto attacked Azkaban and killed all the Death Eaters and several other prisoners. Can I come over?" Cornelius said, panicking. Albus felt the world shatter. He can't have another monster like Tom appear now and mess up his well-laid plans like this. He was sure now that Magneto got Sirius out of Azkaban, since he already got his hands on Pettigrew, and knowing how much of a coward Pettigrew was, he must have spilled everything. Albus didn't thought much and opened the flue so Cornelius could come over. He needed to know everything, but he really felt a bad premonition. POV, Rio. After bidding Amelia Bones farewell, I finally activated the untraceable portkey given to me by Gringotts and arrived in Castle Ravenclaw. Well, I know that Galbans are greedy and could sell anyone out for the right price, but I wasn't worried about that in the slightest. If they sell me out, they would again lose their richest customer. I started walking towards the room where Sirius's portkaya was configured to take him. Dixie, I called the house elf who popped in beside me. What can Dixie do for Master Edgary? Dixie asked me while I could clearly see the expectation in her eyes. Can you please bring some food for our guest? I asked the small creature who beamed after hearing me giving her work. Yes, Master Edgary, Dixie can do that, Dixie replied and popped out. I finally arrived at Sirius's room and entered. Sirius was still knocked out. Dixie popped in the next moment and placed a tray of food and popped out. I was still in my armor, so there was no worry that Sirius would get to see my face, and I also won't be showing Sirius the castle. I might be helping him, but I am not stupid that I would lay all my secrets bare in front of him. I also didn't save him just because of goodwill. It's about 50-50. I saved him half because of pity and other half because it would be a nice ranch in Old Goat's plans. I pulled out my wand and cast a renervate on Sirius. Sirius immediately gasped for breath and got up. He looked around and was completely shocked to see the room he was currently in. He turned his head around and finally found me. So it wasn't a dream. Sirius exclaimed and started to check his own body. So, it wasn't a dream after all, you got me out of Azkaban. But do you get out of this? I know that nothing is for free, Sirius said to me, looking slightly worried. Honestly, I am quite surprised to see that he can think clearly like this even after he spent 5 years in Azkaban, but he must have used his animagus form mostly to keep his sanity. Just say that I don't like Dumbledore, and saving you would have ruined a lot of his plans, I said, and make an iron chair from my iron sand and sat on it. Sirius pondered for a few seconds before nodding his head. You said something about Harry. What happened to him? Where is he? Sirius asked me, and I could clearly see he was not acting or anything. He was really worried, and it was like the most important thing for him now. He lives in Little Whinging, Surrey. I will take you to him, but you need to get cleaned and fed before that. I can't have you pass out because of hunger, and I am also sure that you don't want to meet your godson like that, I said to Sirius, but I don't think he heard any of that. His face looked completely horrified. Did that guy know where the Dursleys live? It could be possible. Please tell me that he doesn't live with Petunia. Sirius spoke to me in a begging manner. I could already see the tears forming in his eyes. Unfortunately, yes. Dumbledore in his infinite wisdom thought that it would be the most loving family for him, I said, and by now Sirius was on the floor crying and slamming his fist on the floor. I think he must know that Petunia despised everything related to magic and her sister, and if Harry lived there then he can only imagine how miserable his godson's life had been. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I am so sorry, James. Lily, I have let you down. I am the worst, Sirius kept muttering. Honestly, I feel bad for him, but I am currently short on time slightly. I know that Old Goat would know that helped Sirius to escape prison, and Sirius would definitely try to reach Harry, so he would tighten the security around Harry if he had to, and I can't let that happen. I used my powers on the shulkleys that were still on Sirius's wrist and ankles and pulled him up. Get yourself together, it isn't too late. You can still save him. He can know that he is loved by his godfather, but we need to be quick before Dumbledore gets the news or suspects that you escaped, I said. Sirius heard me speaking and wiped away the tears he had in his eyes with the rags he was wearing. He immediately headed towards the food tray and started to chomp down and mutter about how much he loved food. Sirius was done with the food just on 5 minutes. I looked at the huge tray that was filled with food just a few minutes ago and thought that the current Sirius could give Momo a slight challenge. Though the house elves are still trying to kill us with the amount of food they prepare for us, but Momo comes down as our guardian angel and glumps down all the food. Quite funny that I remember it now. Good. I guess you could still meet your godson like this at least. He would know that his godfather was in jail because he was framed and wasn't able to take care of him, I said, and got up from the chair. The chair dissolved into iron sand and entered my armor. I walked up to Sirius and placed my hand over his shoulder. Sirius didn't say anything, and the next moment both of us appeared in an empty street with normal houses on both sides of the street. Sirius immediately recognized this place and rushed forward to number 4 house of the Privet Drive. The house of Dursleys, the same place where Harry was abused his whole childhood. I didn't stop Sirius, and he finally arrived at the door and started banging on the door. I cast the most powerful notice me not charm I could. I was right behind Sirius and turned back and found Arabella Fig looking at us. I let her be. She can do whatever she wants. I honestly don't care. If she calls Dumbles here, that it would be really great, as I would beat him up to his next Sunday and hang him in front of Ministry or Hogwarts. The door finally opened and a purple-faced vermin came out carrying a club in his hands. You! Verson yelled and swung his club towards Sirius, but Sirius, even in his current condition, was much faster and punched Vermin on his nose. Vermin dropped on the ground with his broken nose and started to yell, but Sirius didn't wait and headed inside the house. Petunia was standing in the hall and saw everything that transpired. How can you do this to Vermin? I am going to call the police. Petunia yelled and tried to back away towards their phone, but I was much faster and used my powers on her blood, and she dropped on the ground screaming in pain. I stopped using my power on her and she stayed on the floor breathing heavily. Sirius wasn't idle and was looking for Harry all around until I called him and pointed towards a cupboard under the stairs. There were fresh blood stains right in front of the cupboard. Sirius's face became completely pale. I also clenched my fists together. No matter how much of a monster I am, I would never abuse a child like this. Yes, I destroyed a whole city filled with people. There might have been some kids there too and I killed them, but I won't torture them or abuse them. I ripped apart the door from its hinges and Sirius and I looked inside to find a small kid with messy black hair and green eyes. He has a distinct lightning bolt scar on his forehead. The kid was only dressed in rags. The kid was lying on his side, his back facing towards the doors. His whole back was marred with bloody marks of belts. I could see Sirius was already crying. Sirius crawled inside and Harry had already noticed us and huddled back in a corner in fear. This broke Sirius's heart, but he didn't back down. Harry, I am so sorry. I am sorry. I wasn't here when these monsters beat you up. You won't remember me, but I am here now. I would protect you even with my life. Sirius kept speaking, making several promises. This kept going for more than 5 minutes. I looked towards the house of Arabella Fig and found that she wasn't at her window now. Because of the notice me not charm, none of the neighbors bothered with the screams and noises. Finally Sirius came out of the cupboard while carrying Harry in his arms. He immediately rushed towards Vermin and started to kick him. By this time a miniature version of Whale came down and was hugging his mom while crying. I can't kill a small kid of my actual age in this world while I knew he was there. If I have killed kids before, I haven't known about them, but I am not going to kill one knowingly. I used my power on Dudley's blood and rose him up on the air. No, please let him go. He is innocent. Petunia exclaimed. Don't worry, I am actually letting him go. His only punishment would be he would go up without having parents, I said, and hit Dudley with a lightning bolt and knocked him out. He was still floating in the air because of my power. I floated him to Arabella Fig's house and dropped him right in front of her door. Petunia's face was completely pale now that she had heard me. Vermin's face was completely bloody now with all the kicks Sirius landed on him. Do you have a place to hide? I asked Sirius. Yes, I will be taking Harry away with me to France. My family had a vacation house there and nobody knows about it, Sirius said and gestured me to come closer. I walked up to him and he said an address to me and I immediately knew the location of the house he was talking about. So, the house was under Fideliu's charm. Nov. L. B //JNN. Goodbye then, I will visit sometime when I can, I said to Sirius. I don't know how Sirius did it, but he operat along with Harry in his arms. Must have been some family magic involved in there, after all Blacks are one of the most ancient and noble houses. I walked out of the house and Vermin was groaning in pain while Petunia was tending to his injuries. It seems like she forgot that I told her that I was going to kill her. Stupid people. I pointed my wand in their direction and cast a spell most dark wizards think 10 times over before casting. Fiend fire. I cast the spell and a Leviathan made of fire erupted from my wand and clashed with the building. 2 screams could be heard from inside, but my attention was brought by several popping noises of apparition. I turned around and saw Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick, and Severus Snape looking at the scene with pure horror on their face. Thanks for joining me this auspicious night, I said in a dramatical manner. Thanks for joining me this auspicious night, I said in a dramatical manner and extended my arms. The house behind me finally collapsed. Wow, I didn't expect that to happen, but it must have been badass. I cheered internally and almost did a jig externally, but stopped myself. After all, I have an image to maintain. I looked at the 4 horrified faces and I knew that I had the effect I wanted. Yes, paint me as a new Dark Lord. This is all I wanted now. How could you? Dumbles gave me a horrified and disappointed grandfatherly look and shouted. Well, I pointed my wand and cast Faint Fire. If you want I can teach you too, I said being sarcastic, and pulled out my wand and cast an anti-apparition and anti-portkey ward. After all, I don't want them running away now. The 4 of them were dumbfounded, but I could see rage surfacing on all 4 of their faces seeing me joke like that after murdering their savior. They think I also killed Harry. They didn't see Sirius apparate out with Harry after all. They didn't wait and all 4 of them fire a stunning spell towards me. Lightning armor formed around my body and tanked all their attacks. Really? That was pathetic. I expected much more from you, Dumbles. Can't you see? All of your plans falling apart. You should be completely enraged, I said in a mocking manner to Dumbles. Dumbles didn't show any reaction on face, but a passive probe of legilimency told me otherwise. How could you murder 2 kids? Ha! Minerva shouted and sent some creatures she made using transfiguration. 2 iron lances formed beside me from my iron sand and impaled the creatures one by one. Sorry. I am a murderer, but I am not a child killer. You are the one who brought the child killer, I said and pointed towards Dumbledore. All the spells flying at me stopped and Minerva, Phocaeus, and Snape turned their heads towards Dumbledore. If you didn't kill Harry, then what did you do to him? Dumbledore asked me. His face was completely cold now. Oh, I allowed Sirius to take him. After all, Sirius was his magic sworn godfather, I said and put my wand back in my armor. Sirius Black is the one who betrayed Harry's parents. Phileas squeaked out and looked at me with disgust. Really? Are all of you magical people so stupid? I just said that Sirius was Harry's magic sworn godfather, so if Sirius would have betrayed Harry, then magic would have killed him, I said, and even I couldn't see my own face now. I could clearly say that I was having a deadpan. Lies? Sirius was the secret keeper of Potters. Minerva exclaimed, and I could see that she had unshed tears in her eyes. Only Severus Snape didn't speak anything, and he was slowly moving towards my left side, trying to get on my blind side. Smart, but it still wasn't enough. So, I decided to play this game. Why don't you ask Dumbles? He was there when Potters made Pettigrew their secret keeper, I said, and this time Dumbledore's cold visage cracked, but I knew it was all an act. Hearing me, Minerva and Phileas immediately turned their heads towards Dumbledore. This time even Snape looked towards Dumbledore, stopping his advancement towards my blind side, or so they thought. Yes, it's true that Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper, but Sirius was also a criminal and killed Pettigrew along with 12 muggles, Dumbledore said in a manner that would have obviously gained someone's sympathy. Oh, is that right? So, you mean to say that you have no hand in Pettigrew framing Sirius? I asked Dumbles. To my surprise, Dumbles didn't react, but in his place Minerva did. How can you say something like that about such a great man? Minerva said, looking at me. Snape continued to make his way towards my left side. But this time Phileas also started to move slowly towards my right side. Well, believe whatever you want. Honestly, I don't care. Why don't we continue the game we have been playing before? I said, and before they could do anything I appeared in front of Minerva. I wanted to knock her out, but she somehow unnaturally dodged my attack. Wow, her cat instincts must have helped her to dodge. Wow, you are quite nimble for a human, so I guess you being a tabby cat helped it a lot. I wonder if you like catnip or not. I started to mock Minerva, who was huffing due to the unnatural dodge. She must have hurt her old body by doing that. I was about to continue more, but 2 spells from different sides were fired towards me. A wall of iron sand rose up and defended me from the attacks. Nice, very nice. I again rushed towards Minerva with my lightning armor, and this time she wasn't able to dodge and was knocked out cold by my lightning. I was thinking, why wasn't Dumbles making a move? Is he trying to break through the anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards? If he is, then he can keep dreaming. My next target was the quarter goblin. Several lightning bolts shot towards the little guy from my hand and hit him right on his chest, knocking him out too. Snape. Snape. Snape, you have been a naughty boy. I have received so many complaints for you, but sadly your time hasn't come, I said, and used my powers to manipulate his blood. Snape bellowed out in blood-curdling scream and dropped on the ground like a sack of potatoes. Now, that nuisances are gone, let's start with you, I said, and turned my head towards Dumbles, who was looking at me contemplating something. Why are you doing this? Why are you trying to push this world into destruction? Dumbledore finally decided to give up his ruse, but his grandfatherly tone came back along with the damn twinkle in his eyes. I felt a probe brush on my shields. Damn, he is a strong legilimencer. Even without a direct contact with my eyes, he was able to use legilimency. But even if he can use legilimency in me, I am sure that he won't be able to destroy my mental defenses. Well, because I like it this way, this is so much fun. Just a prophecy, now that the major players will be growing up on their own and all. No chess masters like you could influence a naive young boy to be a martyr, I said in a mocking voice. If Dumbledore wasn't surprised until now, he was shocked to his core now. How do you know about the prophecy? He asked me in a horrified voice. Good, he is reacting just like I have wanted him and didn't notice the iron sand surrounding around him. This wasn't in my plans, but when I saw the death stick, I decided to take it. If he loses both the death stick and Harry on the same day, it's going to be too much hilarious. Now, if I want to get the death stick, I needed to disarm him to win death stick's loyalty, or it won't work for me. So, I made this plan. No matter how strong I am, if I decide to fight Dumbles in only magic department, I would surely lose. No argument there, but if use methods like this, who cares? Well, a little birdie told me as soon as I finished saying that my iron sand wrapped around his one hand and ankles to stop him from moving. Dumbles was surprised, but he was quick to react and tried to grab death stick with his other hand, but it was too wrapped around by iron sand. Seeming him like this, I pulled out my wand and pointed towards Dumbles. Expelliarmus, I cast, and in an instant his wand flew out of his hand and I caught it with my free arm. The death stick really lives up to his name. When I grabbed the wand, it immediately felt me complete. It didn't give me the feeling like the wand I have been using gave me. It was like a missing part of me was found. But what happened next surprised me even more. The death stick vanished, but I didn't feel that it vanished just like that. It was like it became a part of my body. I was shocked. I wasn't a Paviral, so it shouldn't have happened, and I also didn't gather the 3 hollows together, so I had no idea why this happened. I put my other wand back in my armor and tried to cast magic, and just like I have thought I could cast magic wandlessly, the death stick became a part of me. Suddenly the world turned black and I was back in a familiar black space where I received the messages from God. Don't need to be scared. I used my powers so that you could absorb that death stick. I didn't told you that when you were in this place before. I wanted the Elder Wand to leave this world with you. This single wand has caused us so much death you can't even imagine of, and it also acts as a power boost for you. I heard the same voice, but before I could say anything I was back in the real world. Wow, even though it kind of sounded a flag to me, I would happily accept this gift even if gives me a slight boost. I looked over to Dumbles and he was completely shocked. His eyes were wide and his jaw was hanging. I didn't want this information to get out. I pointed my hand towards Dumbles and obliviated him. Now, he would just remember that I became Death Stick's master and nothing more. After erasing his memories, I punched him hard on his nose and knocked him out. I grabbed Dumbles by his beard and hair and the iron sand got back inside my armor. I started to drag Dumbles by his hair and beard. Due to the pain, Dumbles woke up and started to scream. I operated along with him to Diagon Alley. This seemed to surprise everyone around there, and when they noticed who I was dragging, they back away completely horrified and scared of me. I used my powers and ripped out metal beams from the nearest building and wrapped Dumbles on it, making iron ropes from my sand. It was right in the middle of Diagon Alley. I quickly rose up a platform and hanged Dumbles by his hands on the platform. I was in a hurry because I didn't want to be interrupted by the Aurors. Finally, I wrote down my name using metal beams I pulled out and positioned them above Dumbles' head. A new dark era has arrived. I shouted and operated away. It felt awesome to act like a villain, haha, kudos to my dark side. One day passed since a beaten Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard since Merlin, according to several witches and wizards, defeater of the Dark Lord Grindelwald, the leader of Light, headmaster of Hogwarts, chief warlock of Wizengamot, supreme mugwump, and according to many undefeatable was hanged right in the middle of Diagon Alley out in the open. This was huge impact to the whole wizard population. Cornelius Fudge has been running around like a headless chicken. He tried his best to put a lid on the news. He likes to do that, but this time the news was too public to be suppressed. At first, when Magneto appeared for the first time, most people dismissed him as a crazy drunk bastard because he attacked the Weasleys and only took their pet rat. The second incident was not known by many because Amelia Bones immediately put a lid of it, or they would have been treated as a joke. Magneto broke into Department of Magical Law Enforcement like he owned the place and walked out of the place like he owned the place. The third incident didn't get time to become public. Magneto broke into Azkaban and slaughtered many prisoners along with all the Death Eaters sentenced there, and while leaving wrote his name on the fortress of Azkaban. But the fourth incident was the cherry on top of the cake. Magneto suddenly appeared right in the middle of Diagon Alley while dragging the great Albus Dumbledore by his hair and beard and hanged him in a similar manner of crucifying, and wrote his name right above the hanging Albus Dumbledore and declared that a new dark era has arrived. So yes, it was a complete chaos in magical Britain. No one knew what to do as their minister was a complete moron and he was only good at sticking his head in the sand. Even his dear friend Lucius Malfoy didn't have any idea about controlling this mess. There were still some things that he can't buy with money, and the current situation was something like that. The most scared magical people because of this incident wasn't the light side of the magical Britain but the grey and dark side of magical Britain. After all, the news about the massacre in Azkaban has also spread like a wildlife, and grey and dark families were scared that Magneto would attack them next. All of them hated Albus Dumbledore, so shouldn't they be happy? But even if they hated the person, they knew about his powers, and this new guy called Magneto defeated the strongest wizard in whole Britain, so none of them hoped to defeat Magneto. Only now they were taking it seriously about how easily Magneto ripped right through Weasley's wards, so most of the families have to started to enforce their wards, but they didn't know that if Magneto attacked, then those pathetic wards won't mean much against Magneto. The only good thing happened is that Magneto is already recognized as a new Dark Lord. Albus Dumbledore was hospitalized and he had put up a lid over the news of Harry Potter being kidnapped by Sirius Black. With him defeated, the witches and wizards would place their hopes on Harry Potter to defeat Magneto. After all, Harry Potter defeated Dark Lord Voldemort when he was only 1 year old. So, if Dumbledore allowed the news of Harry Potter's disappearance made public, then magical Britain would lose hope and would finally implode on its own with Magneto out in the loose. But what Dumbledore didn't know that for this exact reason Magneto beat him up and dragged him through Diagon Alley and hanged him. If it wasn't for that reason, then Magneto would have beaten him up and left in middle of Privet 4 Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Amelia Bones was having a massive headache now. She wasn't able to return home to her niece since Magneto invaded Azkaban. Right after that incident, Magneto decided to bring Albus Dumbledore to Diagon Alley and hang him. She was currently cursing Magneto's 7 generations. She could only wish to meet the guy now so she could hex him into next generation. What she didn't know that her wish was going to come true, and not in a way she would like. Amelia Bones finally was able to get away from this shitstorm and used her office flu to return home. She entered her house and felt anti-apparition, anti-portkea along with several other wards go up. She felt her body turn cold. She knew who used these wards and this method to attack. She pulled out her wand and only wished that her niece would get out of this mess. She immediately rushed upstairs towards her niece's room but stopped when she heard her niece was laughing happily. She was confused what made her niece laugh like this at this moment. Until she heard the voice she knew very well, and the previous feeling of dread again returned to her. She slammed the door open and fired of several spells with all the speed she could muster, but the same thing happened that happened previously. The person was protected by a wall of iron sand. Good morning, Madam Bones. Please forgive me for visiting unannounced. You see, your niece saw me, so I decided to play with her. I hope you don't mind, Magneto said without turning around, and continued to play with Amelia's niece. Amelia turned her head and saw several toys of iron were dancing and floating around her niece, making her niece laugh. It has been really long she has ever seen her niece laugh like that. One part of Amelia Bones wanted to scream at her niece to get away from that person, and another wanted her to smile seeing her niece so happy. She was facing an internal struggle which Magneto noticed and decided to speak up. Susan, I have to talk with your aunt. So I have to cut short, Magneto said while getting up from the floor. Hearing Magneto, Susan obviously became sad. Will you visit again? Susan asked Magneto expectantly. Amelia Bones wanted to cut in the middle of the conversation, but Magneto was faster. Yes, I will. Don't worry, nothing could stop me from visiting you again and playing with you, Magneto said, and this made a tick mark appear on Amelia's head. Just after Magneto broke in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and told her that he wanted to visit her home, she has tightened and upgraded her wards, and Magneto was still able to walk in like he owned the place. With that over, Magneto finally walked out of the room. Amelia had held herself back from attacking him again, but she knew one thing now, that if Magneto wanted to harm her or Susan, he could have done so easily. She also followed Magneto and finally reached the kitchen. She was surprised that Magneto came here, in her kitchen. So, what would you like? Tea? Coffee? Since I came unannounced, let me get something, Magneto said like it was a matter of fact, and he was going to make Amelia's house his backyard. Fire whiskey, Amelia said, and walked up to a cupboard and pulled out a glass and poured herself a drink and sat down. So what do you want? I don't think that a new Dark Lord would visit my home just for kicks and fun. Amelia spoke and took a sip from her glass. Well, I wanted to tell you why I have been doing all this and maybe get you on board, Magneto said, and sat right in front of her. She was caught off guard and bewildered for a second there. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I am sorry, but I won't be joining a Dark Lord or his merry band, Amelia said, looking revolted even thinking about the idea of joining a Dark Lord. For a moment though she was worried that Magneto would use Susan as leverage against her. Good for now, but I still want to tell you my reason and I assure you that you won't back away after that, Magneto said calmly and leaned on the table. Amelia was very interested, but her rational part was stopping her. So, what I have to do, promise or do to know those secrets? Amelia asked in a mocking manner. Nothing much, just a small oath that everything discussed between the two of us won't spread out to others using any method, Magneto said. I can't do that. I don't even know that if you are going to tell me the truth or not, Amelia said and gulped down the whole glass. Well, I would also be taking an oath that I will only speak the truth, Magneto said. After all, he wasn't worried about making an oath. He was obviously going to use Itsuki Ryo as his name, as now that name meant nothing in this world after the ritual in Gringotts. Amelia contemplated for a few seconds before pouring herself another glass. She started to think what she could gain and lose. If she doesn't make the oath, she would miss this chance, and if she made the oath, she had to do everything on her own to stop Magneto. Her job as the head of DMLE was stopping her to take the oath, but on the other hand her curious side wanted her time take the oath. Until now, she wasn't able to make any head or tails about Magneto's objective. She thought that even if she tried later, she might not get this chance ever. And even if she knew what Magneto wanted, she was doubtful that she would be able to stop him because the moron of a minister was still busy sticking his head in sand. I, Amelia Susan Bones, swear on my magic that whatever I learn from Magneto today would stay between the two of us present in this room. So mote it be. Amelia Bones pulled out her wand and said. Magneto knew that Amelia kept a huge leeway in the oath, but he wasn't losing anything. It would be a lot better for him if he gets Amelia Bones on his side. After all, she was the head of DMLE. And she could search the whole world for the name Itsuki Ryo, but she won't be able to find any. I, Itsuki Ryo, swear on my magic, that whatever I tell Amelia Susan Bones today will only be truth. So mote it be, I said while pointing my wand upwards. I used a simple lumos to show her that I told her my real name. While Magneto or Itsuki Ryo was meeting with Amelia Bones, chaos was breaking out inside a castle in Scotland, namely Hogwarts. Because Hogwarts was a boarding school, the students are not able to get any outside information. There are only 3 ways for them to get information about outside. 1. If the teachers tell them, but all of the teachers looked solemn and none of them wanted to tell the students that the greatest wizard, according to them, was beaten up and hanged publicly. That would have caused a huge panic. 2. They could get the information from Daily Prophet. The teachers decided to block the Daily Prophet at least until the students come to know what happened outside from their parents. 3. Obviously letters for parents, and that is what exactly happened here. During breakfast, a huge horde of owls arrived. The only students who weren't receiving a letter were Muggleborns. Every pureblood and half-bloods received a letter. This confused them a lot, but as soon as they opened the letter their face looked completely horrified. No matter, the news was too much for light, dark, grey families. Hey, Tonks, did someone post these sex Nazis some porn? Nemuri asked Tonks while sipping pumpkin juice. She missed vodka so much. Tonks, who also had a horrified look on her face after she read the letter, looked at her best friend robotically. A new Dark Lord has appeared, Tonks said with a look of fear on her face. Tonks might be an easygoing girl, but what her mother wrote in the letter really scared her. Who? Nemuri asked nonchalantly. She wasn't much interested in the news. She just wanted to go the boring classes and imagine about Rio's member. She had priorities after all. Magneto. Tonks was only able to say this before she was covered by pumpkin juice Nemuri was drinking. Hearing the name, Nemuri spat out everything in her mouth, and Tonks was unfortunately sitting directly in front of her. Tonks' face turned completely blank, but she knew one thing, that her super perverted best friend never reacted like this and must know something about this name, but she thought of much better place of having this conversation rather than the Great Hall. OPPs, sorry. Nemuri took out her wand and used Scour Jiffy to clean Tonks while was still giving her best friend a blank look. Finally Daily Prophet arrived and both Tonks and Nemuri got a copy. Right on the front page there was a moving picture of Magneto hanging Albus Dumbledore right in the middle of Diagon Alley. All of the students who saw that got an even horrified look than before except one. If anyone knew this girl's thoughts, then they would definitely spat out blood, even they were in a magical world, not a cultivation world. He looks so hot. I am already getting wet. Well, now I gotta change my panties. Well, seeing the chaos all around, the teachers may cancel the classes and I will be able to scratch the itch. This made me so horny. He. Thankfully Nemuri's mental shields were now strong enough for her to maintain a specific expression on her face. If that wasn't the case, then she would creep everyone around her with her perverted grin. But unfortunately Nemuri's wishes didn't come true and she wasn't able to scratch her itch. Well, she just thought that holding it longer would give her much more satisfaction. She is a masochist after all. Back in Bones Manor. I, Itsuki Ryo, swear on my magic, that whatever I tell Amelia Susan Bones today will only be truth. So mote it be, I said while pointing my wand upwards. I used a simple lumos to show her that I told her my real name. So, what is your main objective? Amelia Bones asked now that Magneto had taken the oath. She knew that name Magneto used as his real name was Azin, so she wondered that Magneto must be someone Asian. Well, she isn't wrong. She decided to search for that name later. Let's start with No-Nose. Do you know his real name? Magneto asked Amelia. Amelia have tried before, but she didn't find anything because there was no pure-blooded wizard with that description, and purebloods won't follow anyone who is not a pureblood. Amelia just shook her head in denial. His name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. He is an half-blood. Magneto was only able to say this before Amelia cut him off. What? These blood bigots were following a half-blood? Amelia asked. Magneto just nodded her head. Seeing Magneto nod his head, Amelia started to laugh. She found it really funny that all these blood bigots have been kissing the feet of a half-blood. After a minute, Amelia finally calmed down and gestured Magneto to continue. His mother Merope Gaunt used love potion on a muggle named Tom Riddle, but when Tom Riddle finally got out of the affects of the love potion, he upped and left. From the Gaunt family, No-Nose got his Slytherin airship, which he used to rally the blood bigots and started his war against muggles and half-bloods, Magneto said, but this confused Amelia. Voldemort was also an half-blood, so why did he have to do that? But wasn't he a half-blood too, and why did he hate muggles if he had a Muggle father? Amelia asked. Well, after his father left his mother on the streets and finally died giving birth to No-Nose, so No-Nose grew up in an orphanage and his childhood wasn't happy. This made him hate the muggles, and when he found that his father left his mother to die on streets, this put more fuel in the fire. But these are topics for other time, Magneto said to Amelia, even though Amelia was interested in that, but she was much more interested why Magneto decided to tell her all these after all Voldemort is already gone. In the year of 1980, the peak of No-Nose and his thugs were most dangerous. Sybil Trelawney, currently the divination teacher in Hogwarts, gave a genuine prophecy during her interview in front of a person she shouldn't have given. What I am going to tell you next should be kept a secret for now. Only me and another person knows everything I am going to say, Magneto said, and the atmosphere turned completely heavy. Amelia Bones knew that she was getting into really messy stuff now. The moment genuine prophecy was mentioned, she knew that the conversation would turn messy, and what she was going to come to know now might turn the magical Britain upside down. Amelia Bones worked in the ministry and she herself was a head of department. She knew a lot of stuff about prophecies. And she knew exactly the reason why these prophecies were kept in room of prophecies and no one else except the prophecy involved could even touch them. This was done so that a third party can't interfere in the prophecy and let it run its course on its own. There were thousands of prophecies that weren't even active, and there were thousands which were still active, and thousands of which came to happen and completed on their own. She had heard from an unspeakable that a third party should never interfere in someone else's prophecy. And in the way Magneto said that Sybil Trelawney gave the prophecy in front of a person she shouldn't have given must meant that the person have been actively manipulating the prophecy to get his desired results. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. I, Amelia Susan Bones, make an unbreakable vow that whatever Magneto or Itsuki Ryo is going to tell me now, I won't disclose it to another person usnig any means until he himself allows me to. So mote it be. Amelia Bones made an unbreakable vow. If what she had imagined to be true, then this could have serious repercussions which could result in thousands of deaths, if not magical Britain getting completely wiped out. Magneto was slightly surprised by the unbreakable vow, but there was another reason Amelia did this. With this, no one get the information out her, no matter what method they use. The oath would protect it. The contents of the prophecy were: the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Now you already guess who she gave the prophecy in front of. Magneto said the prophecy and asked Amelia. Actually, Amelia Bones didn't have an idea. She was sure, since Magneto already said that Sybil Trelawney gave the prophecy during her interview and she was currently working in Hogwarts even though she was known as a fraud. She gave the prophecy in front of a bliss fucking Dumbledore and he had used the prophecy to meet his own ends. Yes, she gave the prophecy in front of Old Goat, and he immediately knew that only two families fit the description, the Potters and the Longbottoms. Magneto said, and Amelia got a feeling that this was going to turn worst. Yes, she gave the prophecy in front of Old Goat, and he immediately knew that only two families fit the description, the Potters and the Longbottoms. Magneto said, and Amelia got a feeling that this was going to turn worst. So, Old Goat decided on his own that this prophecy should come to an end, or No-Nose can't be defeated. After all, a small newborn can't defeat a Dark Lord. So, he himself decided that No-Nose should come to know of this prophecy, at least the first part, or No-Nose might get scared and in fear of marking someone his equal decided not to attack any one of the newborns. Magneto kept speaking and Amelia just heard all this and was completely dumbfounded. She can't even imagine how could someone especially like Dumbledore do all this stuff. Even though she never had a blind trust on Dumbledore like others did, but she thought Dumbledore to be a good person. Nov. L. B/JNN. She already understood where Magneto was going with all these stuff he spoke about. So, Dumbledore decided to leak the prophecy through Severus Snape, right? Amelia asked. Her voice was really low, it was almost like a whisper, but Magneto still clearly heard her because they were the only occupants of the room, kitchen actually. Amelia was sure that Albus Dumbledore used Severus Snape. After all, during the trials of Death Eaters, Albus Dumbledore only came to the defense of Severus Snape, claiming that Snape was his spy within the Death Eaters. Yes, Albus Dumbledore used Severus Snape to send the first part of the prophecy to No-Nos, but something happened what Albus didn't anticipate. Lily Potter used some blood sacrificial magic so that her son would be protected from No-Nos, Magneto said and leaned back in his chair. The things they have been talking about was pretty serious. So, Magneto decided to take a small break so Amelia could digest all the information he gave her. If Amelia didn't make an unbreakable vow, then Magneto would have held some information back, but the oath Amelia has taken didn't leave any loopholes for her to exploit. This was wrench in Dumbledore's plans, so he decided to do it another way. He decided to make him grow up in an unappreciated and abusive place so that he would grow up weak and negligent. Dumbledore could easily use this to mold Harry Potter to be a martyr. Later he would use Harry's death so he could rally up the support of Light and Grey families. But he still wants Harry to actually die so that the prophecy could be fulfilled and No-Nos with daddy issues could finally be vanquished. He never believed that a kid or teenager could defeat No-Nos, Magneto said, and Amelia's expressions kept changing by each sentence Magneto spoke. Amelia didn't need to check the credibility about everything Magneto said because she thought the Magneto was bound by the oath, but it's not like that. Magneto or Itsuki Ryo spoke any lies. When she heard that the reason for the death of Potters and Longbottoms, she was completely enraged, but when she finally came to learn that Albus Dumbledore knowingly placed Harry Potter, a 1-year-old baby, in an abusive household, she was about to blow a gasket. By each passing moment she kept hearing, she kept becoming enraged, but she knew that she had to hold herself back, at least for now. But he needed to take control over Harry, and to do that he needed to get Harry's godfather out of the way. So, Albus Dumbledore decided to use Peter Pettigrew to frame. Magneto was speaking but was cut off by Amelia Bones. Magneto was slightly surprised to see Amelia's reaction, but Amelia didn't notice that because of the mask. What, you mean that Sirius was innocent? Amelia asked in an almost scared expression. Magneto was taken aback watching how Amelia reacted. He never knew that Amelia would react like this. For now, Magneto was sure that there was something between Bonesy and Padfoot. Well, yes, after all, Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper of the Potters and he was also a Death Eater, and Dumbledore knew that. Old Goat was himself present when the Potters decided that Peter should be the secret keeper because Sirius Black was the obvious. But I wonder, what is your connection with Sirius Black? No matter what I spoke about, you didn't have a reaction like that, Magneto said and looked intently at Amelia. Amelia also didn't budge and kept staring Magneto straight in his eyes, or his glowing blue eyes where Magneto's eyes should have been. After a few seconds passed when both Magneto and Amelia Bones continued the stare down, but finally Amelia Bones gave up and sighed. I was Sirius Black's betrothed, though even weren't so close. Hell, we didn't speak with each other more than 5 times, but I was pretty sure that I was going to marry him, so I had started to think of him as my unmarried husband. Everything changed when Sirius Black decided to run away. Even though his mother burned off Sirius's name from the tapestry, she wasn't able to get Sirius kicked out of the family. Amelia said, and she had a longing look in her eyes. After that, both Magneto and Amelia Bones kept talking, and they finally decided to become allies like Magneto had thought that Amelia would be after she learned the whole truth. For this they didn't need to make an oath or unbreakable vow, they just decided to trust each other. Finally, Magneto decided to leave Amelia's Bones' house and head towards another family he needed to visit for today. He needed to visit Tonk's household. Rio actually didn't need anything particular from them except that he wanted to visit them. No matter what Rio himself said, he was having too much fun acting like a villain and scaring the shit out of everyone. From him, the moment he saw Amelia Bones entered Susan Bones' room was golden for him. Even though he was looking away, but he had a mirror pointed towards the door who no one noticed. Magneto finally arrived right in front of a simple-looking 2-story house. It was a muggle house, so every magical person should ignore the house, but the presence of wards in the house were a dead giveaway. Magneto pointed his hand towards the house and set up his current favorite set of wards. The anti-apparition, anti-portkea, and several other wards that would render the flu useless. The house was already silent, so Magneto didn't thought much of that and walked up to the front door and knocked. After waiting for 30 seconds there was no answer, so Magneto knocked again. Magneto may be a murderer or killer, but he was a gentleman. He won't enter anyone's house like that. Well, Amelia Bones was an exception because Magneto found it too much fun to tease her. Magneto knocked the door for the 3rd time, but there was still no answer. He could already feel 2 life signs hiding behind a couch or something similar to that so that they could surprise the intruder. Magneto sighed because even though he wanted to be polite, it was not working, so he had to enter the house on his own. Magneto used his powers to get the door opened. It was an easy job. He could have used a Lohomora, but it didn't give the same feeling like using his own powers did. Magneto didn't have enough time for now to check all his powers after the death stick was absorbed by him, so he still wanted to keep that part as a secret. Magneto pushed open the door and entered casually, and walked towards the 2 life signs he was feeling. He walked up to the couch, but still there were no flying spells or anything. Hello, would you mind coming out? It's a disgusting hiding place. Do they teach this in Hogwarts, to hide behind a couch if someone breaks into your house? And sorry for breaking into your house. I knocked on the door several times but none of you answered, so I decided to welcome myself in, Magneto said and sat down on a chair opposite to the couch. After all, Magneto had all the time he needed for now. After some time, one witch and wizard walked out from behind the couch. If Nemuri was here in place of Magneto, she would have definitely called out Quickie behind the couch. According to Magneto, the books didn't do any justice to how similar Andromeda Tonks was to Bellatrix Lestrange. Andromeda Tonks just looked like a few years younger version of Bellatrix Lestrange. How, you look really similar to your sister, but no worries, after all I painted her on the wall of her cell, Magneto said in an unhappy voice. Hearing the first part, Andromeda looked revolted that Magneto would compare her to Bellatrix, but when Magneto finally finished what he was saying, both Andromeda and Ted Tonks had a horrified look on their face. Though Andromeda's face was a mixture of joyous and horrified expression. Magneto really wanted to know how she did that. Maybe he would ask later. Why are you here? Are you here to kill me and my wife? Ted Tonks finally spoke up. No. If I wanted to kill you, then I wouldn't have greeted you and killed you firsthand. I am not a kind of person who keeps speaking bullshit like a typical villain, Magneto said and leaned back on the chair. So, do you want to join my merry band? Magneto asked in an happy and cheery voice that scared the shit out of both Andromeda, and 2 years has passed since Magneto visited the Tonks residence and asked them to join his merry band. Well, at first both Ted and Andromeda Tonks were completely scared, but still they held strong. Even though they were scared for their lives, they weren't scared. They directly denied Magneto's offer. Magneto expected that, so he didn't exactly bother that Ted and Andromeda Tonks rejected his offer, which he gave them so nicely. So, after that, Magneto told them why he has been doing all this, and Andromeda was the first one to accept his offer to join his merry band. She already have a positive impression of Magneto, as had already killed Bellatrix Lestrange and beat up Albus Dumbledore. Even though she belonged to a light family, she never completely trusted Albus Dumbledore to blindly follow him, and there was something in her mind that told her never to trust him. She was the first one to become Magneto's ally. Ted Tonks was slightly surprised that his wife decided to become Magneto's ally so quickly, since Magneto was regarded as a rising Dark Lord. But when Magneto continued telling them the reason why he has been doing all this, Ted Tonks was horrified and surprised that Albus Dumbledore did so many atrocities. But he also finally relented and joined Magneto's merry bands. So, Magneto finally returned to Castle Ravenclaw after getting 3 new allies. Ted and Andromeda Tonks didn't matter for him much. His only main aim was Amelia Bones, who was really happy to become Magneto's ally after he told her the truth. Yet and Andromeda Tonks were just a bonus. He honestly visited them just for kicks and fun. But if they decide to join him, then it was just bonus. Andromeda Tonks were really happy that Sirius Black wasn't the one who betrayed the Potters. She always believed, at least in one part of her mind, that Sirius Black didn't betray the Potters. She never believed that Sirius could never do that, but getting the confirmation was much better than this, and Magneto finally told her that Sirius wasn't the secret keeper, but Dumbledore still has his hands in sending Sirius to Azkaban. She blew a gasket and was about to apparate into St. Mungo's hospital to pull out Old Goat's beard, but fortunately her husband was able to stop her. Magneto didn't made another public appearance since that day, though he would visit Bones Manor time to time, obviously unannounced behind Amelia Bones' back, and would play with Susan. Magneto also liked to visit Tonks' residence just for kicks and fun. It was too much fun for him to let the magical people that they're so trusty wards were just shit in front of him. POV Rumi, Roxanne. It has been 5 years since I have arrived in this world. If I had to explain this world in one word, then it would be boring. It is fucking boring. I had thought that I would be fighting new opponents and new kind of battles, but this is completely different from what I have imagined. I have never been in any battle since I have left my own world. I have finally taken a decision, and was currently walking towards the place where Rio was reading a book about space and stuff. Honestly, I can't always understand those stuff. I am not someone smart like Rio or Momo. I finally arrived in Rio's study room and walked up to him. From his expression I knew that he had already noticed me. "What's up, Rumi? Do you want something?" Rio asked me. Well, he completely saw through me. That's what I always loved about him. He was always able to know that if I wanted something or not. Well, not only that, he was able to understand if I was having some problems or not. Well, I am bored. I mean really bored. I want some action, I said with a serious face, but I knew that the bloodthirsty smile on my face appeared. Okay, go out and have fun, but use a mask and take few port keys on you, Rio said with a smile and pulled me into an hug. I was already happy since he allowed me to have fun. After that I left the room and picked up 3 port keys from Momo's room. I asked Momo to make me suit similar to Rio's but without any metal platings so I could move freely. It took another few minutes. For this whole time I was just pacing around in Momo's room. It was too hard to control the excitement. I knew where to go for my fun, and with Nixie's help I was able to find out the place. With my suit ready I went towards my room and took off my clothes. I might have to learn the magic Nemuri had made to get out of clothes. I gulped down a vial of aging potion and soon turned into my 20 years old form. I donned my new costume and stretched my body. I have to say this is a nice fit. Momo really knows what she is doing. Nixie, I called in a soft voice, and Nixie, the small house elf, appeared beside me. I have to say it took me some time to get used to them, but when I did, they are really nice, but I would never understand their obsession with work. Maybe it is something similar to my battle junkie nature. Nixie, take me to the place, I told the small creature. Of course, Missy Roxy, the house elf said, and grabbed the hem of my suit and apparat. Damn, no matter how many times I have sighed along apparat with house elves, I can't get used to these. These are so annoying. I finally looked around where I arrived. I liked the ambience around here. It was a muggle building or a common building for non-magicals, apparently an abandoned warehouse. It was a warehouse from the outside, but there was something completely different inside. It was an underground fight club. I ordered Nixie to go back to Castle Ravenclaw and entered the warehouse premises. I had asked Nixie to search for a place where muggles fight against each other and other muggles bid money on them. Nixie had found several places like this, but this was the best for my tastes because here even girls or women can enter the fights and they can also bid on themselves. I finally walked up to the door and knocked on the door. A small crack opened in the door and I could see 2 eyes. "What do you want?" the man asked me. "Fighter," I said, plain and simple, and crack closed and the door opened completely. There were 2 guards behind the doors, both of them carried revolvers along with them. I didn't pay them any more attention and walked inside. I was wearing my new suit and a mask like Rio had asked me. I finally entered a room where several fighters were sitting casually waiting for their chance. There was also a girl in the room who was registering the fighters. I walked up to her and registered my name as Mirko. She gave me a number plate and told me to wait for my fight. After waiting for more than 45 minutes, my chance finally came. It was really hard for me to hold back for 45 minutes. The girl led me towards a pit. Several high-class men and women were sitting outside the pit bidding on the fights. I entered the pit and for the first time looked at my opponent and cheered internally. The dude was huge. This guy was even taller than adult Rio, and adult Rio was 6 feet 4 inches in height. This guy was not only tall but also muscular like a boulder. I wonder how long he would be able to fight me before going down. "Attention! This fight will be no rules no bar match," a guy with microphone announced. This was another reason I choose this place. No rules. For me, rules in fights are really restricting. Fighting without any rules is awesome. I could already feel my blood rushing in my veins. I knew it. This fight was going to be awesome. "Start," the announcer yelled in his mic. But none of us made any moves. "Are you scared, little girl?" the man asked me in a mocking voice and started to laugh. Well, that's rude, but I didn't make any moves. Hearing the man, the audience also started to laugh. "Look how she is frozen in the place she has been standing. Haha, don't worry, little girl. Why don't you suck my dick right here and now? I might let you WI." The man continued teasing me, but how dare he make a comment like that? The only man I would ever allow to touch me is Rio? I rushed at him with a speed none could see clearly and kicked him on the chest before he could even complete the sentence. The huge man, what everyone thought undefeatable, has just flown back about 5 meters with my kick. The audience was completely silent. Heck, the whole arena was completely silent. No one expected this. The man groaned and finally got up. "Ugh, you will pay for that, little girl. When I would take you from the BA." Even this time I didn't let him finish what he was saying and landed a high kick on his head. The head slammed down on the concrete floor and sick crunching sound was heard. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. "Arg, you bitch. You broke my nose." The huge man yelled with his head still planted on the floor. I didn't reply and rose my leg and again kicked his head like a football. The man yelled in pain and the next moment he was sprawled on the concrete floor with his back down and legs wide open. Legs wide open? Good. I will take away his any chances of having another fun night. I crouched on the floor and shot forward and kicked the man's family jewels with all the force I could muster. Every man in the audience flaked. Another sick crunching sound was heard throughout the arena. "Arg!" The man yelled in pain and grabbed whatever was left of his family jewels and started to roll on the floor. I stood above him with a smug face, happy with the ending. I am 100% sure that his small brother won't be standing up ever again, not matter how miraculous doctor he has. The huge man kept rolling on the floor while grabbing his crotch while screaming in pain. No matter what. I had fun even though my fight was against a perverted violator. But it was just one fights if the whole night and the night was still long. POV Rio, Edgar. It has been 2 years since I appeared last in my Magneto persona. The magical Britain has already moved on and forgot about Magneto since long, and they have also forgot how much horror Magneto brought when I beat up Old Goat and hanged him in the middle of Diagon Alley. They are the true definition of sheeps. I might have to make another shocking appearance and make them shit their pants. I haven't even visited Sirius and Harry. Well, I was quite busy with my new space magic I have been making and I was just finalizing the last part. In these 2 years a lot have happened, but not something monumental for the public. The 4 of us have grown a lot stronger than before. I am now strong enough to bring down meteors like Madara did, and I was also strong enough to make black holes and close them after my work was done. But I still didn't make any notable progress with the law of lightning. I was strong enough with my magnetokinesis that I could move whole countries. I wonder how Magneto from the movies would feel if he ever sees me watching his power to this level. I have made another level of progress with my occlumency. I have never read in the books that someone could achieve this level of mastery. Because of occlumency now I able to process multiple thoughts at the same time, but there was still a problem. For me, physics was still a subject that was completely evasive. I don't know why it happened with this specific subject, but it did. I had multiple thought process and even had a small mastery over accelerated thought process, but physics was still something out of my thinking capacity. I still needed Momo's help with that, in a way that made me depressed. So, while I was having these fucking thoughts, I was also working on the space magic I have working on. Getting the Elder Wand was a great help. It has been huge boon for me. I was finally brought out of my thoughts when I sensed Rumi heading in my direction. She finally arrived in the room and entered. Well, she just wanted to go out and have some fun. I knew what kind of fun she wanted. I knew her. She must be heading towards some fight club or something similar to that. Even though she left without asking me, I wouldn't have been angry because I know that it must be a torture for her to be holed up in this castle without any fights, but I still appreciate her informing me. I just asked her to wear a mask and take some port keys. She immediately became happy, even though she didn't want to show it. I could read her feelings. I pulled her into a hug and she left the room. Both Nemuri and Rumi were different than me and Momo, who liked to study and make new stuff. Rumi was a fighter, warrior, a battle junkie, and Nemuri was Nemuri. She would spend her whole time reading porn or making plans about something super perverted, thinking about perverted. I still haven't fulfilled my dream of having sex in the air. Now, how should I make another appearance in this public? I suddenly heard a pop sound from beside me. I already knew that it was Dixie. What's up, Dixie? I asked my loyal house elf. Master Edgary, the coward rat, tried to escape again and Dixie stopped the rat's person. Dixie spoke in an excited voice and expectant voice. I placed my head over her hairless head and started to pat her. This made the small house elf even more happy. I knew that she wanted a praise for her job. Good job, Dixie. I gave her a praise and this seemed to make her more happy. Now, this rat is really becoming a problem, but I can't kill him or it would fuck the future. Did I just thought of keeping the fucking future? Fuck plot? But no killing the rat. Maybe I should hand him to Amelia and make her arrange an trial. But I am sure that bearded bastard and the moron minister would try to get him declared innocent and may give him another order of Merlin for successfully hiding. Yes? Why don't I use this trial as my second public appearance? Hell yeah. That's it. If I do that, then if they try to award him again and declare him innocent, then I could kill someone insignificant and scare them. I immediately got up from my table and pulled out a vial of aging potion. I stripped out of my clothes and gulped down the potion. I was in my adult version the next second. I quickly dressed in my armor and apparat out. Damn, I should have told Momo before leaving. I will bring her a present. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Well, no crying over spilled milk. I walked up to Amelia's door and knocked. No answer. Did she just ignore me? Then I remembered the time and cursed myself because Amelia was still in her office and Susan was staying over with her friend Hannah Abbott for the week. Maybe I still wasn't intelligent enough. I again apparat and appeared outside Minister. I entered the shabby broken telephone booth and dialed the number and again heard the female voice asking my reason to visit the ministry. Magneto, I want break into DMLE, I said, and like I knew the silver bagged with my name and reason appeared. Honestly, they should tighten their security. I somehow feel really insulted. I descended into the ministry atrium and like I had previously seen, it was empty. I decided to completely ignore this and head for Amelia's office. It has been 2 years since I had known her, so we were on our first name basis. I arrived on the second level and felt several life signs on the floor, and like I had guessed, Amelia was in her office. God, she really must like her work. I walked through the halls like I owned the place and none of the Aurors noticed me? Really? I should ask Amelia to get better, man. I entered Amelia's room and got hit with a stunning charm on my face. Well, exactly not my face but my lightning armor, which appeared just before the spell could hit me. Merlin, you really scared me? How the hell did you even get in here? Amelia released a sigh and sat down in her comfy chair. She was quite relieved to find out that it was me on the door. Oh, well, I just walked down the halls. Nothing hard, I said casually and sat down on her chair. Amelia was already shocked and quite revolted and surprised that I just casually walked here. Well, she should be expecting this after the Aurors she has employed were morons. So, why are you here? I don't think that you would break into the DMLE just for kicks and fun. No, don't answer. I think you would just do that. Amelia said and started rubbing her temple. She must have liked my appearance. Maybe I should surprise her when she is making coffee in the kitchen. It would be golden. Amelia opened her cupboard and pulled out a bottle of fire whiskey and a glass and poured herself a drink. Poor lady. Well, I would have done this just for fun and to give you another headache, but I ain't in mood today. Remember how I told you that I have Peter Pettigrew? I think it's time that he should have his trial. I spoke. Hearing me first, a vein popped on Amelia's head, but hearing me bring up Pettigrew, she nodded her head, and while the last part she cut me off from finishing what I was saying. Yes, and like we have previously discussed, that if I try to get Peter Pettigrew a trial, then Dumbles would intervene and the moron named Cornelius Fudge might even award him another order of Merlin for hiding, Amelia said and gulped down the whole glass and breathed out fire. I think that's badass. Well, I don't think they would try that because I would pay a visit personally. It might prove to be a strong deterrent for them, I said, and Amelia looked at me like I was her lifesaver. Yes, you could do that. If we could do that, we even might get Sirius's name cleared. Amelia spoke in a happy voice, unlike her usual demeanor. Is this a hidden love kind of plot? So, you could finally get married, right? I also asked her in teasing manner. But it didn't get the reaction what I expected. She immediately turned sad. I don't know if he would even forgive me. Amelia began saying in a sad, but I decided to butt in. I can't have my first ally to get depressed. After all, she is a part of my merry band. There won't be anything like that because there was nothing between you two. Yes, you might have thought of him as your unmarried husband, but that was that, and after he ran away from Black family he destroyed all that. So, if you really want him, then you can start everything from the start, I said and leaned back in the chair. Hearing me, Amelia pondered for a few seconds and nodded her head. So, when are we going to do this? Amelia asked me with a malicious look and smile on her face. Well, I have never seen an expression like that on her face. She must be having fun while thinking what would happen in the trial. I will bring Peter Pettigrew here tonight. You arrange a short notice trial when the whole Weisengamot is present. How quickly can that happen? I asked Amelia. I knew that there were monthly Weisengamot meetings which could be used, but that was 2 weeks later. I could send a notice for summons for a trial in a short notice. I can have his trial just tomorrow without anyone finding anything out, Amelia said and gulped down the fire's whiskey and breathed out fire. Good, then let's get it done, I said, and a malicious smile appeared on my face like Amelia had on her face. Even though she didn't see my smile because of the mask, but I could guess that she knew the expression I currently had on my face. POV Rio, Edgar. I didn't stay in Amelia's office for any longer. Amelia Aslow got busy writing the letters for the emergency Weisengamot summons. Well, she wasn't the one who was going to write the letters herself, but she still needed to give the commands to self-writing quills and arrange the letters to be sent. I left the ministry, but this time I didn't need to sneak out because Amelia added me in her office wards so that I could apparate in or out. She thought that this would be much better since I had a knack to ignore wards and break into places. But I didn't apparate back to Castle Ravenclaw. It's for basically 2 reasons. 1. I can't let Amelia track me, no matter how much I trust her, but I still think that it would be too soon for us to surface. I know I was ready at the beginning to reveal our inheritance if Nemuri needed it, but we come too far now. Nemuri is in her 5th year and I can't let her hard work go down the drain. 2nd, I needed to get a gift for Momo. Well, Momo likes books, and because of the library in Castle Ravenclaw she didn't lack any, so my only option was jewelry. Maybe I should get her earrings. I could take a ring, but I want to propose to Momo, Nemuri, and Rumi together. So, I appeared in a dark alley of Muggle London and morphed my armor into Muggle clothes made up of metal threads. They are uncomfortable, but for now I am only wearing that. I can't just walk in a jewelry store completely starkers. I finally found a nice store and brought a pair of gold earrings and left the store. I entered another dark alley and immediately apparat to Castle Ravenclaw. I just appeared in my room and found Momo sitting on bed and she was glaring at me. Sorry, I should have told you before leaving. But it was something I needed to get done as quickly I could, I told Momo, but her glare didn't falter. But you could have just asked a house elf to inform me, Momo said and pouted angrily. Well, I knew that she wasn't actually angry on me, she was just annoyed. Well, I had to get something done, but I still forget about you, I spoke and leaned on the bed near her and pulled out the small box and placed it in front of Momo. Momo immediately stopped pouting and her face became filled with curiosity. She slowly picked up the box and opened it and her eyes immediately started to shine. These are beautiful, Momo whispered and took out the earrings. Well, the earrings weren't much and Momo didn't have much appreciation for expensive things as she had grown up with a rich family. She actually likes the gesture that someone have gave her something. She immediately put on her earrings and a mirror appeared in her hands in a flash. You look really beautiful, I told Momo. This seemed to make her more happy. She was in her child form, so I refrained myself from kissing her. It's fine when both of us are in our child form or adult form, but I find it awkward if I am in adult form and she isn't, or vice versa. Momo, I still have to do something, so you can go to sleep if you want, I said to Momo. She didn't seem to like that. But I still haven't eaten. I will wait for you to come back, Momo said with determination in her eyes. Of course she didn't like me asking her to go to sleep. After all, she didn't have dinner and everyone who knows Momo knows that how much she loves food. Fine, but I don't know how much time it will take, so don't wait for me if it takes too long, I said and kissed her forehead. Momo just nodded her head and I walked out of the room. Finally arriving in the dungeons, I looked at cell the coward rat was in. I opened the cell and was immediately attacked by Pettigrew. I kind expected that, so his attack didn't even faze me and I just knocked him out with a stunning spell. I looked at the pathetic man who was lying by my feet and kicked him in disgust. Damn, like I have guessed, the bastard was carrying Moldishort's wand with him, so I stored it in place where it could never be found again. A wizard without his best wand is somewhat crippled. I grabbed Pettigrew by his robes and apparate out of the castle and arrived in an forest. I directly didn't apparate into Amelia's office. I waited for a few seconds and again apparat, but this time it was inside Amelia's office. That's Peter Pettigrew for sure, Amelia said while looking the fat bastard I was dragging. So, you were doubting me? I asked Amelia in a teasing manner. No, it's not that, damn it. Seeing yourself and hearing from someone else is different. You should be going now. After all, I can't explain why the new Dark Lord Magneto is in my office, Amelia said and got up from her seat. How are the summons going? I asked Amelia. They are already on the way, Amelia answered. There must be some kind of magic involved, or else there should be no way that she was able to get that done so quickly. The trial will begin from 10. Be there on time, or else all of this would be for nothing and Sirius Black would still remain a wanted criminal, Amelia said in her serious voice. Ha, you are not even married and you are still worried like this. Ha ha, young love. Oops, old love, I said in a teasing manner, and by each second I kept speaking I could see the veins popping on Amelia's head, but before she could blow out I apparat out. It's too much fun to rile up Amelia. Hogwarts, headmaster's office. Albus Too Many Names Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk while patting his familiar fox with his one hand while he was holding his new wand tightly in his other hand. Well, it wasn't exactly a new wand, but Albus Dumbledore's old wand which he stopped using after getting the death stick. It has been 2 years since he have lost the death stick and he couldn't even tell anyone. He couldn't even tell the magical people that Harry Potter, their savior, was kidnapped by Sirius Black, or the whole magical Britain was collapse. Even though 2 years has passed and all magical people have moved forward because Magneto didn't make another appearance, but Albus Dumbledore knew that the horror Magneto could bring especially now can't be ignored. From him Magneto had appeared out of the blue and dashed all of his well-laid plans into dust. Magneto arrived and took Harry Potter from under his control and handed him to Sirius Black, and now he was sure that without modifying Harry's memories he would never make Harry trust him, but memory charms could only work up to a certain level and trust comes from heart. Albus Dumbledore was sure that by now Harry hated him because of Sirius's influence, and if he can't get Harry under his control then he can't make Harry a martyr. Now, the only option was Imperious Curse, but that was also too risky because long-time usage could reveal that Harry was under someone's Imperious Curse and Harry's mind could be strong to completely throw off the curse, even though there was a small chance of that happening. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Albus Dumbledore still had to make new plans because all of the plans he had made until now are completely useless. He still had Magneto to be worried about. This person now has the Death Stick, meaning Albus Dumbledore has grown weaker by many levels since he didn't have the Elder Wand boosting his magic now. And then the last matter. Peter Pettigrew. Albus Dumbledore knows that Magneto has Peter Pettigrew with him. It would have been so much easier if Magneto had handed over Pettigrew to DMLE. He could have used his power as Chief Warlock to nullify the trail so that Pettigrew could go free. Albus Dumbledore was also sure that Magneto didn't kill Pettigrew because getting the truth out of Peter Pettigrew could get Sirius proven innocent and he could no longer get his hands on Harry Potter. Dumbledore was brought out of his thoughts when an owl arrived by his window. Dumbledore took a lemon drop from his bowl and started sucking it while he walked up to the porch the owl has been sitting on. Dumbledore took the letter from Owl's leg and saw the letter had DMLE's mark on it. He quickly opened the letter and read through it. An emergency trial for high-priority criminal? Who could it be? Did they catch Magneto? It could have been, but I am not sure, Dumbledore said to himself and returned to his chair. With the letter given, the owl was already gone. But there was something that felt too weird about this. At least Albus Dumbledore felt that it was weird, and if he thought that it was weird then it was. He had faced off against Magneto and he had seen how odd Magneto's magic is. Dumbledore have searched for the magic Magneto has been using but found nothing. That irked him to no ends. His exact thoughts were, how can I, the great Albus Dumbledore, don't know a magic like that, and a small-time Dark Lord knows. So, he was sure that they couldn't have captured Magneto this quietly, and if there were casualties then Cornelius Fudge would already be here. So, who could be this high-priority criminal for whom we are going to have the emergency trial for? The whole body of Wizengamot had finally gathered and were currently speculating among themselves about the high-priority criminal the DMLE could have captured, but none of them were able to find anything. Most of them thought that it could be Magneto because he was the newest Dark Lord, even though he went to hiding for being scared. But some smart wizards and witches knew that it definitely wasn't Magneto, since to capture him a much more bigger force was needed. Finally everyone stopped discussing when the double doors opened and Amelia Bones entered the room flanked by 2 Aurors on her both sides. Thank you all for gathering for this trial on such a short notice, but this is a matter of utmost urgency or I won't have called this meeting, Amelia Bones said to the whole body of Wizengamot. The old coots nodded their heads after hearing Amelia Bones. Madam Bones, you can bring in this high-priority criminal, so we can finally get on with this trial, Cornelius Fudge said from his seat. Albus Dumbledore was also present there and had been waiting for someone to speak up because he also wanted this meeting to be over with. He was getting a really bad vibe. Chief Warlock, Albus Dumbledore asked Madam Bones to bring in the Ixchud and proceed with the trial. Albus Dumbledore banged the gavel on the table. Amelia Bones nodded her head and turned towards the Auror on her left and said, bring him in. The Auror nodded his head and left the room, and after a few seconds entered the room while dragging a shackled fat man. Many gasps were heard throughout the body of Wizengamot. Let me present Peter Pettigrew to the whole Wizengamot, Amelia Bones said, and a pandemonium broke out. Several screams of outrage rang throughout the room. Albus Dumbledore's fears finally became true as suspected that Peter Pettigrew could be this high-priority criminal. Preposterous! How can you accuse a hero like that? Let him go this instant. Cornelius Fudge screamed in rage. His face was completely purple. Amelia Bones didn't do anything and just stood at the place. Finally the banging of gavel was heard throughout the room. This made the witches and wizards to finally calm down. Amelia, I think that you must have made some mistake. It's really shocking that Peter Pettigrew is still alive, but he is still a hero. He can't be treated like this. Albus Dumbledore spoke to Amelia in his disappointed grandfatherly tone. I would appreciate if you use my title in official meetings, Amelia Bones said with a stern expression on her face, but except that she didn't do anything. Amelia Bones was waiting for something, and the next moment several screams were heard from outside and a nice smile graced Amelia's face, but she didn't have the smile on her face for long and her face turned completely stoic. After all, she was good in occlumency. The 3 Aurors in the room, including Amelia, immediately pointed their wands towards the doors. After all, she had to act on her part. No one in the room noticed the small smile that appeared on Amelia's face when the screams started. The screams kept getting closer and closer until all of them felt an anti-apparition, anti-portkea, and several other wards go up in the vicinity. Dumbledore had an idea who this person might be, and he honestly wanted to be wrong, at least this time. All of the members of the Wizengamot were now pointing their wands towards the gates. The doors finally slammed open and the newest Dark Lord Magneto walked in the Wizengamot. How can you start a meeting without inviting me? This is so unfair, Magneto said in a whining voice, and the whole room descended into silence. POV Rio, Edgar, a few minutes ago. I operat right outside the ministry. I could have operat into Amelia's office, but if someone saw me coming out they could have linked our connection. Ha, maybe not. After all, magical people are at the pinnacle of stupidity. I entered the shabby and broken telephone booth and dialed the magic number. Soon, the female voice was heard asking me my name and my reason to visit the ministry. Magneto, I want ye to attend the trial of Peter Pettigrew, I said, and a silver badge with my name and reason appeared. Ha, this is getting really boring though. The lift descended into the 8th level, the Artium. Amelia told me that the meeting would take place in courtroom 10, which was in level 10. But there was no lift, you have to take stairs if you want to reach level 10. The lift doors opened and for the first time I found guards in atrium along with several other workers. Well, I was quite well known because of my display in Diagon Alley, so the guards and Aurors on the floor immediately attacked me with various kind of spells. But all of them were swatted away into nothingness by my lightning armor. I walked down the halls like I owned the place and the rain of spells on me continued, but I didn't bat an eye. Still no one here used any of the unforgivables. Ha, boring. I finally arrived at the stairs and started walking down towards level 10. The guards and Aurors kept following me, but none of their spells harmed me, so I let them be. I finally arrived in front of courtroom 10 and the guards were still following me. This was getting really annoying now. Iron sand flew out of my body and I morphed them into chains and wrapped around the attackers and stunned all of them, finally making the place completely silent. I slammed open the doors of courtroom 10 and entered the place where the trial was being held. All of them were scared or horrified and I finally found Dumbledore looking around. I immediately used a passive leglimancy probe and found out what he has been thinking, and honestly, I found that amusing. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. How can you start a meeting without inviting me? This is so unfair, Magneto said in a whining voice, and the whole room descended into silence. Hehe. I could see Amelia's lips twitch slightly. The first spell was shot by Amelia, and soon the rest followed. Good girl, she has to act on her part or this jig would be up before it even started. Some even resorted to Avada Kedavra, but those spells were stopped by a wall of iron sand. I didn't check if unforgivables could be stopped by my lightning armor or not, but honestly I don't want to risk it. This continued for about 5 minutes. Finally, being annoyed, I used my iron sand to make a chair and sat down, but the spells didn't stop. After another 2 minutes the spells finally stopped. While everyone was busy with firing spells on me, I have been sealing rest of the doors by morphing metals. Everyone in the room except a few were heavily breathing. They have dried up their magic reserves to fire all these spells. Pretty pathetic if you ask me. If only this much power gives them the right to boast about their blood superiority, then maybe I should really become a Dark Lord and wipe out the purebloods. Ah, I see, finally done. Anyone else want try their luck again? I asked while dangling my leg over the handle of the chair. Another green spell came flying to me, which was obviously stopped by my wall of iron sand. Both me and Amelia noticed the person's face, and it was Gregory Goyle SNR. Is he really that much stupid? He actually used AK when everyone was looking and sat back down in the chair. I was completely speechless. Yes, maybe I should become a Dark Lord. Yes, thank you. Anyone else? I asked, but this time nobody made any move. What do you want, Magneto? Albus Dumbledore asked me, looking down from his podium. Well, you see, I was getting bored, so I decided to attend a trial. So I thought, why not, let's break into a trail and witness it, I said in a happy voice. My voice sent a shiver down the snipes of many people present here. There isn't going to be a trial. Madam Bones made a mistake. Peter Pettigrew is a hero. After all, Albus Dumbledore said in his annoying grandfatherly tone, and he had that damn twinkle in his eyes. Amelia was about to butt in, but I decided to cut her off. Madam Bones, may I know what are the charges? I asked Amelia. Amelia was about to answer me, but someone else cut her off. I clearly saw 2 veins popped on Amelia's forehead. She must be really fuming now. We don't give in to the demands of a terrorist? You are just a terrorist and must be a dirty blood, or else you won't have ruined the ministry's traditions. The voice sounded like a frog croaking. I turned my head to look at a person and saw the Dolores bitch in all her pinky frogness. Now, what should I do with her? No one is gonna miss her, but if I kill her now, future is fucked. Damn. I already fucked the future, so why care now? I raised my hand towards Dolores bitch, who was in her pinky frogness, and used my powers on her blood. Bitch screamed in pain and her whole body exploded like a water balloon. Everyone near bitch was drenched in blood and gore, so people even puked outright where they were seeing the sight right in front of them. Anyone else? I asked in a happy voice, which sent down another chill on everyone's spine. POV Rio, Edgar. Anyone else? I asked in a happy voice, which sent down another chill on everyone's spine. All of them were frozen and none of them said anything. Amelia was giving me a look that said good job. Wow, that toad must have really annoyed her. Everyone stayed silent, so I decided that no one would try anything. Well, now that the unpleasant rides are over with, let me introduce myself in case some of you might not know me. My name is Magneto. Now, Madam Bones, what are the charges this person is facing? I said. Hearing the first part, everyone present here nearly cursed in their minds, thinking, how could no one know me? He is charged with selling out the Potters and framing Sirius Black, Amelia said, and I could already see several people wanted to protest, but all of them turned their heads towards me and decided to stop themselves from saying anything. Don't stop on my account, I am just here to watch. I just want justice to carried out. After all, I consider myself an emissary of justice, I said in a Raitu voice. Everyone in the room including Amelia wanted to curse me but stopped themselves. Hee, this is so much fun. I think you have gone mad. There is no need for a trial. He is a hero who showed Sirius Black's true face to the whole magical Britain. The minister spoke up from the first time. All this time he had been hiding behind his podium. When I said that I won't refer, he finally got courage and spoke up. I turned my head towards him and the Minitor noticed and squeaked in fear, but I didn't do anything. I then turned my head towards Dumbledore to see what he wanted to say and used legilimency on him. Oh, so he had found out that I and Amelia Bones are working together. Alas. He can't do anything since I am a renowned Dark Lord and everyone in the room knows the Amelia would rather die than join a Dark Lord. Madam Bones, I also personally believe that there is no case and we are only sullying the hero Peter Pettigrew. I can't even imagine what Peter feels being treated like a criminal. Albus Dumbledore, his usual attack, gained sympathy using his disappointed grandfatherly tone with the twinkles in his eyes. Yes, how can you treat me like this? You are wrongly accusing me. I did nothing wrong except exposing Sirius of his betrayal. Peter Pettigrew spoke up for the first time. He is a great actor if nothing else. He waited for the best moment to speak up. Another round of chaos broke out in the room. I felt that this is taking a bad turn again. So, Dumbles, you want to play like this, then I would get my end result one way or other. A huge lightning bolt erupted from my hands and cracked on the roof, creating a huge sound. Everyone shuddered and became completely silent. I don't understand. Why are you not letting this trial to begin? If he is a hero, then he would still be hero even after the trial, and Amelia Bones and her department would lose credit. But let me ask you, Minister, what would happen if Peter Pettigrew is found guilty and Sirius Black innocent? What kind of impact it would have on your political career? Everyone would know how justice-loving minister you are. Just imagine about using that line in your next election agenda, I said in calm voice, and my little speech worked like a charm. I have been using legilimency probes on Moron Fudge and he had brought the idea. Hearing my speech, Albus Dumbledore was becoming pale by each moment. He very well knew what kind of person Fudge was and he also knew that my speech would buy Fudge, and it did. Madam Bones, please proceed with the trial. Cornelius Fudge is after all an avid supporter of justice. Cornelius Fudge stood up from his chair and said. Albus Dumbledore was completely resigned now. His thoughts were, there is no stopping the trial now. If I try to stop it once more, Magneto might reveal something about my plans or directly attack me or my supporters. I can't let that happen. After all, I need to keep my position for the greater good. Now, how did I know this? Because I have been continuously using legilimency on Dumbles after Fudge bought my speech. 2 years ago I wasn't able to breach his shields, but now I am definitely strong enough to breach his shields and read his thoughts. Peter Pettigrew was finally sitting on the chair of the accused. Peter Pettigrew, you have charged with the crimes of betraying the Potters to you-know-who and killing 12 Muggles and framing Sirius Black for your crimes. A lady whom I didn't know announced. She was sitting on Cornelius Fudge's left side. Lies, all of these are lies. Pettigrew screamed. Madam Bones, can you present any proof of the accusations? Moron Fudge asked in a professional manner. I didn't even know he could do that. Well, I shouldn't be surprised since he is a politician. A/N, please don't feel offended. Yes, I have a memory of Peter Pettigrew being questioned under Veritaserum, Amelia said and handed a vial filled with her memory to the same lady sitting beside Moron Fudge. The lady got to the center, used some spell on the vial and dropped the memories on the floor, and some runes glue up. I didn't know they have something like that. I haven't seen that either in movies or read in the book. A holographic display of the memory played in the room. The questions started with something simple like name and date of birth. Then Amelia started to ask questions related to his accusations. First was if he was a Death Eater or not. Soon Peter Pettigrew spilled all the beans, and by the end of the video everyone in the room knew that the accusations are true. I have checked the memories and they weren't tampered with, the lady said and went back to her seat. She must be someone really important. I guess I should bring her into my merry band. Another round of chaos broke inside the coot room and Albus Dumbledore banged his gavel few times on the table to clam down everyone in the room. Soon, everyone calmed down and the room descended upon silence once again. But Madam Bones, why did you doubt that Peter Pettigrew was a criminal, and how did you even find him? I think there is something more going on here, Albus Dumbledore said. Oh, so he wants to get Amelia into trouble. Well, I could step in, but that would be problematic. Let's see if Amelia has something planned or not. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. He was caught inside my office. He was snooping around the documents on Death Eaters kept inside my room. He was also carrying the file which contained the location of Azkaban inside his robes that he took from my office. I didn't know what he wanted, so I stunned him and gave him Veritaserum. I can't have important information leak from my room when a new Dark Lord is running around, Amelia said and looked at my direction. I just did a mock bow. At first I thought he was someone under Polyjuice, so I asked his name after giving him Veritaserum, and all of you have seen how that turned out, Amelia said. Wow, smart girl. She really have planned it all. Now, Albus Dumbledore didn't have any way to prove that both Amelia and I were working together or know each other. With the new evidences in light, please raise your wands if you vote Sirius Black to be innocent, Albus Dumbledore said, and about 90% of the members raised their wands. Sirius Black is free of all charges and declared innocent, Albus Dumbledore said and banged the gavel on the table. Now, please raise your wand if you vote for Peter Pettigrew being guilty. About 70% of the members raised their wands. I noticed all the dark families or families that supported Moldy Shorts refrained from raising their wands. Now, who think Peter Pettigrew is innocent? Albus Dumbledore said, and this time no one raised their wands. You would be really stupid to raise your wand for the support of a Death Eater, and every other Death Eater in this room have used the Imperious defense. Peter Pettigrew is found guilty and is being charged with lifetime imprisonment in Azkaban, Albus Dumbledore said and banged the gavel on the table. Peter Pettigrew started to scream in protest, but nobody heard him. He was led out of the room by 2 Aurors. Good. Dumbledore is already making plans how to bring Harry here. I just hope Harry or Sirius isn't stupid to send Harry to Hogwarts. After all, there are other schools for him. It was a nice experience, I said, finally getting up from my makeshift chair and all the iron sand gathered back inside my armor. Several people even forgot that I was here and only remembered me after I spoke up. Well, I guess I should be going. Though all of you are free to try to capture me. Gregory Goyle SNR. I might be paying you a visit later. After all, you tried to kill me and I don't like people who try to kill me, I said and walked out of the room. Hearing me, Gregory Goyle SNR's face became completely pale. Only now he remembered that he used AK on me. I walked out of the ministry like it was my own backyard, and now a single person tried to stop me. Well, this is the class I wanted. Come on, Vicky, tell me, what's eating you up? I know what kind of girl you are and I know that you are worried about something, Tonks asked, and I could clearly see that she was concerned about me. 7 months have passed since Rio, or in this situation Magneto, made his second and bold public appearance. I am already in my 6th year of Hogwarts, and in about 3 more months I would be finally turning 17 for the second time. That means I will finally able to take the ladyship. Now, Tonks is my best friend and I trust her more than enough, but I don't know if I should tell her about all my worries that have been eating me up. I guess I should tell her some parts. Fine, in 3 months I am going to be 17. I was going to continue, but Tonks cut me off. So that's it? So, you are worried that you are turning 17 and still haven't lost your virginity. Don't worry. I haven't too, Tonks said with an understanding smile on her face and nodding her head. Wow, I'm so proud of my best friend that she can freely think about perverted stuff. After 6 years I was finally able to corrupt someone. He. Sorry to disappoint you, but I am not a virgin, I said, and hearing me, Tonks was completely surprised but quickly gathered her wits and cut me off again. But losing your virginity with your finger doesn't count, Tonks said in a mocking voice. Well, we have been together for 6 years and she knows me very well. I might be perverted, but I have never shown any interest in any boys. Tonks definitely thinks that I swing the other way, but I know that I only want Rio's D in my pee. I am not talking about my fingers or anyone else's finger. I have never been interested in any boy because I already have a lover back in home. This time Tonks was completely surprised and kept hearing me with a horrified look on her face. Damn. And here I was worried that would never get a witch's witch who is perverted enough for you. So, tell me about him, Tonks said in an excited voice. Yes, our friendship is weird like that. Well, he is the best guy I could have ever asked for. I just can't tell you in words about him, sorry Tonks. You might be my best friend, but I can't spill all the beans about Rio to you. Fine. Why don't you bring him with you to our house for Christmas? Then I could really see for myself how great he is to satiate the infante lust of super pervert Vicky Parsons, Tonks said with a challenging face. I don't mind that. Rio have told me that Ted and Andromeda Tonks are already his allies, and Tonks would obviously go if I ask him. Fine. I will bring him, I replied and looked outside. It was snowing outside. Well, it was December, so tomorrow we would be leaving for Christmas holidays, so it was obvious that it would be snowing. If he is really that impressive, then we could even have threesome. Of course, if you don't mind, Tonks said while looking at me. Well, honestly I don't mind having a threesome with Tonks and Rio, but I would obviously not let Tonks near him if she just wants a one-night stand. Maybe you can in future, and honestly I really want you to get on board, I replied nonchalantly and looked around the room. Well, it was my dorm room and Ravenclaws get a personal room. Tonks looked slightly confused hearing me but didn't thought much of it. I was playing with my wand when Tonks arrived in the room. I have made some new magic spells and have been working on them. Not even Rio knows about them. Lust, a spell I made, a simple name, but if I cast it on someone then he or she would jump on the first thing they see except the caster. It could be a professor near them or a table or a hole. Next time someone annoys me is going to ruin his image and there won't be any link to me because no one except me knows about these spells. Starkers, the person hit with this spell will become completely naked no matter what kind of clothes he or she would be wearing. And I am currently working on a spell that would make them blow a load in their pants as soon as hit with the spell. It's quite hard with all the arithmancy needed for this spell. And what's golden, that neither of these spells can blocked. There is only one way to protect yourself, and that is, having a solid cover. It's quite similar to the Unforgivables in that manner. They are my unforgivable spells. Hey, are you okay? I have been calling you for some time. I don't even want to know what kind of perverted thoughts you were having now, Tonks said while shaking me. Oops, looks like I was lost in my thoughts. Don't worry Tonks, I would never try my new spells on you, but maybe I could try these spells on that Charlie guy. He is quite annoying and he has been trying to drug Tonks since last year. So, what's eating you up? Tonks again asked me the question with concern filled in her voice. A small smile appeared on my face knowing how much she cares about me. I guess I could tell her that I am new Lady Ravenclaw. I trust her more than enough and I really hated how I have to hide everything about my life from her. Well, you know that sometime Muggleborns go to Gringotts for inheritance test? Well, I took the test, I said to Tonks. After hearing my question, Tonks nodded her head, so I continued. So, you got a inheritance? Well, my mom told me that there had been never a person to. Tonks swallowed her words when I showed her my Lady Ravenclaw ring. Tonks looked at my face and then again at the ring, then again raised her head to look at my face. I currently had a really smug smile on my face. Damn, Merlin's balls, you are the Lady Ravenclaw? Why didn't you announce this? Tonks exclaimed, grabbing my shoulders. Yep, Lady Ravenclaw here. Well, I could announce that I am Lady Ravenclaw, but that would bring unnecessary attention on me since I am still not 17, I said to Tonks, who looked at me with disbelief in her eyes. Right? You are in Hogwarts? This is the safest place and this place is protected by Albus Dumbledore. Even if Magneto comes here he would be having a really hard time, Tonks said with a confident voice. A/N, that was really nice joke. Hogwarts the safest place, PFFTTT haha. I really wanted to roll my eyes when she said this place was protected by Albus Dumbledore. Yeah, more than anyone I should be worried about Albus Dumbledore, I said, and Tonks again got a disbelieving look on her face. What? How? He is a great man. Tonks was saying, but I cut her off. Honestly, from what I have heard about him and seen him doing, I would never believe that Albus Dumbledore is a great man. Why don't you ask your parents? They will tell you the truth. You are now big enough to know the truth, I think I said to Tonks. She gave me another look of disbelief before nodding her head. Fine, I will do that, but don't forget to bring your mysterious boyfriend to my home on Christmas, Tonks said, and the atmosphere became light again. We still continued talking about several topics related with my ladyship and several other topies which were obviously perverted. I found out several things in Hogwarts. All of these students and teachers are sex Nazis. The students use the broom closets and empty classrooms doing adult stuff, but if someone says something openly then they are bad influences. Well, they are damn hypocrites. After I leave Hogwarts none would matter, and from what I have learned from books, Rio, and now Tonks, that no matter my personality several families would be jumping over the chance to get me married with their son as soon as I announce my heirship. The teachers are complete pieces of shit and I am not going to exclude anyone. How can any teacher let Slytherins and Greyfeaters fight openly like this? And Severus Snape, he is a bastard through and through. Not only he supports the discrimination, but he himself discriminates against everyone who isn't one of his precious snakes, and not even a single teacher says something about that. Even if Rio doesn't kill this guy, I will kill him. Fuck consequences. I was myself a teacher and in my conscience I can't let a teacher like Snape roam around freely. Well, I am still going to have time to plan everything. Maybe I should leave this stuff for future, huh? Just one more day then I could again have Rio's D in my POV. Rio, Edgar. My eyes flickered open due to sunlight on my eyes. Damn, I need to paint those dim windows completely black, or maybe I should nail planks on the window. Yeah, that should do it. I got up groggily and noticed that the bed was completely empty. Well, Rumi always gets up early to train no matter what, so she must have gone to train. I heard water running from the shower, so I also know where Momo should be. I looked at myself and I was still in my adult form, so Momo should be too. My morning wood became harder if that was even possible. I quickly jumped out of the bed and went sneakily towards the shower and found Momo taking shower. I slowly reached from behind her and my hand snaked around her. I see, someone is excited even in the morning, Momo said huskily and grabbed my member. Lemon starts. Well, I guess that someone else is responsible for getting me so excited, I said and nibbled on her earlobe. Momo moaned and started to wiggle her ass on my member while her was slowly moving up and down on my shaft. One of my slowly started massaging her left boob while my right hand slowly reached down to her sacred garden. My index and middle slowly inserted her and Momo started to move heavily. My teeth were leaving hickeys down her nape. Momo was already putty in my hands. Her moans slowly started to grow in intensity. It was clear that she was reaching close to orgasm, so I stopped and rotated her and made her stand by wall and got down on my knees. I placed a small kiss on her honeypot and the next second my tongue entered her cave. Momo grabbed my hair and started to run her hands through them. Her moans also grew in intensity and she finally came. I want you inside me, Momo said huskily, but I knew that it was demand. Other times I would have teased her, but my member was also throbbing and was wanting a release. I didn't say anything and got up and pulled up her leg and placed on my shoulder. I placed my shaft by her entrance and slowly pushed in. So, tight, I grunted out when I finally sheeted my full length within her. Soon, I started to move while gradually increasing the force and speed. AHN, faster, harder, Momo moaned in between the thrusts. I didn't let her speak more and started to kiss her passionately. Both of our tongues danced around in each other's mouths. I could feel Momo's wall getting tighter. She was close now. She didn't make me wait for much longer and came. Her walls became tighter, wanting to milk me, and the next moment I also came inside her. We stayed like that. Momo was resting her head by my shoulder. I was already getting hard while I was still inside her. She looked into my eyes and her eyes were completely filled with lust. Looks like you are ready for round 2. Momo whispered into my ears and bit my earlobe. Seeing you like this, I can't hold back, I said and kissed her. She stopped the kiss to answer. Then don't, Momo said and resumed kissing. I didn't need to be told anything more and started to piston inside Momo. Like that we spent nearly 1 hour in the shower. Lemon ends. After breakfast I went to study while thinking about several stuff. It has been 7 months since I have broken into Wisengamot to condemn Peter Pettigrew. Damn. Amelia arrested Gregory Goyle SNR and I wasn't able to pay him a visit. For the use of an unforgivable he was sentenced for 2 years in Azkaban, while his boyfriend Lucy, threw some here and there to get him a light sentence. Well, enough about that. Let's note down the progress I have made in these 7 months. I have successfully made a new form of magic teleportation and named it Flash Step. I know it's not something original but the principle, results, and mechanisms are somewhat same so I named it Flash Step. A teleportation method nothing in this world could block but it can only be used for short distance travel. Well, it would be very useful in a fight where there are several wards like anti-apparition or anti-portkaya wards or in Hogwarts where apparition doesn't work and if you use portkaya then headmaster would be notified. I have already taught Momo and Rumi Flash Step and now both of them can use Flash Step without wand. I have also made progress in my law of lightning. Now I can even convert my whole body into lightning but I still can't move my body in lightning speeds. I think I am gonna need more time to do that. I just hope that before going Hogwarts I could master that. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. I have also mastered Feared Fire up to such a level that I treat Feigned Fire like any other fire spell. Absorbing the Elder Wand obviously helped me a lot. Now I don't need to practice wandless magic because I no longer need a wand. I picked up the Daily Fop hat which showed that Peter Pettigrew was caught and was the actual traitor and Sirius Black was innocent. I have put this off for too long. Now that Sirius is also free, I think I should pay a visit to them. I don't know if Sirius already knows that he is free of charges or not. I would be staying in my adult form for 11 more hours so there isn't going to be a problem. I quickly put on my armor and asked Dixie to inform both Momo and Rumi that I would leaving. I apparat out of the house and appeared on a beach. Obviously it was a French beach since Sirius took Harry to a vacation home in France. I remembered the location and as soon as I recalled the memory I immediately knew where I needed to go. I slowly floated in the air and flew towards the black vacation house. I finally floated down and a ward tried to stop me but I didn't bother and placed anti-apparition and anti-portkaya wards over the property. After all I didn't want them getting away. I could clearly 2 people inside the house, a kid and an adult. I finally landed in the backyard. It's me Magneto. Well, I was quite late to take up the invitation. Hope, you don't mind I said and waited. Soon the door opened and a wanted pointed in my direction and Sirius's head popped out. After seeing me he finally relaxed and put away his wand. You believed me quite easily? I asked Sirius slightly confused. I refrained from using legilimency. Well, the properties under Old Black Family Fidelius and only 3 people except me are alive to know this place. You, Narcissa, and Andromeda. Harry, you can come down, it's all clear. Sirius shouted and a few seconds later a 10-year-old Harry Potter came out and stood beside Sirius. This Harry was lot more different than the stories. This Harry wasn't short and weak but he was tall and strong like any other 10-year-old. Nice to meet you little guy. Remember me? Here catch this I greeted Harry and threw the newspaper to Sirius. He caught the newspaper and gave me a look to which I nodded my head and he started to read it. Hello, I am Harry Potter and you are Magneto, right? Thanks for saving me from the Druzkaban, Harry said in a confident voice. Unlike in the story this Harry Potter was much more confident. Neither of them could see but a small smile appeared on my face looking at this version of Harry. You, am mean. I am now free? Damn, that took a lot of time. Sirius dropped the newspaper and asked me while pulled Harry into a hug. I looked at Sirius. He was looking much better since it has been 2 years he was out of Azkaban. Well, there were several things that needed to be taken care of before I could hand over Peter Pettigrew to DMLE. I couldn't just hand him over to them or else he would have been treated as a hero and they could have given him another Order of Merlin, I said to Sirius who nodded his head happily. But I still wanted to kill that Besatrode. Sirius said. Yes, I also wanted to kill that traitor, Harry said in a dark voice. Good, this Harry is much more better than the story one. You will be getting your chance, don't worry, I said, and this surprised both Sirius and Harry slightly. Let's go inside where we can talk properly, Sirius said and started to lead me inside. I entered the house following them. It was a normal vacation house you could expect from any other magical people. We finally arrived in an open room with couches and a table. What would like? Tea? Coffee? Sirius asked me. I am just fine like this, I said and leaned back on the chair and relaxed. So, what did you mean by we would be getting another chance to get our hands on Pettigrew? Harry asked me. He sat down beside Sirius. Well, No-Nose is going to come back one way or other, since he is not dead, I said, and both Harry and Sirius looked completely horrified hearing me. Well, No-Nose is going to come back one way or other, since he is not dead, I said, and both Harry and Sirius looked completely horrified hearing me. How can it be? Sirius asked in complete disbelief. Well, he achieved that feat by making some soul anchors that would stop his soul from passing over. I was saying but Sirius cut me off. Horcrux? He made a Horcrux? Sirius exclaimed in surprise. Well, I guess I should have expected that Sirius knows about Horcrux, after all Blacks were a really dark family. What is a Horcrux? Harry asked in complete confusion. Horcrux is a very horrible and dark magic. I myself don't know the exact details because I hated my family's magic, so I never read about them, but from what I know, Horcrux is an object in which you put a part of your soul, so that you won't die after death, Sirius said to Harry. I guess it is really good that he didn't know how a Horcrux is made. From what I have found out, he didn't do it only once, I said, adding more fuel in the fire. Sirius looked at me with complete bewilderment. How many? Harry asked me. It was almost a whisper. Sirius gulped down hard in anticipation. 6. He has 6 Horcruxes as of now. Well, not exactly 6. The last Horcrux he made was unintentional, so it's not a complete Horcrux, I said, and got up from the chair. I was really thinking hard now. Should I tell Harry and Sirius that Harry's scar is a Horcrux or not? I think I should tell him. I am not Dumble, so I am not going to hide this fact from him, and I already know a way to destroy the Horcrux is Harry's scar without killing him, but he needs to be at least 14 years old to undergo the ritual. Seeing me get up from the chair, both Sirius and Harry kept looking at me. I gave them a look. When Tommy Boy went to kill the Potters, he had made 5 Horcruxes intentionally, and he wanted to make another one after killing the 3 Potters, I said, and kept walking to and fro in the room. Wait, Tommy Boy? Who's Tommy Boy? Harry asked me. Oh, yeah, neither Harry or Sirius knows Moldy Short's actual name. Voldemort. His real name is Tom Marvolo Riddle, I said. Both Harry and Sirius nodded their heads, so I continued. But his plan didn't work out like he wanted. His AK backfired from Harry due to Lily's protection and destroyed Tommy's body. A little part of Tommy get lodged into Harry's scar, making it an unintentional and incomplete Horcrux. Harry himself is the 6th Horcrux, I said, and now Sirius's face was completely pale. Harry also knew what was going on, but he didn't know how to react. No, there must be some mistake. You are wrong. I can't let Harry die. I can't lose him too, Sirius screamed at me, and by the end of his rant tears were already flowing down his eyes. That means he definitely knows how to destroy a Horcrux, or is scared that Tommy's soul would take over Harry's body. Is there a way to destroy a Horcrux? Harry asked. He was also scared, but he is much more level-headed now. There are several ways to destroy a Horcrux. Faint fire, Avada Kedavra, goblin-forged weapon drenched in basilisk blood, and lastly there a ritual to cleanse the container, both living and non-living, but there is a catch for the living ones. They need to be at least 14 years old to undergo this kind of ritual, I said. Both Sirius and Harry were happy that there was a way to destroy the Horcrux in Harry's head without killing him. Even if they needed to wait, but they could wait for 4.5 years, after all. But why did Voldemort attack the Potters? I know there was something they wanted to tell me, but Old Goat didn't let them, Sirius said. His voice contained several emotions. Confusion, curiosity, anger, rage, sadness. Wow. I didn't know that someone could express so many emotions in just one sentence. I was getting there. Sybil Trelawney gave a prophecy. I began telling them the story. One explanation later. So, let me get this straight. That fucking Old Goat desperately leaked the prophecy so that Voldemort could kill Harry, and the prophecy comes to pass. Sirius asked in complete rage. Harry was also looking like he was going to strangle Old Goat with his own beard if he could get his hands on him. Yes, I said. I know it is a sad story, but I am not going to go out of my way and make everything easy for Harry. Yes, I will give him some help from here and there. Like hell I would allow Harry to fight that monster, Sirius exclaimed. But you have no choice. The prophecy has already come to play, so if Harry doesn't kill Tommy then no one could, I said. Sirius was about to retort, but Harry cut him off. Sirius, you already heard the prophecy. It clearly says that only I could kill that monster, and see here, he already marked me and I will have to fight him no matter what. Even if there wasn't a prophecy, he would still come after me because he failed to kill me. I am his disgrace, Harry said to Sirius, and Sirius finally began to think seriously and nodded his head. But no way in hell that I am going to send you to Hogwarts, Sirius said to Harry. I also don't want to go there, Harry said with complete determination in his voice. I guess that's a lot better than what I have imagined. Maybe I should stop comparing this Harry with the story's Harry. This Harry isn't a meek guy who I'll read about in the story. This Harry is much more confident in himself and isn't scared of showing his smarts. But we would need allies if we want to fight against Tommy and his thugs, Sirius said. Yeah, I know. A certain Bones girl who betrothed ran away is already on my team, I said in a teasing voice. Sirius looked confused for a few seconds until his brain caught up with him. Damn, how the hell did you get Amelia to join you? Sirius asked me, completely bewildered. Well, everyone said that I am a charming guy. My words made Sirius remember something else. This isn't gonna work. She hates me, Sirius was saying, but Harry cut him off. Sirius, you were betrothed to someone? Wow, this is golden, Harry said and started to laugh loudly. Yeah, laugh as much as you want on my misery, Sirius said and smacked his own face on his palms. Sirius, don't worry. From what I have seen, she doesn't think much about it and she is still slightly interested to get on with you, I said to Sirius, but Sirius's expression didn't become any better. We chatted for a couple more hours before I needed to leave. It wasn't that my aging potion was wearing off, but I didn't have anything more to discuss. I promises Sirius and Harry that I would cleanse Harry when he turns 14. Before I left, Sirius added me in his wards. Nothing complex. I just needed to drop a single drop of blood on the ward stone. I finally left the house by flying. Even though I had portkeys, I refrained from using them. After reaching a safe distance, I used the portkey and arrived inside Castle Ravenclaw. Nemuri was coming back today, so tonight was also going to be a sleepless night, and I am damn sure about it. I reached my study and stripped out of my armor and wore normal clothes. Most of my personal objectives for which I came to this world are almost complete. Now I needed to start working on animagus training. From what I have read until now, not everyone can become an animagus, and honestly I have no idea if I could become one or not. I will start the training when Nemuri arrives home for the Christmas holidays. But I currently have my Law of Lightning to train. I have still a long way to go now. From what I have learned from cultivation novels or mangas, I haven't even scratched the surface of Law of Lightning, but I honestly can't imagine myself having such a cringy title or a name. I would avoid the cultivation worlds as long as I can. I really hate those worlds. If you beat someone up then his father would show up, and if you beat up his father then his grandfather would show up. Now, if you are even able to defeat his grandfather then his ancestor who was cultivating under some majestic waterfall would show up. Ugh, so disgusting. I shuddered once just by only imagining going to a cultivation world. I just hope God listens to my wishes and doesn't send me to a fucking cultivation world. Maybe a movie universe would be really nice, since my first world was anime. Now I am currently in a literature world even though it was adapted into movies, so it would be nice if I go to a movie world next. Can you tell me again why I have to do this? I asked Nemuri. After Nemuri returned from Hogwarts she asked me to accompany her to Tonk's residence for the Christmas Eve. Well, I wasn't so thrilled because I have Leave Momo and Rumi here because they weren't invited. Tonks is my best friend and she had been inviting me since 3rd year. She also wants to meet the guy who can put up with the prodigal Vicky Parsons. Nemuri said while extending her arms. I just gave her a blank stare. And maybe we could have a threesome, Nemuri said quickly. It feels refreshing to be treated like that even though I don't want to be. Well, Tonks is a great girl from what I remember from the story, and honestly Remus Lupin never deserved a girl like Tonks, honestly. I mean, what the hell, that guy ran away after finding Tonks was pregnant, and I personally don't think that his task was so important. No, there is not going to be a threesome until she joins the harem plan, I said to Nemuri. I can't even imagine what she could be planning. Yeah, I know, that's why I didn't make a promise. It would also hurt our ego, you know? But I still want Tonks to be a part of your harem. She is a great girl and that bastard Charlie is trying to drug her. If I am gonna see him again, I am gonna bust his balls. Nemuri must be really angry on Charlie Weasley. I can't blame her though. If someone was trying to drug my best friend then I would have been angry too. So, how do I look? I asked Nemuri. Momo and Rumi were still in bed, sleeping. Both of them were completely tired after last night's workout. Well, since I was going to leave them alone today, I had to pay them more attention last night. I was dressed in a normal blue jeans and a biker leather jacket. Bikers was the ongoing trend in Britain after all, and a normal muggle guy can't fall behind that, especially when he owns a bike. After all, that is what Nemuri had told Tonks about me, that I was a muggle guy who owns a bike. I don't even know and can't bring myself to imagine that how in the world it works like that. Well, when Nemuri is involved several stuff related with logic jumps out of the window. You look dashing and hot. I have to hold myself back from stripping you naked and impaling myself on you. Nemuri exclaimed and flared steam from her nose. That must be a perk of having super pervert as your job. You don't need to ride a bike, you can ride me as long as you want. Hehehe. Seeing that I didn't react to her, she immediately jumped on me and hung like a koala. She started to rub her boobs on face while her face was marred with a huge perverted grin. Nemuri, if you don't hurry up then we are going to be late, I said, giving her a deadpan stare. No matter what my facial expressions were, I was already hard, and Nemuri also knew that. She stroked my crotch a few times above the jeans and placed her lips on mine for a passionate kiss before letting me go. Keep that energy, after all, we are going to have so much action after we get back. Nemuri purred in my ears and gave my crotch a last squeeze before moving back to the mirror. Damn, it's really uncomfortable. I moved my jeans slightly to get comfortable. Nemuri is going to be my death and I am sure of it. Soon, Nemuri was also done. She was also wearing a blue fader jeans, but she didn't wear a leather jacket. She preferred to wear a normal jacket. After all, it was snowing outside, so it was quite cold. I still placed some body-warming charms on myself and Nemuri. I kissed both Momo and Rumi on their foreheads before leaving. I left a note beside them that I was leaving with Nemuri and they shouldn't be worried. I grabbed Nemuri's hand and apparat into our flat. I picked up a small bag from the table. It contained the gifts. We quickly went downstairs holding hands. I opened the garage and looked at Momo's masterpiece. She liked to call it that and I completely agreed with her. This was a beast of a bike, well I thought it. In my Hero Academia world I wasn't able to own a bike, and I don't know or remember that if I ever owned a bike in my first life. But I think I loved bikes or I wouldn't be so enamored by this one. Image here. The bike was painted in matte black with red highlights. It looked really awesome if nothing else. I don't know about the other but Momo and I loved it. I placed the gift bag on the bike's handle. Wow, this really looks nice. Nemuri exclaimed and started to check out the bike. I grabbed 2 helmets from the stand and handed one to Nemuri while I put on the other. I slowly took the bike out and closed the garage. I sat on the bike and took a feel for a moment. Momo made an old model, so this bike only had a kickstart. The bike roared to life and it felt good. Nemuri sat behind me and wrapped her arms around my waist. Soon we were already heading towards Tonks' residence. Tonks had given Nemuri the address, so it wasn't a problem. We reached the Tonks' residence in about 1 hour and 10 minutes. From what I felt, I have come to love the bike and I would be asking Momo to make several models of this one, or should I ask her to make some different models? Nemuri took the gift bag and walked by my side holding hands up to the door. I knocked on the door and in a few seconds a pink-haired girl opened the door and pulled Nemuri in a hug. Wow, you look really good, Vicky Tonks said looking at Nemuri and then turned her eyes towards me. Her eyes scanned me from head to toe. Honestly, I don't mind being checked out by a girl who is the best friend of my lover, but it still felt odd. Vicky, aren't you going to introduce me to your loving boyfriend? Tonks asked Nemuri while putting much more pressure on loving. N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//OM. Well, I guess I have to, Nemuri said in mock annoyance. Well, Tonks, meet Edgar Maxwell, and Edgar, meet my best friend Tonks. Nemuri introduced us. Tonks was already extending her hand in anticipation, so I didn't let her down and grabbed her hand and placed a kiss on the back of her palm. It's nice to meet you, my lady Tonks. Even though I never heard your first name, I greeted Tonks. Nemuri chuckled at my jab and Tonks gave me a mock glare and immediately smiled and got a mischievous glint in her eyes. My aren't you our charmer, Mr. Maxwell? I wonder how many girls have fallen for your charms, Tonks said, trying to get me into trouble. For now, that's only 3, but instead of me, Nemuri answered. Tonks was slightly confused but just shrugged her shoulders and pouted that her plan failed. So, you go to the same boarding school as Vicky? And please call me Edgar. Mr. Maxwell makes me feel old, I said. Tonks was already taking us inside the house. Since Nemuri has told Tonks that I am a muggle, then I have to also act up that part. Yes. Though we are in different sections, we are still in the same year, Tonks was saying, but we were already inside. I saw Andromeda Tonks working on setting up the table. She saw us and stopped doing what she was doing and came to greet us. Mom, this is my best friend Vicky Parsons and this is her boyfriend Edgar Maxwell. Tonks introduced us to her mother. Even though Andromeda and Ted Tonks were my allies, they have never seen my face. Andromeda Tonks pulled Nemuri into a hug. I have been hearing about you since Dora started Hogwarts. It's nice to finally meet you, Andromeda said to Nemuri. It's also nice to meet the mother of my best friend, Nemuri said, and finished their greeting. Andromeda Tonks finally turned her eyes towards me. I followed the same procedure and kissed the back of her palm and greeted her. She just smiled at my polite greeting. By this time Ted Tonks also arrived. Both me and Nemuri finished greeting him and Andromeda was about to return to her work. Mrs. Tonks, please let me help too, I said to Andromeda. Oh, you don't have to worry about a single thing. I am completely fine, Andromeda said and gave a glare to Ted Tonks. Hehe, looks like I got Ted Tonks in some trouble. Don't worry, Mrs. Tonks, I know my way around the kitchen, so please let me help, I said, and Andromeda finally agreed. I helped her with some stuff and we finally exchanged gifts. After that, we were finally gathered by the table and enjoyed a warm meal and chatted about several muggle stuff. Tonks kept looking towards me throughout the meal, which Andromeda Tonks noticed and got an awkward expression on her face. Nemuri also noticed, but she didn't mind. After the meal we sat down their drawing room and chatted for a couple of hours. It was already getting late, so both me and Nemuri bid our farewell and decided to leave for today. They asked us to visit again, to which we happily agreed. To say honestly, it was a really nice way to spend Christmas. I was worried. I was really worried. It has been 4 months since I have turned 11 and for Momo it has been 5 months. During this Christmas when Nemuri took me to the Tonks, I wasn't this much worried, but now, this is a completely different matter. It's already March and the Nemuri is gonna turn 17 while Rumi is gonna turn 11 today, like me and Momo who have been 11 for months. Now, all of you must be wondering what I am so worried about, right? A/N, freaking wall breaker, now I am gonna have to work hard to fix it. Well, none of have received our Hogwarts letter. All 4 of us are magical kids, so Nemuri gets the letter, so why don't we get it? Yes, seeing Nemuri's address on our letter too may have made them wait, but I have never heard that happening. But, it's also not normal to have 4 orphans to turn out magical who were living in the same house. But it is still confusing, and if somehow I don't get a letter, this is going to put a huge hole in my plans. Well, nothing could be done then. I would have to break into Hogwarts and do several things, and one of them is to form a familiar contract with the Basilisk. Last month Momo found a really nice book in the library which gave detailed explanations on how to learn Parseltongue. Apparently Parseltongue was definitely a blood-related thing, but Rowena Ravenclaw had broken the code and found a method to learn Parseltongue, but obviously it was taking process and we won't be able to pass this skill to our next generation. They have to learn from ground up if they want. Now, why wasn't this a public knowledge? Because magical people are shitty and bigoted. Ravenclaws found that taking to any animal, in this case snakes, was below their status. Magical people found another thing below their class, and that was becoming an animagus. They were high status people, how can they bring themselves to turn into an animal? Honestly, I really wanted to do another genocide, but Momo and Rumi coaxed me out of it. There was another problem. I don't think that I can be an animagus because throughout these 3 months I didn't get a single clue about my inner animal. Someone wrote that your patroness form is commonly your animagus form if you are able to become one. Momo already knew what her animagus form was. She was an owl. Quite obvious, I know. Rumi was a rabbit. Pretty surprising, right? Haha, no one laughed. Nemuri was a fox. I know, I should have already known. Suddenly a ward in our flat flared, meaning someone was here. Only someone from Hogwarts would come to this flat and no one else knew about this flat. This was a new kind of ward made by Momo. This was a trigger ward that would only pick up if someone enters the premises, and it used so little magic that no one could pick up the reaction except the people to whom the ward stone was connected. Momo, Rumi, and Nemuri immediately got dressed and ran into the kitchen while Nemuri went towards the door so that they could behave like normal kids. No matter whoever arrived here, I was more than confident that I can confound them to make them think that nothing was out of normal. I was again betting my chips on old Mini GI. Someone knocked on the door and I jumped off the couch and ran up to the window. I looked through the glass and internally cheered that it was Mini GI, so I gave the signal to Nemuri to open the door. So, Nemuri opened the door. Professor McGonagall. Nemuri acted really surprised and asked Minerva. I have to say Nemuri is a really good actor, though Minerva didn't seem surprised. Did something happen? How can I help you? Please come inside. Nemuri fired off questions and asked Minerva to come inside. Minerva walked in and her eyes landed on me. I was already back in my previous place and was reading a story book. I quickly used a passive leglimency probe and found out that she was definitely carrying a letter for me. I don't know if she was carrying others or not, for that I have to delve deeper into her mind and she might notice me. I was only able to delve into Old Goat's mind because he was busy with other thoughts. You don't have to worry about me coming here, Miss Parsons. I came here for him and 2 others that have living with you, Minerva said in her usual stern attitude. Oh, yeah. I have been wondering when you are going to come for them. I picked them up from the orphanages when they didn't want to keep them because they thought they were evil. You know, accidental magic, Nemuri said to Minerva, and this is the chance I wanted. I immediately cast a confounding charm on Minerva McGonagall. All of her doubts about this situation being weird was immediately thrown out of her mind. Oh, I see. If you don't mind, can you please get Miss Alice Croftwell and Miss Roxanne Trift as well? After all I have to explain to them about magic and Hogwarts, Minerva said. Nemuri nodded her head and called Momo and Rumi. Both immediately appeared by Nemuri's side and Momo was behind Nemuri. She wanted to show that she was scared. Rumi was in her usual self, stood by Nemuri's side. Professor McGonagall, I have already told them about magic and Hogwarts, but if you want you can take them to shopping, Nemuri said to Minerva. A normal Minerva would have scolded Nemuri by now, but she was confounded, so Minerva just nodded her head thinking it was normal. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. No, it's completely fine, as they already know about magic and Hogwarts. My work here is done. I expect that you will take them to shopping for school commodities and they will be at Platrom 9/3/4, right? Minerva asked. She would also never do this, but a subtle but strong confounding charm can do a lot of things. Minerva just handed Nemuri our Hogwarts acceptance letter, to which Nemuri just nodded her head. Minerva saw that and walked out of the house without saying anything more. No, one would notice that she was confounded because according to her she followed the procedure what she should have done before leaving. I know Minerva McGonagall is nice and all, but she trusts old Dumbles too much and I can't have her run her mouth to him. And I honestly don't think that Dumbles would be worried about 3 orphans living with a soon-to-be 7th year. He would be currently busy with finding Harry Potter, or it would be his ass. OPPs, we are in Britain now, so arse on fire. Nemuri shouldn't be in home right now, but she asked for a temporary leave from Hogwarts to claim the money and property what her made-up parents left her. As her head of the House of Phileas Flitwick, he happily gave her the leave without even consulting with Dumbles. Nemuri closed the door and the ward told us the Minerva had already apparooed away. We sat down on the couch facing each other and tore open the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Consideration of Wizards. I cringed reading the titles of the great Albus, too many names Dumbledore. I looked up towards Momo and Rumi and both of them had similar expressions. None of us made any comments, at least not for now, and continued reading. Dear Mr. Edgar Maxwell, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Why the hell they are going to wait for our letter of acceptance by July 31st when Minerva McGonagall took our confirmation herself? Magical people are really odd and lack common sense. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Finally done with the front page, I looked at the second parchment. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students will require 1 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2 1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear. 3 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 4 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. 1 The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Gosshawk. 2 A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. 3 Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. 4 A Beginner's Guide in Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 5 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philidaspore. 6 Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. 7 Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. 8 The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. 1 wand. 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. 1 set glass or crystal files. 1 telescope. 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring, if they desire, an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomstick. Yours sincerely, Lucinda Thomsonical Pocus, Chief Attendant of Witchcraft Provisions. Wow, then what are we waiting for? Let's go shopping, I said. Yes. Momo, Rumi, and even Nemuri cheered when they heard about shopping. Rumi might not like dates like other girls, but she definitely likes shopping. I was worried. I was really worried. It has been 4 months since I have turned 11, and for Momo it has been 5 months. During this Christmas when Nemuri took me to the Tonks, I wasn't this much worried, but now, this is a completely different matter. It's already March and the Nemuri is gonna turn 17 while Rumi is gonna turn 11 today, like me and Momo who have been 11 for months. Now, all of you must be wondering what I am so worried about, right? A/N, freaking wall breaker, now I am gonna have to work hard to fix it. Well, none of have received our Hogwarts letter. All 4 of us are magical kids, so Nemuri gets the letter, so why don't we get it? Yes, seeing Nemuri's address on our letter too may have made them wait, but I have never heard that happening. But, it's also not normal to have 4 orphans to turn out magical who were living in the same house. But it is still confusing, and if somehow I don't get a letter, this is going to put a huge hole in my plans. Well, nothing could be done then. I would have to break into Hogwarts and do several things, and one of them is to form a familiar contract with the Basilisk. Last month Momo found a really nice book in the library which gave detailed explanations on how to learn Parseltongue. Apparently Parseltongue was definitely a blood-related thing, but Rowena Ravenclaw had broken the code and found a method to learn Parseltongue, but obviously it was taking process and we won't be able to pass this skill to our next generation. They have to learn from ground up if they want. Now, why wasn't this a public knowledge? Because, magical people are shitty and bigoted. Ravenclaws found that taking to any animal, in this case snakes, was below their status. Magical people found another thing below their class, and that was becoming an animagus. They were high-status people, how can they bring themselves to turn into an animal? Honestly, I really wanted to do another genocide, but Momo and Rumi coaxed me out of it. There was another problem. I don't think that I can be an animagus because throughout these 3 months I didn't get a single clue about my inner animal. Someone wrote that your patroness form is commonly your animagus form if you are able to become one. Momo already knew what her animagus form was. She was an owl. Quite obvious, I know. Rumi was a rabbit. Pretty surprising, right? Haha, no one laughed. Nemuri was a fox. I know, I should have already known. Suddenly a ward in our flat flared, meaning someone was here. Only someone from Hogwarts would come to this flat and no one else knew about this flat. This was a new kind of ward made by Momo. This was a trigger ward that would only pick up if someone enters the premises, and it used so little magic that no one could pick up the reaction except the people to whom the ward stone was connected. Momo, Rumi, and Nemuri immediately got dressed and ran into the kitchen while Nemuri went towards the door so that they could behave like normal kids. No matter whoever arrived here, I was more than confident that I can confound them to make them think that nothing was out of normal. I was again betting my chips on old Mini Gi. Someone knocked on the door and I jumped off the couch and ran up to the window. I looked through the glass and internally cheered that it was Mini Gi, so I gave the signal to Nemuri to open the door. So, Nemuri opened the door. Professor McGonagall. Nemuri acted really surprised and asked Minerva. I have to say Nemuri is a really good actor, though Minerva didn't seem surprised. Did something happen? How can I help you? Please come inside. Nemuri fired off questions and asked Minerva to come inside. Minerva walked in and her eyes landed on me. I was already back in my previous place and was reading a story book. I quickly used a passive legilimency probe and found out that she was definitely carrying a letter for me. I don't know if she was carrying others or not, for that I have to delve deeper into her mind and she might notice me. I was only able to delve into Old Goat's mind because he was busy with other thoughts. You don't have to worry about me coming here, Miss Parsons. I came here for him and 2 others that have living with you, Minerva said in her usual stern attitude. Oh, yeah. I have been wondering when you are going to come for them. I picked them up from the orphanages when they didn't want to keep them because they thought they were evil. You know, accidental magic, Nemuri said to Minerva, and this is the chance I wanted. I immediately cast a confounding charm on Minerva McGonagall. All of her doubts about this situation being weird was immediately thrown out of her mind. Oh, I see. If you don't mind, can you please get Miss Alice Croftwell and Miss Roxanne Trift as well? After all, I have to explain to them about magic and Hogwarts, Minerva said. Nemuri nodded her head and called Momo and Rumi. Both immediately appeared by Nemuri's side and Momo was behind Nemuri. She wanted to show that she was scared. Rumi was in her usual self, stood by Nemuri's side. Professor McGonagall, I have already told them about magic and Hogwarts, but if you want you can take them to shopping, Nemuri said to Minerva. A normal Minerva would have scolded Nemuri by now, but she was confounded, so Minerva just nodded her head thinking it was normal. N/O/vel/b/slash/in.c//om. No, it's completely fine, as they already know about magic and Hogwarts. My work here is done. I expect that you will take them to shopping for school commodities and they will be at Platrom 934th, right? Minerva asked. She would also never do this, but a subtle but strong confounding charm can do a lot of things. Minerva just handed Nemuri our Hogwarts acceptance letter, to which Nemuri just nodded her head. Minerva saw that and walked out of the house without saying anything more. No, one would notice that she was confounded because according to her she followed the procedure what she should have done before leaving. I know Minerva McGonagall is nice and all, but she trusts old Dumbles too much and I can't have her run her mouth to him. And I honestly don't think that Dumbles would be worried about 3 orphans living with a soon-to-be 7th year. He would be currently busy with finding Harry Potter, or it would be his ass. OPPs, we are in Britain now, so arse on fire. Nemuri shouldn't be in home right now, but she asked for a temporary leave from Hogwarts to claim the money and property what her made-up parents left her. As her head of the House of Phileas Flitwick, he happily gave her the leave without even consulting with Dumbles. Nemuri closed the door and the ward told us the Minerva had already apparooed away. We sat down on the couch facing each other and tore open the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock. Supreme Mugwump, International Consideration of Wizards. I cringed reading the titles of the great Albus, too many names Dumbledore. I looked up towards Momo and Rumi and both of them had similar expressions. None of us made any comments, at least not for now, and continued reading. Dear Mr. Edgar Maxwell, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Why the hell they are going to wait for our letter of acceptance by July 31st when Minerva McGonagall took our confirmation herself? Magical people are really odd and lack common sense. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Finally done with the front page, I looked at the second parchment. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students will require 1. 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2. 1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 4. 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. 1. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. 2. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. 3. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. 4. A Beginner's Guide in Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 5. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phil Lidaspor. 6. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. 7. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. 8. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. 1 wand. 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. 1 set glass or crystal files. 1 telescope. 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring, if they desire, an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomstick. Yours sincerely, Lucinda Thomsonical Pocus, Chief Attendant of Witchcraft Provisions. Wow, then what are we waiting for? Let's go shopping, I said. Yes. Momo, Rumi, and even Nemuri cheered when they heard about shopping. Rumi might not like dates like other girls, but she definitely likes shopping. I was worried. I was really worried. It has been 4 months since I have turned 11 and for Momo it has been 5 months. During this Christmas when Nemuri took me to the Tonks, I wasn't this much worried, but now, this is a completely different matter. It's already March and the Nemuri is gonna turn 17 while Rumi is gonna turn 11 today, like me and Momo who have been 11 for months. Now, all of you must be wondering what I am so worried about, right? A/N, freaking wall breaker, now I am gonna have to work hard to fix it. Well, none of have received our Hogwarts letter. All 4 of us are magical kids, so Nemuri gets the letter, so why don't we get it? Yes, seeing Nemuri's address on our letter too may have made them wait, but I have never heard that happening. But, it's also not normal to have 4 orphans to turn out magical who were living in the same house. But it is still confusing, and if somehow I don't get a letter, this is going to put a huge hole in my plans. Well, nothing could be done then. I would have to break into Hogwarts and do several things, and one of them is to form a familiar contract with the Basilisk. Last month Momo found a really nice book in the library which gave detailed explanations on how to learn Parseltongue. Apparently Parseltongue was definitely a blood-related thing, but Rowena Ravenclaw had broken the code and found a method to learn Parseltongue, but obviously it was taking process and we won't be able to pass this skill to our next generation. They have to learn from ground up if they want. Now, why wasn't this a public knowledge? Because, magical people are shitty and bigoted. Ravenclaws found that taking to any animal, in this case snakes, was below their status. Magical people found another thing below their class, and that was becoming an animagus. They were high-status people, how can they bring themselves to turn into an animal? Honestly, I really wanted to do another genocide, but Momo and Rumi coaxed me out of it. There was another problem. I don't think that I can be an animagus because throughout these 3 months I didn't get a single clue about my inner animal. Someone wrote that your patroness form is commonly your animagus form if you are able to become one. Momo already knew what her animagus form was. She was an owl. Quite obvious, I know. Rumi was a rabbit. Pretty surprising, right? Haha, no one laughed. Nemuri was a fox. I know, I should have already known. Suddenly a ward in our flat flared, meaning someone was here. Only someone from Hogwarts would come to this flat and no one else knew about this flat. This was a new kind of ward made by Momo. This was a trigger ward that would only pick up if someone enters the premises, and it used so little magic that no one could pick up the reaction except the people to whom the ward stone was connected. Momo, Rumi, and Nemuri immediately got dressed and ran into the kitchen while Nemuri went towards the door so that they could behave like normal kids. No matter whoever arrived here, I was more than confident that I can confound them to make them think that nothing was out of normal. I was again betting my chips on old Mini Gi. Someone knocked on the door and I jumped off the couch and ran up to the window. I looked through the glass and internally cheered that it was Mini Gi, so I gave the signal to Nemuri to open the door. So, Nemuri opened the door. Professor McGonagall. Nemuri acted really surprised and asked Minerva. I have to say Nemuri is a really good actor, though Minerva didn't seem surprised. Did something happen? How can I help you? Please come inside. Nemuri fired off questions and asked Minerva to come inside. Minerva walked in and her eyes landed on me. I was already back in my previous place and was reading a story book. I quickly used a passive leglimency probe and found out that she was definitely carrying a letter for me. I don't know if she was carrying others or not, for that I have to delve deeper into her mind and she might notice me. I was only able to delve into Old Goat's mind because he was busy with other thoughts. You don't have to worried about me coming here, Miss Parsons. I came here for him and 2 others that have living with you, Minerva said in her usual stern attitude. Oh, yeah. I have been wondering when you are going to come for them. I picked them up from the orphanages when they didn't want to keep them because they thought they were evil. You know accidental magic, Nemuri said to Minerva, and this is the chance I wanted. I immediately cast a confounding charm on Minerva McGonagall. All of her doubts about this situation being weird was immediately thrown out of her mind. Oh, I see. If you don't mind, can you please get Miss Alice Croftwell and Miss Roxanne Trift as well? After all I have to explain to them about magic and Hogwarts, Minerva said. Nemuri nodded her head and called Momo and Rumi. Both immediately appeared by Nemuri's side and Momo was behind Nemuri. She wanted to show that she was scared. Rumi was in her usual self, stood by Nemuri's side. Professor McGonagall, I have already told them about magic and Hogwarts, but if you want you can take them to shopping, Nemuri said to Minerva. A normal Minerva would have scolded Nemuri by now, but she was confounded, so Minerva just nodded her head thinking it was normal. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. No, it's completely fine, as they already know about magic and Hogwarts. My work here is done. I expect that you will take them to shopping for school commodities and they will be at Platrom 9/3/4, right? Minerva asked. She would also never do this, but a subtle but strong confounding charm can do a lot of things. Minerva just handed Nemuri our Hogwarts acceptance letter, to which Nemuri just nodded her head. Minerva saw that and walked out of the house without saying anything more. No, one would notice that she was confounded because according to her she followed the procedure what she should have done before leaving. I know Minerva McGonagall is nice and all, but she trusts old Dumbles too much and I can't have her run her mouth to him. And I honestly don't think that Dumbles would be worried about 3 orphans living with a soon-to-be 7th year. He would be currently busy with finding Harry Potter, or it would be his ass. OPPs, we are in Britain now, so ours on fire. Nemuri shouldn't be in home right now, but she asked for a temporary leave from Hogwarts to claim the money and property what her made-up parents left her. As her head of the House of Phileas Flitwick, he happily gave her the leave without even consulting with Dumbles. Nemuri closed the door and the ward told us the Minerva had already apparooed away. We sat down on the couch facing each other and tore open the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock. Supreme Mugwump, International Consideration of Wizards. I cringed reading the titles of the great Albus, too many names Dumbledore. I looked up towards Momo and Rumi and both of them had similar expressions. None of us made any comments, at least not for now, and continued reading. Dear Mr. Edgar Maxwell, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Why the hell they are going to wait for our letter of acceptance by July 31st when Minerva McGonagall took our confirmation herself? Magical people are really odd and lack common sense. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Finally done with the front page, I looked at the second parchment. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students will require 1 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2 1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear. 3 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 4 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. 1 The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. 2 A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. 3 Magical Theory by Adelbert Waffling. 4 A Beginner's Guide in Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 5 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phil Lidaspor. 6 Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. 7 Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. 8 The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. 1 wand. 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. 1 set glass or crystal files. 1 telescope. 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring, if they desire, an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomstick. Yours sincerely, Lucinda Thomsonical Pocus, Chief Attendant of Witchcraft Provisions. Wow, then what are we waiting for? Let's go shopping, I said. Yes. Momo, Rumi, and even Nemuri cheered when they heard about shopping. Rumi might not like dates like other girls, but she definitely likes shopping. I was worried. I was really worried. It has been 4 months since I have turned 11 and for Momo it has been 5 months. During this Christmas when Nemuri took me to the Tonks, I wasn't this much worried, but now, this is a completely different matter. It's already March and the Nemuri is gonna turn 17 while Rumi is gonna turn 11 today, like me and Momo who have been 11 for months. Now, all of you must be wondering what I am so worried about, right? A/N, freaking wall breaker, now I am gonna have to work hard to fix it. Well, none of have received our Hogwarts letter. All 4 of us are magical kids, so Nemuri gets the letter, so why don't we get it? Yes, seeing Nemuri's address on our letter too may have made them wait, but I have never heard that happening. But, it's also not normal to have 4 orphans to turn out magical who were living in the same house. But it is still confusing, and if somehow I don't get a letter this is going to put a huge hole in my plans. Well, nothing could be done then. I would have to break into Hogwarts and do several things, and one of them is to form a familiar contract with the Basilisk. Last month Momo found a really nice book in the library which gave detailed explanations on how to learn Parseltongue. Apparently Parseltongue was definitely a blood-related thing, but Rowena Ravenclaw had broken the code and found a method to learn Parseltongue, but obviously it was taking process and we won't be able to pass this skill to our next generation. They have to learn from ground up if they want. Now, why wasn't this a public knowledge? Because magical people are shitty and bigoted. Ravenclaws found that taking to any animal, in this case snakes, was below their status. Magical people found another thing below their class, and that was becoming an animagus. They were high status people, how can they bring themselves to turn into an animal? Honestly, I really wanted to do another genocide, but Momo and Rumi coaxed me out of it. There was another problem. I don't think that I can be an animagus because throughout these 3 months I didn't get a single clue about my inner animal. Someone wrote that your patroness form is commonly your animagus form if you are able to become one. Momo already knew what her animagus form was. She was an owl. Quite obvious, I know. Rumi was a rabbit. Pretty surprising, right? Haha, no one laughed. Nemuri was a fox. I know, I should have already known. Suddenly a ward in our flat flared, meaning someone was here. Only someone from Hogwarts would come to this flat and no one else knew about this flat. This was a new kind of ward made by Momo. This was a trigger ward that would only pick up if someone enters the premises, and it used so little magic that no one could pick up the reaction except the people to whom the ward stone was connected. Momo, Rumi, and Nemuri immediately got dressed and ran into the kitchen while Nemuri went towards the door so that they could behave like normal kids. No matter whoever arrived here, I was more than confident that I can confound them to make them think that nothing was out of normal. I was again betting my chips on old Mini Gi. Someone knocked on the door and I jumped off the couch and ran up to the window. I looked through the glass and internally cheered that it was Mini Gi, so I gave the signal to Nemuri to open the door. So, Nemuri opened the door. Professor McGonagall. Nemuri acted really surprised and asked Minerva. I have to say Nemuri is a really good actor, though Minerva didn't seem surprised. Did something happen? How can I help you? Please come inside. Nemuri fired off questions and asked Minerva to come inside. Minerva walked in and her eyes landed on me. I was already back in my previous place and was reading a story book. I quickly used a passive leglimency probe and found out that she was definitely carrying a letter for me. I don't know if she was carrying others or not, for that I have to delve deeper into her mind and she might notice me. I was only able to delve into Old Goat's mind because he was busy with other thoughts. You don't have to worry about me coming here, Miss Parsons. I came here for him and 2 others that have living with you, Minerva said in her usual stern attitude. Oh, yeah. I have been wondering when you are going to come for them. I picked them up from the orphanages when they didn't want to keep them because they thought they were evil. You know, accidental magic, Nemuri said to Minerva, and this is the chance I wanted. I immediately cast a confounding charm on Minerva McGonagall. All of her doubts about this situation being weird was immediately thrown out of her mind. Oh, I see. If you don't mind, can you please get Miss Alice Croftwell and Miss Roxanne Trift as well? After all I have to explain to them about magic and Hogwarts, Minerva said. Nemuri nodded her head and called Momo and Rumi. Both immediately appeared by Nemuri's side and Momo was behind Nemuri. She wanted to show that she was scared. Rumi was in her usual self, stood by Nemuri's side. Professor McGonagall, I have already told them about magic and Hogwarts, but if you want you can take them to shopping, Nemuri said to Minerva. A normal Minerva would have scolded Nemuri by now, but she was confounded, so Minerva just nodded her head thinking it was normal. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. No, it's completely fine, as they already know about magic and Hogwarts. My work here is done. I expect that you will take them to shopping for school commodities and they will be at Platrom 934th, right? Minerva asked. She would also never do this, but a subtle but strong confounding charm can do a lot of things. Minerva just handed Nemuri our Hogwarts acceptance letter, to which Nemuri just nodded her head. Minerva saw that and walked out of the house without saying anything more. No, one would notice that she was confounded because according to her she followed the procedure what she should have done before leaving. I know Minerva McGonagall is nice and all, but she trusts old Dumbles too much and I can't have her run her mouth to him. And I honestly don't think that Dumbles would be worried about 3 orphans living with a soon-to-be 7th year. He would be currently busy with finding Harry Potter, or it would be his ass. OPPs, we are in Britain now, so ours on fire. Nemuri shouldn't be in home right now, but she asked for a temporary leave from Hogwarts to claim the money and property what her made-up parents left her. As her head of the House of Phileas Flitwick, he happily gave her the leave without even consulting with Dumbles. Nemuri closed the door and the ward told us the Minerva had already apparut away. We sat down on the couch facing each other and tore open the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock. Supreme Mugwump, International Consideration of Wizards. I cringed reading the titles of the great Albus. Too many names. Dumbledore. I looked up towards Momo and Rumi and both of them had similar expressions. None of us made any comments, at least not for now, and continued reading. Dear Mr. Edgar Maxwell, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Why the hell they are going to wait for our letter of acceptance by July 31st when Minerva McGonagall took our confirmation herself? Magical people are really odd and lack common sense. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Finally done with the front page, I looked at the second parchment. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students will require 1 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2 1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear. 3 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 4 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. 1. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. 2. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. 3. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. 4. A Beginner's Guide in Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 5. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phil Lidaspor. 6. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. 7. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. 8. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. 1 wand. 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. 1 set glass or crystal files. 1 telescope. 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring, if they desire, an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomstick. Yours sincerely, Lucinda Thomsonical Pocus, Chief Attendant of Witchcraft Provisions. Wow, then what are we waiting for? Let's go shopping, I said. Yes. Momo, Rumi, and even Nemuri cheered when they heard about shopping. Rumi might not like dates like other girls, but she definitely likes shopping. I was worried. I was really worried. It has been 4 months since I have turned 11 and for Momo it has been 5 months. During this Christmas when Nemuri took me to the Tonks, I wasn't this much worried, but now, this is a completely different matter. It's already March and the Nemuri is gonna turn 17 while Rumi is gonna turn 11 today, like me and Momo who have been 11 for months. Now, all of you must be wondering what I am so worried about, right? A/N, freaking wall breaker, now I am gonna have to work hard to fix it. Well, none of have received our Hogwarts letter. All 4 of us are magical kids, so Nemuri gets the letter, so why don't we get it? Yes, seeing Nemuri's address on our letter too may have made them wait, but I have never heard that happening. But, it's also not normal to have 4 orphans to turn out magical who were living in the same house. But it is still confusing, and if somehow I don't get a letter this is going to put a huge hole in my plans. Well, nothing could be done then. I would have to break into Hogwarts and do several things, and one of them is to form a familiar contract with the Basilisk. Last month Momo found a really nice book in the library which gave detailed explanations on how to learn Parseltongue. Apparently Parseltongue was definitely a blood-related thing, but Rowena Ravenclaw had broken the code and found a method to learn Parseltongue, but obviously it was taking process and we won't be able to pass this skill to our next generation. They have to learn from ground up if they want. Now, why wasn't this a public knowledge? Because, magical people are shitty and bigoted. Ravenclaws found that taking to any animal, in this case snakes, was below their status. Magical people found another thing below their class, and that was becoming an animagus. They were high-status people, how can they bring themselves to turn into an animal? Honestly, I really wanted to do another genocide, but Momo and Rumi coaxed me out of it. There was another problem. I don't think that I can be an animagus because throughout these 3 months I didn't get a single clue about my inner animal. Someone wrote that your patronus form is commonly your animagus form if you are able to become one. Momo already knew what her animagus form was. She was an owl. Quite obvious, I know. Rumi was a rabbit. Pretty surprising, right? Haha, no one laughed. Nemuri was a fox. I know, I should have already known. Suddenly a ward in our flat flared, meaning someone was here. Only someone from Hogwarts would come to this flat and no one else knew about this flat. This was a new kind of ward made by Momo. This was a trigger ward that would only pick up if someone enters the premises, and it used so little magic that no one could pick up the reaction except the people to whom the ward stone was connected. Momo, Rumi, and Nemuri immediately got dressed and ran into the kitchen while Nemuri went towards the door so that they could behave like normal kids. No matter whoever arrived here, I was more than confident that I can confound them to make them think that nothing was out of normal. I was again betting my chips on old Mini GI. Someone knocked on the door and I jumped off the couch and ran up to the window. I looked through the glass and internally cheered that it was Mini GI, so I gave the signal to Nemuri to open the door. So, Nemuri opened the door. Professor McGonagall. Nemuri acted really surprised and asked Minerva. I have to say Nemuri is a really good actor, though Minerva didn't seem surprised. Did something happen? How can I help you? Please come inside. Nemuri fired off questions and asked Minerva to come inside. Minerva walked in and her eyes landed on me. I was already back in my previous place and was reading a story book. I quickly used a passive legilimency probe and found out that she was definitely carrying a letter for me. I don't know if she was carrying others or not, for that I have to delve deeper into her mind and she might notice me. I was only able to delve into Old Goat's mind because he was busy with other thoughts. You don't have to worried about me coming here, Miss Parsons. I came here for him and 2 others that have living with you, Minerva said in her usual stern attitude. Oh, yeah. I have been wondering when you are going to come for them. I picked them up from the orphanages when they didn't want to keep them because they thought they were evil. You know accidental magic, Nemuri said to Minerva, and this is the chance I wanted. I immediately cast a confounding charm on Minerva McGonagall. All of her doubts about this situation being weird was immediately thrown out of her mind. Oh, I see. If you don't mind, can you please get Miss Alice Croftwell and Miss Roxanne Trift as well? After all I have to explain to them about magic and Hogwarts, Minerva said. Nemuri nodded her head and called Momo and Rumi. Both immediately appeared by Nemuri's side and Momo was behind Nemuri. She wanted to show that she was scared. Rumi was in her usual self, stood by Nemuri's side. Professor McGonagall, I have already told them about magic and Hogwarts, but if you want you can take them to shopping, Nemuri said to Minerva. A normal Minerva would have scolded Nemuri by now, but she was confounded, so Minerva just nodded her head thinking it was normal. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. No, it's completely fine, as they already know about magic and Hogwarts. My work here is done. I expect that you will take them to shopping for school commodities and they will be at Platrom 934th, right? Minerva asked. She would also never do this, but a subtle but strong confounding charm can do a lot of things. Minerva just handed Nemuri our Hogwarts acceptance letter, to which Nemuri just nodded her head. Minerva saw that and walked out of the house without saying anything more. No, one would notice that she was confounded because according to her she followed the procedure what she should have done before leaving. I know Minerva McGonagall is nice and all, but she trusts old Dumbles too much and I can't have her run her mouth to him. And I honestly don't think that Dumbles would be worried about 3 orphans living with a soon-to-be 7th year. He would be currently busy with finding Harry Potter, or it would be his ass. OPPs, we are in Britain now, so ours on fire. Nemuri shouldn't be in home right now, but she asked for a temporary leave from Hogwarts to claim the money and property what her made-up parents left her. As her head of the House of Phileas Flitwick, he happily gave her the leave without even consulting with Dumbles. Nemuri closed the door and the ward told us the Minerva had already apparooed away. We sat down on the couch facing each other and tore open the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock. Supreme Mugwump, International Consideration of Wizards. I cringed reading the titles of the great Albus, too many names Dumbledore. I looked up towards Momo and Rumi and both of them had similar expressions. None of us made any comments, at least not for now, and continued reading. Dear Mr. Edgar Maxwell, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Why the hell they are going to wait for our letter of acceptance by July 31st when Minerva McGonagall took our confirmation herself? Magical people are really odd and lack common sense. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Finally done with the front page, I looked at the second parchment. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students will require 1 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2 1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear. 3 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 4 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. 1 The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. 2 A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. 3 Magical Theory by Adelbert Waffling. 4 A Beginner's Guide in Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 5 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phil Lidaspor. 6 Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. 7 Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. 8 The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. 1 Wand. 1 Cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. 1 set glass or crystal files. 1 telescope. 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring, if they desire, an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomstick. Yours sincerely, Lucinda Thomsonical Pocus, Chief Attendant of Witchcraft Provisions. Wow, then what are we waiting for? Let's go shopping, I said. Yes. Momo, Rumi, and even Nemuri cheered when they heard about shopping. Rumi might not like dates like other girls, but she definitely likes shopping. The shopping trip wasn't that much of a hustle since the girls wanted nothing except the uniforms from Diagon Alley, but I have endured it for later as they wanted to travel to Muggle London for their clothes. We finally arrived in front of Ollivander's wand shop. I already had the perfect wand for me, the Elder Wand, which was absorbed by me, and I was going to use the wand I took from Ravenclaw Treasury in front of everyone else. Even though that wasn't a perfect fit, it was going to be enough for me in Hogwarts. Nemuri, take Momo and Rumi to the wand shop. I will look around, I said to Nemuri. Heh. I don't want to go anywhere near that old creep, Nemuri said and shuddered once. Yeah, if anything from the stories is true, then I can only guess how Nemuri must have felt when she met Garrick Ollivander for the first time. He has a wand fetish after all. I also shuddered once. But, you are the one who is taking us to shopping, so you have to do it. Endure it, Nemuri, I know you can. Sorry Nemuri, no matter how much I love you. I still don't want to be seen by that old creep, and honestly I have no idea if he has any connection with old goat. And Garrick Ollivander might find out that I have absorbed a wand, and I don't want him finding that out. Fine? But you have to listen to one of my demands, Nemuri said, finally agreeing to take Momo and Rumi for their wands. Yes, I could have taken them to Noctrum Alley and got them an untraceable wand like I did for Nemuri, but all of them needed to get a wand from Ollivanders because we were Muggleborns and they might have a way to keep track of us. Yes, I know many people would call me a coward or paranoid, but there are several kinds of wards and magic that even Momo or I don't know of. Even though we are stupidly strong, we are still humans, and a curse or something can still hit us and kill us. So, I have to be paranoid for the girls I love at least. Okay, you can ask anything from me, I said to Nemuri. I just hope that it doesn't end up as one of her S&M play. Unlike other times, Nemuri's face didn't turn perverted, but she nodded seriously, which was quite odd, but I just shrugged it. I watched Nemuri's back as she entered the wand shop, followed by Momo and Rumi, and my eyes immediately gleamed and turned in a particular direction. Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Hihi, there is no way in hell that I won't go there, as I have always loved ice cream. I quickly made my way towards the ice cream parlor. POV Nemuri, Vicky, Nov, L, B /JNN. Ha, so it worked? I cheered internally in my mind. It was just acting that I didn't want to take Momo and Rumi to the wand shop. After all, why would I do that? They are my sisters in a way. But I had to do that because I wanted something from Rio. I want him to let me control Hogwarts. I know that Rio loves me and I love him too, even it hurts me I had to do this. As a teacher, I can't stand aside this matter anymore. From what I have read about my properties, Hogwarts also comes under my control, so as soon I take up the ladyship I want to make a few changes. First, I am gonna dissolve that good-for-nothing board of governors that control Hogwarts, and the next thing I am going to do is eject Severus Snape out of Hogwarts. Fuck consequences. I have seen him for 5 years, and he isn't suitable to teach anyone. I had an interest in potions, but because of Severus Snape I gave it up. Then I going to make several changes in the education system, and from what I have seen, Albus Old Goat Dumbledore himself fans the fire, so if he gets in between he is also getting ejected, but I don't think honestly that he is going to give up his position. I entered the wand shop followed by Momo and Rumi. The store was empty. He must be hiding somewhere to scare young kids. Damn that fucking old creep. Hello, anyone home? Momo shouted from behind me and walked towards the store desk. Ahanuki. Suddenly the old creep appeared from behind Rumi and tried to surprise her, but actually he was the one who got the surprise. Rumi turned around and punched the old creep with all power in her body, and crunch sound was heard. The wand pervert dropped on the floor and started to roll around while grabbing his nose. Ah, this is so satisfying. Ah, young lady, even though you are small, your punch is really strong, the old creep said while grabbing his now broken and bleeding nose. You shouldn't have sneaked behind me, old man, Rumi said, looking down on the creep. Ah, so satisfying. I could feel my pussy tingling. Vicky, you are going into sadistic mode, I heard Momo's voice from beside me. Oh, right, get a hold, Nemuri. Oh, sorry, my bad, I said sheepishly and started to rub the back of my head while chuckling. The old creep finally got up and used Episky to fix his nose and scour Jiffy to clean the blood. Aha. I would never forget someone interesting like you, young lady. You are the only one to surprise me till now, the creep said and praised Rumi. Rumi was also creeped out. I think the old creep must be a masochist. Good. Let's start with you, young lady. So, what arm do you use? The old creep was currently interested in Rumi, so he completely ignored us. I am ambidextrous, Rumi said in a blank voice, and the old creep's smile immediately grew larger. He took out a tape from nowhere and took Rumi's hand measurements. Oh, I know. This might be a perfect fit for you, the old creep said and skipped inside his store. Is he always like this? Momo asked me in a skeptic voice. I think so, even though I have only met him once before today, I shrugged my shoulders and answered Momo. That guy is freaking weird, Rumi also decided to comment. Sister, you have no idea how much I agree with you. Soon the creep came out holding a single black box. Honestly, I was slightly skeptical because he just brought one box, and I still remembered how much time he had spent to look for my wand and finally making a custom wand for me. The old creep opened the box and then showed the wand to Rumi. The wand was completely black. Rumi picked up the wand and her expressions immediately changed. Yellow glow shot of the wand, and from the comfortable look on Rumer's face I could say that this wand has selected her. Marvelous. 12 inches, ebony, and a phoenix feather as wand core. Ebony is suitable for people who love combat and use combat-orientated magic. I could already guess from your strong punch. Phoenix feather is the representation of your ungiving will and strength. No matter what you face, you will always face the challenge with a smile on your face, the creep described about the wand. Now that he had explained it, I can see that this wand is definitely suited for Rumi. Rumi gave a nod of her head and looked at her new wand. The old creep finally turned towards me and Momo. Oh ho, Vicky Parsons, 7 3/4 inches, acacia, hornbeam, vela hair, and rugaro hair. I didn't notice you there, forgive my manners, the old creep greeted me. I see, you still remember me, even though I don't want you to, I said with a completely revolting feeling. Suddenly, I remembered what Minerva McGonagall would feel if the creep greets her every time like this. I pity her. Aha, young lady, You are also interesting, so what is your primary arm? The creep was already at Momo's side and looking at her with interest. This damn creep. I use my right hand, Momo said, extending her right arm. He again took out the measuring tape out of nowhere and started to take measurements. Aha, I know exactly what would fit you, the old creep said and skipped inside again, and this time he brought 5 boxes with him. He opened the boxes one by one and Momo checked them by picking one up. The first 2 wands didn't have a single reaction, the third wand exploded when Momo waved it. The fourth was different as I noticed Momo's expressions changed when she picked it up. 13.5 inches. Fur as the wood and dragon heat string as a core. A wand that would work best while transfiguration and conjuration, the old creep said. Momo waved her wand once more and a gentle smile appeared on her face. I quickly paid 14 galleons and took Rumi and Momo out of the store. I didn't want to spend any more time near that old creep. So, where has Rio ran off to? I wondered out loud. He must be at the ice cream parlor he was drooling in front of, Momo said with a deadpan on her face. Okay, I also agree with her. We went towards the ice cream parlor and like Momo had guessed we found Rio in the store. Since he was still having his ice cream we decided to have some too. After eating the ice cream we left towards Gringotts. I was going to take the ladyship today, even though there was 7 days before I turned 17. Rio has devised an evil plan of claiming all the rent and collapsing the economy of magical Britain. Now, Rio, you surely remember the promise you made to me, right? I asked Rio, who reluctantly nodded his head. I want to have Hogwarts under my control. I need to do several things there and as a teacher I couldn't overlook them, I said to him. Hearing me he seemed to contemplate for a few seconds. What are you going to do with Snape? Rio asked me. I am going to eject that son of a bitch out of Hogwarts, I said. My voice was filled with venom. He again contemplated for a few seconds. Sure, he said, giving me a thumbs up. I became so happy that I immediately pulled him into a hug. We were already inside Gringotts. I confidently walked up to a teller and showed him my lady ring. The goblin immediately paled and his eyes grew wide. I want to meet Bonecrusher, I said. Other witches and wizards looked slightly confused because of Gonlin's reaction, but since we had already decided to reveal my status there is no need of hiding. The goblin immediately gathered his bearings and should something in their language. Honestly, how can Rio even pronoun that? I once tried and thought that my teeth would break. Soon Bonecrusher arrived and led the 4 of us to his office. Lady Ravenclaw, what can I do for you today? Bonecrusher asked me. I want to announce my ladyship and call in all the debts, and if Goblin Nation helps me collect the debt I will give your nation 3% of the total amount, I said, showing 3 with my fingers. Bonecrusher was completely shocked and his jaw was hanging open while his eyes were so wide that they almost popped out. After a few seconds passed, a vicious grin appeared on Bonecrusher's face. Goblin Nation is happy to cooperate, Bonecrusher said, giving a vicious grin. Then let's collapse the economy of magical Britain, I said. It has been a week and it has been complete chaos in magical Britain. Well, the person responsible for the chaos was currently training in the training room without any string of clothes on her body. Rio had given up on changing Nemuri from her exhibitionist fetish. Unfortunately for Rio, because of wearing so constricting clothes for these 6 years, her fetish has reached a completely new level. Nemuri didn't care about kind of chaos she has released upon magical Britain. Yeah, she very well knew that the economy would completely collapse, but she couldn't care less about that. For her the most important thing now was to plan about the changes she wanted to bring to Hogwarts. POV Rio, Edgar. Wow. Swaying boobs are a blessing on mankind. Sometimes I honestly think that boobs are salvation of men. After all, they can solve a lot of problems, like stress, tension, frustration. Ugh, now I exactly sound like Nemuri's male version. Even though it was really hard for me, I tore my eyes away from the 3 pair of swaying boobs. I skillfully ignored the tent in my pants and walked out of the training room. I don't think that I would have been able to hold any longer if I stayed there. Momo and Rumi were sports underwear and Nemuri was in her birthday suit. Damn, I just wish that she doesn't infect Rumi with it too. I already know that Momo also has an exhibitionist fetish, but thankfully she isn't on Nemuri's level or it would have been quite hard for me. Hey, who can blame me? After all, I am a slow man and no matter how strong my mental barriers are I can't keep ignoring 3 beautiful naked ladies who are my lovers too. Now, enough about the perverted chat. No matter how much I tried I couldn't join the training the girls were doing. They were currently training for their animagus form and I still haven't found a single clue about my inner animal. So, picked up the Daily Prophet and schemed through the content. Haha, this is affecting magical Britain exactly like I wanted. The ones who owned us most money will go from rich to completely broke, and those who don't own us money are currently busy figuring out who is Lady Ravenclaw. I put down the Daily Prophet and picked up my notebook, which I have been using to note down the progress in my training. Next thing, I wanted to learn everything about magical contracts. So, I asked Dixie to bring me books related to magical contacts, and the next moment more than a dozen books appeared on the table. Fuck. I asked for books, not tomes. No matter what, I decided to stay strong and picked up the first tome and opened it. I didn't even notice how much time passed, but I only put down the book when I noticed 2 owls sitting leisurely on the porch. One was a Gringotts owl. I knew the owl Bonecrusher used and the other owl was new. I took letters from both of them and one had a Gringotts insignia while the other had Hogwarts insignia. I opened the Bone Crusher's letter first, and it was list of witches and wizards that had paid their debts, list of witches and wizards who wanted to meet Lady Ravenclaw to negotiate their debts, and finally the amount of galleons that we have already piled up from the debts collected. I will let Nemuri decide if she wants to even hold a meeting for negotiations, and the Hogwarts letter was for Vicky Ravenclaw, so it must be for the board meeting she has called. I immediately took the letter back to the training room. Honestly, I wanted Nemuri to handle both letters because she has to manage the front of Lady Ravenclaw. Quickly arriving at training room, even though entranced by Nemuri's naked swaying boobs, I handed the letters to her. Nemuri stopped and looked at the letters. Oh, so they decided a reply, Nemuri said excitedly, and opened the Hogwarts letter and read through its contents and looked at me. They are really looking down on me because I am a Muggle-born. After all, they want to show me how magical Britain works, Nemuri said, and handed me the letter. Well, the letter's contents were quite obvious. The board wanted to meet Nemuri and teach about the workings of a magical society. She must be really angry. I have never seen Nemuri like this. So, do you want me to accompany you? Obviously, under an invisibility cloak. I asked Nemuri. I honestly don't trust the old coots on the board wouldn't attack Nemuri. I am especially worried about Lucius Malfoy. No, I have to do this on my own. After all, this was all my plan, Nemuri said, and read the Gringotts letter and looked at me. What should I do? She asked. Honestly, I think that she should meet them. Let's see the offers they can make. I think you should meet them. It would be really good for your image, and I think you should see what kind of offers they can make. Hearing me, Nemuri nodded her head and walked up to the table. She kept her clothes and wand. She picked up her wand and cast some unknown spell, and all clothes that were on the table appeared on her body. Nemuri then walked up to me and gave me a chaste kiss and walked out of the training room. Suddenly I felt a glare on me, so I turned my head and found Rumi glaring holes in me. Oops. I shouldn't have ignored her. I used my lightning and appeared beside her. Ah, you wanna go on a bike ride with me, lady? I asked shamelessly, completely ignoring the fact that she was angry with me. Most novels or mangas I read in my previous world said getting a harem is awesome, but none of them had the drawbacks. Rumi's face immediately turned expressions and a huge smile appeared on her face. Yeah, I would love to, Rumi immediately agreed. POV Nemuri, Vicky. While leaving the training room, I easily noticed Rio's boner. No matter how much he tries to hide it, he could never hide his member from my eyes, and I know how his body reacts when he sees my boobs swaying. I said, and steam flared out of my nose. No matter how much I wanted him to push me down right then and there, I have things to do. I could later get his D in my pee hee hee. I quickly arrived in Rio's room and used Starkers to get out of my clothes and jumped into the bath. I used my time to have a nice bath, while paying special attention to my puppies. After all, Rio loves them so much. After the bath, I opened the closet and grabbed a nice robe which Rio got for me from Twilfit and Tattings. The robe was so smooth, it was made of a chromantula silk. I wore a lingerie under the robes. I would prefer lingerie over the usual witch underwear any day, anytime. After checking myself in mirror, I left a small note and apparat out. I appeared in Hogsmeade and walked towards Hogwarts. As soon as I entered the Hogwarts wards, I raised up my ring hand and used it to gain the administrative rights over Hogwarts wards. I could have done this when I first arrived in Hogwarts, but that bearded goat would have noticed that he lost the control over the wards. Now that I have gained the control over Hogwarts wards, I quickly apparat in front of Hogwarts gates. I quickly located that Albus Dumbles was in the headmaster's office along with several people. Haha. I immediately used the wards and apparat right in front of headmaster's office, and the gargoyle guarding the door moved, making a way for me. Being treated like this by a castle feels really awesome. I arrived at the door and knocked. Come in, a voice answered. I opened the door and entered the room and saw several old coots were inside glaring at me. Phileas Flitwick was also in the room along with Minerva McGonagall. I slow noticed Lucius Malfoy glaring at me. This was the guy Rio warned me about. Miss Parsons, thank you for coming. Now, why don't you hand back the control of wards to me? After all, controlling them for someone young like you must be tiresome. The bearded goat went on babbling, but everyone was surprised that I didn't even bother with him and was looking outside. You were talking to me? I asked nonchalantly. Of course he was talking with you, Miss Parsons. Minerva McGonagall started speaking in a stern voice, but I cut her off. But I am Ravenclaw, and Lady Ravenclaw to everyone in this room, I said with a serious voice, and immediately the galra intensified in me. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//om. How dare you dirty that honorable name, you filthy mudblow. A old coot started to shout. I didn't even know who he was. I just snapped my finger and he disappeared. Everyone in the room was completely surprised, but nobody said anything. Lady Ravenclaw, what happened to him? The beard goat asked. Oh, he was unpleasant for my ears, so I ejected him out of Hogwarts. He would never be able to step inside Hogwarts ever again, I said, and leisurely and looked over to the remaining members. Now, let's start this meeting earnestly, I said, and leaned back on the chair. Now, let's start this meeting earnestly, I said, and leaned back on the chair. The glare on me from everyone was still intense, so even though I looked laxed, I was keeping my eye on anyone who was moving. Honestly, I don't even want to imagine what would happen to me if someone catches me off guard. The silence in the was finally broken by an old granny. My name is Augusta Longbottom, or usually referred as Dowager Longbottom. I am one of the head of the board. So, I want to ask you, what do you want? The granny who introduced herself as Augusta Longbottom or Dowager Longbottom, and apparently she was one of the head of the board, seeing that nobody discredited her, some are even standing behind her. She must have power, and from what I have learned from Rio, the most powerful person here is Dumbles followed by Mini GI, so the oldie must have political clout. I want change. I have studied in Hogwarts for 6 years and honestly I am disappointed with a lot of stuff. This is ruining the image of Ravenclaws. The board is useless since it has been useless until now, so don't worry, I don't expect anything from you, I said in a serious tone, but I have already started to release a mild confusing gas. It won't have an effect like Confundus, but they would be unable to aim at me straight. I have also grabbed my wand under the robes. In my previous world with my previous power it would have been impossible for me to release gas wearing robes, but now with training, I can do it. How dare you? You are just a muggle born. You know nothing of our society. Do you think we would let you ruin our children's education? An old coot who was standing beside Lucius Malfoy shouted. Lucy, from now on he is Lucy. Refer to me as Mudblood again and I will declare blood feud against your family for tarnishing the name of Ravenclaw family, I said in a serious tone, but most of the members seemed to stop themselves from laughing out loud. Don't mind me, you can laugh on my threats, but I assure you that won't be happening for long, I said. By now the whole room was filled with the colorless and odorless gas I released. All of the room's occupants now would even unable to point their wands in my direction. I wasn't obviously affected by this. So, what's your decision now? Augusta Longbottom asked me. I would be dissolving the board because it won't be needed anymore, I said. My eyes continuously kept scanning throughout the room for any surprise attack on me. Ha, a joke. How are you even to gather the money to run Hogwarts? We gave Hogwarts the funds it needed, another old coot said with a smug look on his face. He was standing behind Augusta Longbottom. Everyone gave him a look that meant really? Are you fucking serious? Pfft, haha, sorry. I lost my composure, but you don't have to worry about funds anymore. The debts I collected until today is enough for Hogwarts to run for next 15 years even if none of the students can pay their fees. I wasn't able to hold myself back and laughed out loud. Everyone in the room wondered if that old coot lived under a rock or not. Are you sure you want to do this, Miss Ravenclaw? Albus started to say, but I cut him off. Lady Ravenclaw to you, and yes I am sure, I said with full confidence in my voice. Everyone in his room looked at each other unable to decide what to do. Momo and Rio are right, magical people are really stupid. I am so disappointed in you, Dumble said in his disappointed grandfatherly tone. The twinkle in his eyes was also gone. If that's your decision then I will follow it. After all you own Hogwarts. I hope that you succeed in your endeavors, Augusta Longbottom said and walked out of the roof followed by other members. After Augusta declared her decision nobody said anything and left after her. Even Lucy's group didn't make any comments. Now, let's start with the changes, I said while turning my chair towards Albus. Too many names, Dumbledore. Then what do you want from me, Lady Ravenclaw? The old goat said still in his disappointed voice. Please call Severus Snape here, I said. I am sorry but he is currently taking class of 4th years, Minerva interjected. I don't care, I want him present here, I said with a no-nonsense voice. Obelisk called in house elf and asked it to call Severus Snape. None of us said anything while waiting for Severus Snape to arrive. After 5 minutes passed, Severus Snape entered the room in his usual haughtiness. I wonder how would he react after I throw him out. Gather your things and get out of Hogwarts. I don't want a Death Eater in this castle, I said before anyone else could say anything. Severus Snape was immediately surprised along with others in the room. Severus being a Death Eater isn't a common knowledge, so how can Muggleborn like me know about that? They must be wondering this exactly. What? How dare you? I don't have to listen to a useless dunderhead who was thrown out of my class because she couldn't even get an O on her owl, Severus Snape shouted looking at me. Nov. L. B /JNN. Please Severus, don't make this matter worse. Lady Ravenclaw, we can of course discuss this matter. Severus didn't mean it. Obelisk Dumbledore tried to defuse the situation but it was already too late. Severus Snape, you are good. Even at your end as a teacher you are so prideful and haughty. I wonder how long would be able to behave like that. Severus Snape, from now on you are not allowed to ever enter Hogwarts, I finished, and Severus Snape was forcefully operated out of Hogwarts. What Severus Snape said really angered me, but somehow I held back. After all, I have lived for more than 35 years now. I can't give in to such obvious provocations. I can't let you do that, Dumbledore roared in anger. This was the first time he lost his grandfatherly mask. I have already done. You have to get a new potions professor before next term starts. If you can't do that, I will arrange someone. I also want another change. You will arrange a new class for the Muggleborn students so that they could learn about magical society, I said, and I noticed the expressions of other 3 occupants of the room. Albus was looking at me with his rage-filled eyes, but Minerva McGonagall and Phileas Flitwick looked at me with appreciation. Oh, and there is something else. I feud between the Gryffindors and Slytherin must end before the next term, I said, and was about to leave the room but stopped when Albus shouted. You can't do this. I am still the headmaster. Albus shouted. Honestly, he isn't that smart. After all, if he was, he wouldn't have said all these. Of course you are, but if you don't do what I ask, then you would be joining Severus Snape, I said, and walked out of the roof before Albus Dumbledore could say anything. Honestly, I can't throw out Dumbledore. He has too much political power. No matter, everything I did now can be tackled, but if I have thrown out Dumbledore then the backlash would have been so strong that Hogwarts might have been named as worst school. I have asked why isn't he making the things Albus Dumbledore did to the public, but what he told me really held some value. Why would anyone believe me? It's my word against his, a Dark Lord sullying the name of the leader of light. Who would even believe me? And there are some things that can't be made public no matter what. Just wait, Dumbledore's name can be sullied in the future. This is what Rio told me, and now I know how right he is. After all, from what I have seen, magical people are blind sheep. They can't think for themselves, can't speak for themselves, and neither they can fight for themselves. They only know how to follow someone blindly. At least today was much better than I expected. I expected spells flying everywhere, all of them attacking me, but this meeting was quite peaceful. I wanted to meet with Tonks, but I can do that later. I first need to return to Castle Ravenclaw. With me doing this, I have already made several new enemies. Thank God. I have learned Flash Step, the teleportation magic I made. I finally got out of Hogwarts and Apparat directly into Castle Ravenclaw. Now that the wards were under my control, I could do a lot of stuff with them. So, how was your day? Momo asked me, who was looking up from her book seeing me arrive. It went quite nicely. I expected several attacks on me during the meeting, but everything was quite peaceful except some shouting, I said, and started to strip out of my robes. These robes were really constricting. So, where are Rio and Rumi? I asked, finally getting out of my robes and lingerie. I don't like wearing clothes so much, and the three of them already know that, so Momo didn't even react in the slightest. Rio took out Rumi for a bike ride, Momo said to me. Oh, good for them. I said, finally entering the shower. While Nemuri went to Hogwarts for her meeting, I was really worried. I kind of already had any idea about what or how the meeting would entail, so I knew that someone could act rather violently. So, even though I asked Rumi for a date, I was really worried about Nemuri. I know she is even stronger than me magically, but I can't stop myself from getting worried about her. So, I silently sent Trixie and Lipsy to Hogwarts, as they could easily get inside to keep an eye on Nemuri. Wizards are stupid people. House elves are really useful. They can spy on someone or protect someone without tripping any alums. I was already wearing my jeans and leather biker jacket and was waiting for Rumi to get ready. Yeah, surprise dates can only work with Rumi. After all, only she gets ready under 10 minutes. Nemuri is Nemuri, so it's quite controversial matter, even though she likes to go commando or wears the least clothes underneath. Momo, well, I don't know what to say. She takes nearly an hour to get ready, even though I have 3 lovers. I have no idea why girls take so long to get ready. A/N, girls please don't be offended. I guess they just want to look good or something. Rumi finally finished. She wore a simple lavender tank top and blue jeans with knee-height boots and a leather jacket for girls. The leather jacket had a bunny logo printed on the back, courtesy of my Momo. Rumi wasn't like other girls, so she never commented on the clothes I wore on dates, and she neither wanted any comments on her dresses. So, I just extended my hand towards her. She happily grabbed my hand and intertwined her fingers. Let's go, Rumi said in a happy smile. I just nodded and apparat out of Castle Ravenclaw and arrived in our humble flat. We quickly arrived at the garage, and after wearing our helmets we got on the bike. After all, I am a rule-abiding citizen. Just a joke though. So, where do you want to go? I asked Rumi, who for a moment got a thoughtful look on her face. Just take me to a ride away from the city, Rumi said. I already understood what she wanted. After all, there was a reason that she lived in a forest. I kick-started the bike and Rumi hugged me from behind tightly. Getting out of the city was quite hectic, but we quickly arrived on a lonely highway. There were just a few cars or bikes passing by us within some intervals. We have huge and tall trees on both of our sides. In other words, we were on a road going through the forest. I could clearly say that Rumi was loving this because she was turning her head around and looking everywhere like a small kid. Are you having fun? I asked her. Her answer came in an instant. Yes, she said in a gentle voice and resumed her sightseeing. I saw a dirt road and decided to take it. I didn't know where it was going, but it was fine since we were going inside the forest, and after all, this isn't the Saw or Wrong Turn universe after all, so I didn't have anything to worry about. We quickly arrived near a lake. The road kept going on, but I thought this was enough because this was a natural movie location where the couple would end up kissing. There was tree with shade just by the side of the beautiful lake. The lake's water was quite clean. I stopped the bike near the tree. Both me and Rumi got off the bike and looked around. Yeah, nature is still beautiful. I have to say. In my previous world, I have visited several places in MHA world for vacation, but none of them were naturally beautiful like this. Isn't this beautiful? Rumi asked me, extending her hands. Yeah, really beautiful, I said, and down by the tree's side under the shade. Rumi followed by example, but she sat down on lap while her body was still facing towards the lake. I leaned my back on the tree while Rumi was leaning on my chest. Nov, L, B /JNN. None, if us needed to say anything or do anything, we just stayed like that looking at the serene surface to the lake. Sometimes we would see the fishes since the water was clear. To spend time with your lover like this is awesome. Suddenly, Rumi turned her head towards me and slightly rose up towards my lips. It was a nice and gentle kiss, but all good things must come to an end. Thanks for bringing me here, Rumi said, and turned back to observe the lake. The two of us spent the whole day just like that. By the time we got up, I wasn't able to feel my legs. Damn. Rumi was also the same. We had another makeout session before we finally left towards our flat. POV Nemuri, Vicky. Well, like Rio had told to me before, the magical people looked down on me and underestimated me, even though they saw how I behaved and showed my authority when I disbanded the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Well, I don't care honestly what they think. I have been to 3 Wisengamot meetings and they were boring, so boring that I almost fell asleep during those meetings. I was disgusted and revolted about how slow they were. Yes, they could have hired a fucking sloth and it would have still faster than them. Nothing good would come of old coots keep running the government. Albus Dumbledore knew when he lost. Rio had told me before that there was no way that Albus Dumbledore would give out his position and leave the school, and he had been right. He tried 2 more times to talk with me so that I would allow Severus Snape to enter Hogwarts again, but when I threatened him that I would throw him out if he can't give this up, so he finally gave up. He took about 1 week of time to appoint a new potions professor, but he got someone named Horace Slughorn. Apparently he was the potions teacher and Slytherin's house head before Severus Snape. From what I have seen in these 3 months, Horace Slughorn is way better than Severus Snape. It was like comparing heaven with hell, so I have no fucking idea why Albus Dumbledore ever threw out Horace Slughorn in the first place. Since the news went throughout the school that I threw out Severus Snape out of the school, most Muggleborn and half-bloods look at me like a goddess. Hee. Now I would be able to teach them the gentlewoman's ways. Even though most Slytherins unhappy with that, but none of them voiced it out. Some Slytherins even paid me their gratitude for doing that. Obviously they were half-bloods or Muggleborns. Currently Rio has been keeping tabs on Severus Snape. I don't know the exact reason why he is doing that. But I know that it isn't because he wants to kill Snape. Because if he wanted to do that, then there was nothing that could have stopped him. From what I know, he wants to do something with him. Another huge change has occurred. Now all the heirs or houses in Hogwarts either pay me respect or they try to avoid me. Some of the families who were related to the board ignore me, and most families who preach the pure blood agenda, they also ignore me. The families who pay me respect are related to light side or the one who wants to get on my good side. Even though I treat them nicely, but none of them would be able to call me their friend. But I am not worried because any of these matters. I am worried because Tonks had been avoiding me for 3 days and have been disappearing from time to time, so I decided to get the bottom of this matter. I called Trixie to bring me an invisibility cloak so I could follow Tonks. So, I did that, and found her entering an empty class. After some time I saw Charlie Weasley enter the class, and now everything was completely clear to me. So, Charlie Weasley was somehow able to drug Tonks. I didn't bother to wait anymore and directly busted in. Not even for a second this thought came into my mind that Tonks herself was with Charlie on her own accord, because since when I told her that Charlie was trying to drug her, she was completely revolted from him. I entered the room and saw the surprised couple who were busy snogging. Before either of them could pull out their wands, I stunned both of them. I pulled Tonks and bound her with a chair and revived her. A/N, Tonks is still a virgin, so there is not going to be anything like a deep trauma or anything. She just had a few touching and snogging session with Charlie Weasley. So, readers, please go easy on me. Vicky, what are you doing here? Why are you attacking us? I should have believed Charlie when he told me that you are jealous of me. Tonks screamed. I was completely stunned. What? Why in the world I would care about an asshole who wants to drug a girl when I already have someone like Rio in my life? Trixie. I called out in a loud voice, and immediately Trixie appeared in the room. Seeing me so enraged, the house elf got scared, but I have something more important to do now. Bring me a neutralizing potion, I said. Trixie nodded her head and operated out. I turned my head towards Charlie Weasley and rage could be seen burning in my eyes. I don't care if Tonks becomes my sister or not, but I would care if someone drugs my best friend to take advantage of them. I was standing looking over the stunned body of Charlie Weasley while gritting my teeth, and rage was completely filled in my eyes. How better it would have been if I could have only brought myself to torture or kill someone, but I can't. No matter how enraged I was, I can't bring myself to kill him. Even now, when I can only see rage in my eyes, I can't bring myself to kill him. Even if I can't kill him, I will still make him pay, no matter what. But, how was he even able to drug Tonks? There was no way that I would have never noticed Charlie getting near Tonks when in the Great Hall. I especially kept my eyes on him, and he never tried to get near Tonks for more than 1 week. So, I am completely sure that this bastard didn't drug her in the Great Hall. Yes, there is a possibility that Charlie directly drugged the food in the kitchen, but there is no way in hell that he could have known Tonks' plate. There could have been an obvious chance that someone else could have been drugged. Now, the last probability is that someone could have helped Charlie to drug Tonks. This is probably what have happened, but I need to confirm this. There is no way that I won't reach the bottom of this. Right at this moment, a apparition pop was heard. I turned around and found Trixie holding out a vial towards me. She brought the neutralizing potion. I immediately grabbed the potion from Trixie's hand and walked towards the bounded Tonks. What's in the vial? What are trying to feed me? Tonks shouted at me, but I completely disregarded anything and force-fed her the potion. I hated myself for having to do this. Tonks started to cough and I unbounded her from the chair. She gave me a look filled with rage and I could already see tears in her eyes, but before she could say anything, her stomach growled. Tonks immediately got up and ran, and obviously I followed her. I cast the strongest notice me not charm I could have on the room. Trixie, make sure that the guy inside stays there, I said to the house elf, who nodded her head enthusiastically. Tonks directly ran into the nearest girl's toilet as expected. I stood near the sinks. I could clearly hear vomiting noises coming from inside the stall. Damn. Fuck. I was a hero for more than 10 years? 10 fucking years. How the hell did I let this happen to my best friend? I should have done something before it could have come to this point. I should have been more active. When Tonks started to avoid me 3 days ago, I should have gotten to the bottom of the matter then and there. I should have been a better friend. I just thought that she might be busy with her studies after all exams are going on, but she is my best friend. How could I have thought that Tonks would avoid me to study? A single tear left my eye, and I wiped it off. I would ask Tonks for her forgiveness. Even if she doesn't forgive me, I will keep trying. Tonks finally left the stall and came to sink and started to wash her face. I wanted to hug her, to comfort my best friend, but I stopped myself. Are you alright? I asked her in a small voice. Tonks stopped washing her face and looked towards me. I could see the pain in her eyes and it hurt me. I have already been hiding a lot from her, and now, because of my carelessness, she ended up in this situation. Tonks, I am sorry. I wasn't a good friend. If I had been, then I should have saved you so. I began to say to her, but before I could finish, Tonks embraced me in a tight hug and started to cry. I am so glad that I have a friend like you. You saved me. What the hell are you even saying? You are the best friend I could have ever asked for. Now just step up and let me hug you, Tonks said in a whispering voice and kept hugging me. I don't know what to do, as it was quite awkward now that before I could even say something, she had said that I was her best friend. I took out my wand and cast another strong notice me not charm on both of us and hugged Tonks. But a glimmer of rage was still burning in my eyes. I kept patting Tonks's back to comfort her. Soon, Tonks calmed down and stopped crying. We finally separated from the hug. Tonks' eyes were red and her cheeks were puffed from crying. Are you alright now? I asked Tonks, who just nodded her head. Then let's go back. I still to do some stuff with the rapist I caught, I said to Tonks, who was slightly surprised hearing my cold tone, but she immediately nodded her head. Sure, I also wanted some payback, Tonks said. Soon both of us left the girls' toilet and arrived in front of the class where I have left the bastard. As soon as I arrived in front of the class, Trixie appeared in front of me. Whose house elf is this? Tonks asked me, quite surprised. I looked slightly guilty, but I still answered. This is Trixie, one of my house elves. Yeah, I know I should have told you before, and honestly I have been hiding a lot of stuff from you, but I will tell you everything this summer. I expect that your parents have told you everything about Albus Dumbledore. I spoke to Tonks, without giving her any chance to speak anything. She just dumbly nodded her head. Tonks wanted to be an Auror, and even though Rio have Amelia Bones as an ally, but getting another Auror as his ally would be good. Of course I wouldn't tell her everything, like we came from another world or even Rio's real age. I planned to just show her my castle, and how couldn't I do that for my best friend? And yeah, I still have to check out what she thinks of Dumbles now that she knows about his true nature. Only after that I would ask Rio to visit her as Magneto so she could become his ally. Trixie, can you bring me a vial of Veritaserum from the treasury? I asked the small house elf. Yes, Trixie could be doing that, the little creature said and operat out. Treasury? Tonks asked me, completely dumbfounded. And how the hell you have Veritaserum? She asked, another thing, still dumbfounded. I just chuckled hearing her say something like that. Yeah, I have a treasury, the Ravenclaw treasury, and there is a huge stow. I suddenly stopped and looked at Tonks carefully. I can't leak everything out. I don't know how strong her shields are. Nov, L, B //JNN. How strong are your mental shields? I asked Tonks, who puffed out her chest and gave me a smug smile. Strong enough. I want to become an Auror after all, so I confident that no one can read my mind when they use their wand and chant the spell out loud, Tonks said proudly. I just nodded my head to her proclamation. I didn't want to bust her bubble, but I am pretty sure that Rio would be able to not only read her surface thoughts, but he can even break through whatever shields she have made without a wand. Ha, not that he needs to use a wand because some wand was absorbed by his body. That's good. I personally think that he should have only one wand, the wand in his pants, hee. I was brought out of my perverted thoughts when Trixie popped back and brought a small vial of Veritaserum. I took the vial from her and asked her to keep watch outside the classroom. The notice me not charm is still in its place, so for now I have no worries. So, how are we going to do this? I don't think that he is going to drink Veritaserum on his own, and honestly I don't even want to go near that son of a bitch. Tonks said and cursed while gritting her teeth. Don't worry, there is no way that I would also touch that bastard, I said, and pulled out another the wand Rio brought from Noctrum Alley for me from my cleavage. I just thought that those were useless lump of fats, but it seems that you are putting them to a good use, Tonks said while glaring at my boobs. Hee. She has been always jealous of my boobs. After all, Tonks's puppies are much more smaller than mine. Are you jealous? Do you know these? I said and grabbed my both boobs. Lumps of fat have so much calcium that it makes Edgar's boneless muscle to get rock hand, I said, and kept squeezing my own boobs to emphasize the point. Tonks heard me and blushed like a Christmas tree. She still have a lots to learn, I see.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.